Chapter 12, Interlude to the Exams. Hiruzen steepled his hands. With his chin resting on them, he eyed the person in front of him with stern, critical eyes. Said person stared back, his both energetic and sparkling eyes coming close to disarming the aged Hokage. Shaking the feeling, the third addressed his visitor with only a little confusion. "So what brings you here today, Naruto?" the man known as the Professor asked. With a bright, alluring smile, the genin responded. "Is it too much to ask that I spend some time with my favorite grandfather figure?" Naruto asked. Hiruzen frowned. The only time Naruto ever referred to him as such was when he wanted something. Thinking over the events that happened in the blonde's life recently, the old man attempted to figure out what such a thing could be, so he could accurately refuse him it. If there was anything Hiruzen learned over the years, it was that when an Uzumaki wanted something, it was usually not good. "You cannot have a free ramen coupon," Hiruzen calmly stated. When Naruto simply shook his head, Hiruzen cursed, though inwardly. "I don't want that, Gramps. I know you can't do it anyway." Indeed, upon becoming Hokage, he tried to force Ichiraku's, which was now run by the owner's daughter, Ayame, to give him free ramen for life. Mountain-destroying power or not, he was not able to survive the ladle whacking she gave him that day. Hiruzen quirked an eyebrow at Naruto's revelation. That was a surprisingly coherent thought. Perhaps his latest mission had opened possibilities for the young man? Speaking of which, you will not get another C-class mission, especially after the disaster of your last one. You seem to attract danger, and I do not need anything else so perilous to befall you. Naruto laughed at the old man's declaration. I don't think I'll be going on any missions anytime soon. The Chunin exams are right around the corner. Hiruzen felt a bead of sweat trill down his brow. The man had administered the event and completely forgot about it in the face of the blonde child. Picking up a random piece of paper from his desk, Hiruzen pretended to read it and come to a startling revelation. Oh. Yes. Kakashi nominated you 3 and you accepted? Of course. Naruto chirped. The exam papers were still in his back pocket. Yes. I see. Well, good to know. Hiruzen then proceeded to light his pipe in an attempt to save face. Naruto decided to let him do so. Well, if you're not here for any of those reasons. Hiruzen started, now content with chugging on his pipe. Then why are you here? What if I really did want to just spend some time with you? Naruto asked. Hiruzen found the idea laughable. Because that's not who you are, Naruto, Hiruzen responded. He then stopped, took a few drags on his pipe and pondered something. Turning back to his young charge, he frowned. You cannot learn a new jutsu from the Forbidden Scroll. Naruto laughed. Did you keep it in the same place? Well, no. Hiruzen admitted, not at all flustered at revealing top-secret information to what could possibly be the worst person in the village to reveal it to. Then I don't think I would have found it anyway, haha. The shadow clone technique alone was enough to bore me half to death. Hiruzen nodded. He was surprised Naruto was able to sit still long enough to learn anything from it at all. So, why are you here? Hiruzen asked for the 3rd time that day. I just wanted to spend some time with you. I find that exceedingly hard to believe, Hiruzen responded. Naruto scratched his head. Why can't I do something without some ulterior motive? I don't know, why can't you? Hiruzen threw the question back in his face. Frowning, it took all of Naruto's will to not fly into a tangent. I haven't always been devious. One time you pretended to be devastated by the mistreatment of the villagers towards you in order to get close enough to me to steal my hat. To be fair, I actually was devastated. Just not enough to warrant not stealing your hat. One time you pretended to be interested in the ANBU task force enough for me to tell you where the paint we used to color their masks was manufactured. Hiruzen continued. That one wasn't even that bad. Their masks were hot pink for a week, Naruto. So? It's a matter of national security, Naruto. I couldn't use any of the new operatives after that. Do you realize how much money you cost the village for that stunt alone? No, Naruto admitted. He looked a little sheepish. But I do know the ANBU chased me for several days after that. That they couldn't catch you shames me to this day. That's only 2 times, Naruto said. Hiruzen smiled. Do you realize we have an entire archive dedicated to you? Rows upon rows of files dedicated solely to documenting your exploits have been arranged for the sole purpose of validating this exact moment. With a snap, hundreds of thick manila envelopes appeared in the 3rd Hokage's office. Do you wish for me to go over each one? Naruto shook his head violently. With another snap the documents were gone. Where was that hidden in the future? I know you've snapped in the office before. That had never happened. QB I just don't know. So as you can see, Hiruzen said, quite unknowing of the conversation in Naruto's head, you lean more towards ulterior motives than not. The only real question is what exactly it is that you're vying for. Maybe, this one time, I'm actually just here to see you, Naruto said. Hiruzen chuckled. Oh? Is that so? Yeah, it is so. Naruto yelled, slightly upset that he was being doubted. And what brought on this desire? Hiruzen decided to humor the child. I dunno, Naruto admitted. You never know when you might lose something. You're the only person who really cared for me for such a long time. You've been there for me since, before I can even remember really. Maybe. I dunno. Maybe I wanted to talk to you a bit? Outside of necessity or punishment. Hiruzen's eyes softened at the blonde's declaration. For a moment his aged visage seemed to catch up to him as the old man contemplated the words of the youth before him. For a brief moment, the desire to reach out and embrace the young man before him, the same of which he had raised from just a wee babe, almost overcame him. That moment, however, was aptly brief. Recognition sparked in the aged and wizened man's eyes, and a gentle smile beseeched his face. This is a distraction, isn't it? Hiruzen asked. Oh yeah. And just like that an explosion sounded out somewhere near the tower. Jolting to his feet, Hiruzen rushed to his window to see multicolored particles of dust raining down in front of him. Is that paint? Hiruzen asked, only half wondering where the boy could get such an amount. The other half was completely unsurprised, because Naruto had a penchant for doing something that made no sense, so trying to apply such a concept to him was ineffectual. That being said, seeing as to where the paint and chalk dust was falling, Hiruzen had no illusions as to what was hit just now. Really, Naruto? The monument again? Hiruzen asked, whirling on the spot. By the time he had turned, however, the boy was already gone. Oh, phooey, the ancient leader huffed. There was no use sending the ANBU to capture the genin. The bot had already proven that he had no trouble evading the force for long. Naruto would turn up eventually, all Hiruzen would have to do was wait. Turning with the patience of a true commander, there was only one thought that rested in his mind. I wonder what he did with it this time. Meanwhile, very far away, Naruto sat on a branch of a very tall tree that overlooked the village. The dust from the launched paintballs still covered the mountain, so the fruits of his labor was still yet to be seen. That being said, Naruto still basked in the glow of his handiwork. The handiwork, of course, not being the graffiti he had wrought. You think the old man caught on to the fact you really were just there to see him? Kyuubi asked while manifesting to sit on the tree next to his host. Naruto shook his head, before leaning against the trunk of the tree. Time hasn't reset, has it? How do you feel? Are you content with the time you've had with him? Once the exams start you won't get another chance. I'm fine, Kurama. The old man had been dead for far too long already. I can handle him going again. He had lived and died in peace, and with a resounding smile on his face as I've been told. I have no regrets. The sight then fell into silence as the two watched as the smoke settled. Besides, I don't think I could come up with another prank as grand as this. Disguising my visit as a distraction was the only way I could talk to him. Indeed, the Kyuubi chuckled. The evening sun shone its orange rays over the village. In the setting sun one could just clearly make out the myriad of colors that decorated the four Hokage's faces. Saturated with chakra, the paint shone in different colors depending on where you looked at it, overall lending to a dazzling, if not disrespectful, scenery. Out of all of this though, one thing could be made immediately discernible. Of all the fire shadows, only the third's face was left unmarred. Naruto smiled. I'll miss you, Gramps. Thank you for everything. XXX. Sasuke smirked when he saw the hysteria Naruto wrought upon the town with his newest prank. The Uchiha would never say it out loud, but he missed the kind of heavy-handed sophistication that Naruto's pranks held. His son and heir, precocious brat as he was also a talent when it came to the art of mischief that his father pioneered. He however didn't, for all his talent, have his father's class when it came down to it though. On cue, a zealous ninja attempted to get to work cleaning the mountain. The goop immediately responded to the chakra source and swallowed him whole. After a few seconds the poor man was spit back out, appropriately doused in multicolored paint. Oh yes. He would praise the blonde for his ingenuity. They wouldn't be getting the monument clean until they finally caught the man. On a side note, Naruto's grades in stealth and reconnaissance was still unmatched even to this day in the future. It was truly a shame that the man preferred straight-up combat. Sasuke-kun, a voice rang out, and instantly Sasuke could feel a shiver run up his spine. Retreating into the shadows of the leaves of the tree whose branch he sat in, Sasuke held his breath as he waited for his pink-haired teammate to pass. She did so without incident, and Sasuke was abruptly reminded of his mission for the day. Let's see if I can't put Naruto's record to shame, the Uchiha mused, before disappearing into thin air. Sakura had a penchant for finding him. He didn't know how, but she would always know his general location. Now it was just a matter of how long it took her. XXX. Sakura roamed the village, her green eyes scanning over everything she could set her sights on. Buildings, alleyways, even behind aisles of stores, Sakura looked everywhere for any sight of her raven-haired teammate. In her gut she could feel that her love was somewhere in her general vicinity, but always he would disappear right as she was about to get a lock on him. Simply put, it annoyed her to no end. Sasuke would always be just within her reach, but immediately, like the wind, he would vanish. The frustration she felt consumed her every thought, and as such the pinkette didn't notice the 3-foot-tall child. Somehow only Sakura fell down from their collision. Rubbing her butt, she looked up to see a small child clad in a scarf that was several sizes too big for him. After a few seconds he was flanked by 2 other equally tiny children, 1 male and 1 female. The girl had outrageously styled hair that seemed to regard gravity as a suggestion more than a rule. The boy had the exact opposite problem. The way his nose was running seemed to suggest a particularly deep grudge with the planet-wide force. "Konohamaru, are you okay?" the girl asked as she reached him. Her voice was high-pitched and she was missing a tooth, but considering her age that was fine. "Yeah, we heard someone crash," the other child said. His snot hung from his nose like a pendulum, and Sakura had to wonder how he managed to talk around it. Or why he didn't just wipe his nose. "I'm fine Moegi, Udon," the kid in the lead announced. "It'll take more than some girl to keep me down." Sakura was incensed by the boy's comment. She rose to hit him, and for a moment the boy seemed startled by her actions. Just as she was about to hit him, however, a hand grabbed her wrist. Turning with righteous fury, Sakura prepared to whack whoever stopped her as well, only for her anger to be immediately disarmed by a legendary smile. "Cha doin', Sakura?" Naruto asked. His smile put the sun to shame. "And nothing, Naruto." Sakura responded. For some reason Naruto gave off this aura that told her dissidence was a fairly unhealthy course of action. "Oh," Naruto responded, his smile not faltering in the least. "'Cause it'd be troublesome if you hit the Hokage's grandson, especially so close to the Chunin exams." Sakura's face paled. She then turned to the boy she was about to assault, whose impetuous face was completed by tiny folded arms. "You're the Sandame's grandson?" "Well, yeah." Konohamaru responded. "Yeah, I am. And more importantly," Konohamaru pointed to the blonde ninja who had saved him. "What's it to you, brother Naruto? I thought you knew how I felt about being treated specially." Konohamaru's tone sounded almost hurt. Naruto chuckled at it. "Well, I can't help but treat you specially, because after all, you are special to me." Naruto then made his way over to the child and ruffled his hair. "But not for being the Hokage's grandson." Konohamaru's eyes lit up. "Really? Then why?" "Well, that's obvious, isn't it?" Naruto asked. Konohamaru shook his head vehemently. His eyes were sparkling as he looked up to his idol. "No, it isn't. Tell me, brother Naruto." "Well, if you really want to know." "Yes, we want to know, brother Naruto." Moegi piped up. "Yes, tell us." Udon assented. At some point he had pulled out a handkerchief to clean his glasses, but not his nose. His nose was left oddly untouched. "Fine, but only because you 3 asked me. Are you ready?" "Yes," the 3 children chanted as one. Their excitement was hard to ignore. "Well, the reason Konohamaru is so special." The 3 children leaned forward as one, wanting to be as close to Naruto as possible, as if the action would let them know sooner. "Is?" "Yes," the 3 asked. They were near bursting with anticipation, and thus leaned forward even further. This brought a grin to Naruto's face. "Because?" "Yes," the kids all but screeched. "He lets me know where you guys are, so I can use you all as punching bags." And just like that, Naruto had bopped all 3 children on the head. As one they fell to the ground, both from the hit and the shock of being duped, and even Sakura lost her balance a bit. After a bit Sakura recovered. "Naruto." Naruto asked, turning around. "Something wrong, Sakura? What was that for? Fun?" Naruto answered, bewildered at her confusion. If they couldn't dodge that, it was their own fault. "I was going really slow." Sakura shook her head. She brought her hand up to her forehead to massage there. "You can't just hit civilians like that." Sakura then gestured to Konohamaru. "Especially the Hokage's grandson." "Hey," said grandson shouted. He was indignant, and his posture reflected that. "I'll have you know that I'm a ninja in training too. One day, I'm going to be the Hokage, believe it." Sakura winced at another person repeating Naruto's catchphrase. She turned to her blonde friend. "You've been teaching him. Is it that obvious?" Naruto asked. Sakura looked back at the trio of kids. The other two who stood behind the Hokage's grandson had remained quiet, simply letting Konohamaru do the talking. It was clear who the leader of the group was, but despite this, the look in their eyes as they stared down Naruto was evident. They all but glowed with admiration for the young man, and even Konohamaru, albeit grudgingly, showed the same reverence. A little, Sakura replied. It was wholly obvious, but she decided to be tactful. Big brother Naruto has been teaching us lots, the girl known as Moegi chimed. Her smile was wide and innocent. So innocent, in fact, that Sakura wondered whether she had that naivete when she was the girl's age. Yeah, Udon said around sniffles. Though he mostly just hits us. Mostly just hits you, eh? Naruto asked, one golden eyebrow raising in challenge. Should I train you some more? How about right now? And no, that's not necessary, big bro. Konohamaru said, his voice in a whisper. Slowly he backed away from the older boy. We're still recovering from our last beatdown. Konohamaru then caught himself. I mean, training. We're still recovering from our last training session. Oh, no. I couldn't possibly deprive such young, willing minds from the wonders of my instruction. Sakura could hear the malice in Naruto's voice. So palpable was it that Sakura couldn't help but feel pity for the brats she felt hostility towards not 3 minutes ago. So kiddies, are you ready? Naruto asked. He stalked towards them with an unbecoming smile on his face. The three children were visibly shaking now, and it wasn't long before their base instincts took over and they chose preservation. As one, the trio took off, kicking up a dust cloud behind them as they escaped. Cackling, the blonde genin chased them, though at a more sedated pace. Sakura stared at them from behind. Standing still, Sakura attempted to make sense of what she just witnessed. It was a relatively simple concept, but she refused to wrap her head around it. I don't want to go check on them, Sakura stated. I don't have to go check on them. Her Sasuke senses tingled. It was in the general direction of where her compatriots just ran. I feel like I don't have a choice in the matter of whether I go check on them. No, she didn't. XXX. Naruto was only a little surprised when he came across his student being held in the air by a familiar, if not younger, hand. Konohamaru was suspended above the ground by the collar. Smirking at the child he had in his grip, Kankuro of the Sands was downright pleased. Leave him alone, Temari of the Sands, Kankuro's sister, stated from behind him. Her blonde hair was done up in 2 wild ponytails that looked rather silly now that Naruto thought about it. You all looked silly back then. Every single one of you. Especially Rock Lee, Kurama chimed. Lee hasn't changed, Naruto thought back. And neither have most of you. I will. Kankuro responded to his sister. The look on his face implied that he would do no such thing. But not before I teach him a little lesson first. Kankuro then turned his attention back to Konohamaru. The boy whimpered, and Kankuro felt a perverse pleasure in his fear. Raising a fist, the man attempted to hit the boy, when something small and hard hit the back of his hand. Wincing at the pain, the sand ninja turned his head to where he presumed the projectile came, only for another to hit him on the nose. Ouch! What the fu dash! Another projectile hit him, this time on the teeth. Aptly silenced now, all Kankuro could do was groan when another object hit his other hand. The pain made him release his captive, who quickly ran to hide behind Naruto. Brother Naruto, Konohamaru whimpered. Naruto placed a hand on the boy's head. It's fine, Konohamaru. The scary clown won't hurt you anymore. Who are you calling a clown? Kankuro muttered around the pain. If I were you, I'd keep my mouth shut before, gah. Kankuro screamed. The projectiles returned, this time hitting him in the eyes. Who the hell keeps throwing those? You're early, Sasuke. Naruto's attention was turned upwards toward a tree that was slightly behind the Sand siblings. In its branches sat the lone Uchiha, a smile on his face as he juggled rocks in his right hand. I didn't have a choice whether or not I was here. I might as well have fun. Stating this, Sasuke tossed another rock at Kankuro. It hit him in the back of his head, and a follow-up one to his knee made him collapse. I thought he'd start to dodge these. Is it just me or is everyone moving impossibly slow? No, it's not, Naruto responded. Don't forget that you're used to fighting people who move at near light speed. These are just children. Temari looked the blonde boy up and down. He was short, and looked even younger than herself. Who are you to call other people children? The blonde sand ninja asked. Naruto quirked an eye at her. Who are you to let your brother keep getting hit by rocks? As he asked her, another rock hit Kankuro, this time on the cheek. The boy was cursing profusely. I'm his sister. Yes? I like seeing him get hurt. Is that so? Should I also take the same approach? A voice, low, monotone and dead, somehow filled the area. Obscene amounts of killing intent bathed the area, and everyone, including Sakura who had just arrived, were forced to their knees. Everyone except Naruto and Sakura, of course. They had barely registered the threat. Temari felt as if she had been paralyzed. Her entire body went stiff as her spine went ramrod straight. Gaara. I didn't know you were around here. No one ever does, Gaara mumbled. He was using chakra to stand upside down on the branch Sasuke was sitting on. Okay, we were just looking up there at the Uchiha boy. I know he wasn't up there. Kyuubi barked. Maybe he really is that good. Naruto responded. Bullshit. Did you see him? I had a general feeling of where he was. I can sense Shikaku. There's no way he could have been hiding from me. Maybe you weren't trying? Bite me. Later, Naruto responded, before turning his attention outward. Sasuke was just staring bewildered at the boy beneath him, his facial expression showing that he too was surprised by the boy's entrance. Okay, I know you weren't there a couple seconds ago. Gaara looked up at the raven-haired boy who had addressed him. He looked slightly less disinterested when he did so. You have the same eyes as me. Not this again, Sasuke growled. He threw another rock at Kankuro. Interestingly enough, neither Sand sibling moved to defend the boy, even though Sasuke knew full well that Gaara could have. If you want someone with the same eyes, look at that ball of sunshine over there. Sasuke pointed to Naruto, whose eyes literally shone upon being indicated. Gaara tried to look at him, he really did, but gave up the endeavor shortly after beginning. He is nothing like me, Gaara mumbled. Trust me, Sasuke responded. He is more like you than you could ever possibly imagine. I think I have empathized with literally everyone I have ever met. It has been interesting. Naruto stated. Whatever, Gaara said. He then disappeared in a burst of sand, shortly reappearing on the ground in front of his siblings. Temari stiffened even more upon his arrival, and outright froze when he turned to them. Come, we are leaving. Stay behind and I will kill you. Gaara said such words with the air of someone talking about the weather. Brushing past his sister as if she were no more than a hindrance, the one-tailed Jinchuriki set a slow pace away from the sight. Temari rushed to keep up, but turned a sympathetic eye to her other brother, who was still on the ground. Kankuro, come on. Temari urged. Her voice was in a slight whisper. Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe I'd be in a better position to follow if someone didn't keep throwing rocks at me. I thought you'd start dodging by now, Sasuke stated from the tree. He threw another rock, this one hitting the boy in the back. Damn it. Stop that. Why? It's fun. Temari. Kankuro shouted. Yes? Help. Oh, right. Temari then pulled her fan over her shoulder. Opening it to its first moon, the Sand sister attempted to shield her brother with it. Little did she know that Sasuke was a master of rock throwing. The next rock the Uchiha threw arced in an impossible crescent around the fan and hit the boy in his other eye. Temari, Kankuro screamed. What? It isn't working. I can see that. Temari shouted back. She then turned back to the boy in the tree. Don't you have anything else better to do? What you're doing can literally end up killing us. Sasuke shrugged. Less competition in the exams. Around here the killing intent, which had vanished with Gaara's departure, had returned with the redhead's arrival. Didn't I say to keep up? The redhead mumbled. Sand started to pour out of the kid's gourd, which was on the boy's back. Kankuro, who was appropriately annoyed at the whole situation, had decided to stop caring whether or not he died. Can you not see the situation I'm in? He is just throwing rocks at you. Dodge. Easy for you to say. You don't have to dodge. I have never needed to, Gaara responded. Then don't get on me for not being able to dodge all these rocks he's throwing. He's throwing them really fast. Another rock hit Kankuro, this time in his neck. Where are you getting all of these rocks? Kankuro cried. You know, Sasuke started. I really don't know. I didn't count the rocks as I picked them up, but I know I didn't pick up this many. Oh joy. Kankuro stated. His voice dripped in sarcasm. He turned to his brother, pleading with his eyes. Can you help me please, Gaara? You're my brother. And? Gaara tilted his head. I know you don't understand relationships, so I'll spell it out for you. Family helps each other out, so help me. Gaara turned his head to Temari. But this one said that one should like it when their brother was in pain. Temari felt a bit of pride through the soul-crushing fear she had for her sociopathic little brother. That's because she's insane. So am I, Gaara responded. Kankuro rolled his eyes. You're not insane, you're misguided. Please help me. Another rock hit Kankuro. It was in his ankle this time. As he was trying once again to stand up, this was an especially annoying place to hit. Gaara quirked a, for some reason, black eyebrow. I am misguided? Yes, very. Mother says I am not. Our mother died, Gaara. That you think she's talking to you is exactly what makes you misguided. Mother says I should kill you. Did you not hear what I just said? I'm signing off from this conversation, Naruto said. In a whirl of leaves both he and Konohamaru vanished. Me too, Sasuke said. In a shimmer of light, he too vanished. Wait, what? Sakura asked. She had been forgotten by the side during the conversation. Since when have you two known how to teleport? Realization then dawned on her. And wait, that was Sasuke. The pink-haired girl then turned to go chase after where she thought the two had disappeared to, only to be grabbed by the scruff of her neck by a hand of sand. Worry not, small child. I will not kill you if you answer my questions. Do you think I am misguided for thinking my dead mother is talking to me? Sakura stared at Gaara and his words. Unsure of what to say to the psychopath, she let out a short whimper. Why me? She asked herself. Somewhere in the back of her head she realized this was the second time she was stuck in a conversation with a psychopathic murderer. Chapter 13, Start the Exams. Damn it! Sasuke yelled as he was battered into the ground for the third time in 1 minute. Looking on as a bystander, Naruto could barely repress his giggles. You should know better than to fight bushy brows in hand-to-hand combat, Naruto said. His smile couldn't have possibly been any wider. He's younger than me. This shouldn't be happening. Sasuke yelled back. A short distance away Rock Lee, a steadfast young man with the most ridiculous eyebrows you could ever see, landed with nary a sound. An inward-facing palm held out in front, and a closed fist bent behind his back, the teen looked ready to continue his spar if need be. Naruto tilted his head. Well, technically, it should be. This is what happened last time. Sasuke, who was picking himself up off the ground, looked at his best friend in utter disbelief. The gods can force this too. They made me fail a test, Naruto stated simply. That isn't a good example, Kyuubi said from inside the seal. We don't know that you couldn't have failed that test all by yourself. Wasn't I supposed to bite you? Naruto asked. Kyuubi snickered. Sasuke wasn't feeling so jolly. This is stupid. I have the Mangekyo Sharingan. How is he outpacing me? Couldn't bushy brows do that in the future, too? Naruto asked. Sasuke blanched. Well, yes. But this isn't the future, and this isn't future Lee. Future Lee sweat blood and tears for many, many years in order to get the kind of speed and power he did. This Lee is only starting to get that kind of dedication. Naruto nodded. I see your point. Besides, even future Lee couldn't completely outrun my eyes. That this younger version can is ridiculous. Anything is possible with godlike intervention. Well, screw that and screw you, Sasuke screamed. Turning over, the Uchiha stared down his green spandex-wearing opponent and did what an Uchiha usually did when they caught sight of someone. Be a total and complete dick. All at once Lee's leotard caught on black, unholy fire. The flames flared and grew, until Lee was covered in them like an armor. Haha. Take that, gods. What do you have to say about that? Sasuke asked, yelling his question as a challenge to the powers that be. Apparently they took it, because Lee stood where he was, completely nonplussed. Your flames are nothing compared to the white-hot intensity of my fires of youth. And just like that, with sheer willpower alone, Lee shunted the flames away. But, wait, what? Sasuke babbled. His mind was on complete shutdown. Did bushy brows just shrug off Amaterasu? Naruto asked, clearly as surprised as his onyx-haired counterpart. It appears so, Kyuubi responded. About time your constant pissing in the wind came back around. Are you quite done, Mr. Uchiha? You will need more than pretty flames if you want to challenge me. Lee then pumped his chest with his fist. It also helps that my youthful attire is completely resistant to all matters of fire. That's impossible. That's hacks. The gods can't give you that. Lee chuckled. As much as I would like to say it was a gift from the gods, my outfit was formatted and developed by none other than Gai-sensei himself. Forged from his sweat and other bodily secretions, which I hope was his blood and tears, this suit cannot be marred by any source of the elements. That makes too much sense, Naruto said, nodding from the sidelines. I cannot remember either Lee or Guy ever having so much as a loose string on their leotards. Why hadn't I noticed until now? Because you, like everyone else, tried your hardest to focus on anything but the leotards. I try to focus on the leg weights, Naruto said. They are a fascinating color of orange. I pay attention to the eyebrows. In all my years I have never seen anything so unnatural. We've seen people who are literally immortal. I can make more sense of that. Back with Sasuke, the man-slash-boy was having a tough time hitting the actual boy. Throwing everything short of the Susanoo, Sasuke found that absolutely nothing hit. Why won't you go down? Sasuke asked while in the middle of a great fireball technique. The bushy-browed boy just laughed, before dodging the fireball as if it were a simple rock, and not a gigantic, room-encompassing mini-sun. Nothing can douse my fires of youth. Bullshit. Sasuke screamed, and once again doubled his efforts. I don't think Sasuke is taking this whole, you can't change anything, deal too well. The QB sounded much less concerned about things than he should have been. Really? What gave it away? Naruto asked. The fact that he is still, after several retries, trying to beat Rock Lee even though we told him that he was supposed to lose. Naruto stared off into open space. As QB was in his seal, the fox had no reason to believe that his host was meaning to stare at him. Somehow, in some way though, he did. What? I don't think you catch on to when I'm being sarcastic. Oh, QB said, before donning a smile. Again, there was no way that Naruto should be able to tell this, but he did. I get your sarcasm just fine, I just don't respond to it. You're a prick, Kurama. At least I'm not your teammate. It was around here that Sasuke found his face firmly planted in the ground once more. Using wobbly arms, the father and beloved husband gingerly pushed himself upright from his beating by the 14-year-old boy. This isn't over, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Lee found that he didn't agree. I'm afraid that it is, Mr. Uchiha. I have proven that my hard work and flames of youth can overcome your genius and bloodline limit, and I am overjoyed. No, Sasuke screamed. We're not ending this here. Truly, Lee continued. I have proven not only the superiority of Gai-sensei's teachings above Kakashi-sensei's. To be fair, his teacher's teachings amounted to, here's the thing, do it. And proven once and for all that green spandex trumps the Sharingan. Sasuke could feel the vein on his forehead come close to bursting. This, not done yet. And finally, Lee started. QB perked up from where he was lounging in Naruto. Naruto, QB stated. What? Naruto asked. He was interested by the goings-on of the scene before him. Namely Sasuke getting beaten. In the future the only person who could do that was him. I need you to listen to me for once in, ever. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Now this is a curious request. What brought this on? I can feel something coming. I don't like it. We need to get out of here. Please, Naruto scoffed at the idea. What could possibly happen that could threaten us? I don't know, but I don't want to find out. Finally, I get to prove to Sakura-chan. Lee continued. Oh, Naruto responded. That might be bad. That she. The vein on Sasuke's head grew larger, despite the fact it should have burst long ago. To Naruto, who could sense chakra and intent, Sasuke was a roiling mass of unstable chakra and emotions. This of course was nothing new. What was wrong with the situation was that the emotions involved this time were mostly anger. Belongs. Brat, Kurama growled. Take the girl and go. Oh right? And just like that Naruto grabbed Sakura and disappeared. A shimmer and a few fallen leaves were all that remained to mark their departure. To me. Lee finished. XXX. Naruto laughed hysterically on the floor of the time-voided past. Tears streaming down his whiskered cheeks, the ex-Hokage could barely breathe. For the first time, ever, it isn't my fault that time broke, the blonde yelled. Sasuke had the decency to appear embarrassed. At least, as embarrassed as an Uchiha could appear. In truth Sasuke still looked prideful, but at least less so than normal. It isn't my fault. It's entirely your fault, Neji said. He stood across from them in the town square. Since this was where Naruto fled to when Sasuke more or less exploded, this was where their meeting was to be held apparently. You turned into a perfect Susanoo and chased Lee for 3 hours. I would say this is pretty much entirely your fault. I'm just surprised that the powers that be allowed that rampage to last for so long, QB said. He was sitting in a chair he had stolen from a nearby shop. It'd be returned later. Naruto had a witty follow-up to that, but he was currently indisposed. Every time his laughter would calm down to a low giggle he would, upon remembering what happened, immediately break into laughter again. It had taken about half an hour for the world to reset so far, and the entire time Naruto had been laughing in this not-breaking cycle. Sasuke was not amused. You could stop now, you know. Naruto's answer was even more raucous laughter. QB had to answer for him. He means that he can't. He actually, physically, can't. Neji raised an eyebrow. You could understand that? No, but his thoughts are still available to me. He's communicating telepathically to you? No, QB answered once more. In his head he's laughing just as heard. It's just that I could deduce from both looking at him and hearing his thoughts that he can't hold back his laughter. Neji turned to Sasuke. This is the man you chose to lead the village. Sasuke shrugged. I didn't choose anything. If it were up to me, I'd sooner put Kiba of all people in charge, just so the idiot wouldn't get a big ego. No, it was Kakashi who nominated Naruto, and at that point there was really no other choice. What do you mean? Niji asked. Imagine it this way, QB started. He had reverted to fox form and had stretched out over the recliner he had stolen. The class clown over there was the strongest shinobi in existence when Kakashi was chosen for the 6th Hokage. How do you think he felt when that decision was made? Niji shrugged. Probably not very happy. Correct, Sasuke grunted. He did an exaggerated thumbs up. Said display prompted an equally enthusiastic display of a finger back at him from the Hyuga. Quite, QB continued. He was less than ecstatic, but he accepted the situation regardless. That being said, he was still quite vocal about his displeasure. Even well after he became a father and gotten married, he would still regularly pout about this. Niji looked at the blonde child rolling on the ground. Such a thing should not be allowed to govern children. So when he heard that Kakashi was finally stepping down, Naruto put in his name for first candidate almost as soon as the question was posed. Do you want to know what happened to everyone else who stepped up? Niji felt that was an answer he didn't need. Nothing. Because no one else stepped up. The instant anyone did, Naruto would drown the area in chakra and pure, unbridled malevolent intent. It was enough to give me the chills, and I'm made of nothing but those two things. Niji looked back at the blonde child that was still rolling on the ground. Such a thing should not be allowed to govern children. Kakashi had, at that point, come to a very reasonable conclusion. Sasuke had decided to pick up the lull in explanation. Even if Naruto was the worst Hokage that would ever grace the 5 great nations, there would never be a single person to stand up to him and survive. No one would ever oppose him. The leaf would fall or flourish because of Naruto, and Naruto alone, and there was absolutely no one who could change that fact. Naruto won the Hokage hat by a landslide. Naruto would go on to govern the village through the use of overwhelmingly excessive shadow clones. It made life much more convenient, but also provided a horrifying truth. And what would that be? Niji asked, slightly horrified. That Naruto, if he so chose, could actually be the village hidden in the leaves. His clones, after a year, had opted to perform the roles of anyone who would otherwise be unable to. He became the police, carpenters, painters, and even talk show hosts when the needs arose. There came a day when everyone realized that this man, who had during the war shared his chakra with every other available ninja, had actually filled in a role for every single profession imaginable. We all learned something that day, Niji. And what was that? Niji asked, now genuinely horrified. That this is Naruto's world, QB answered. And we all live in it. All 3 entities turned to the childlike force of nature and quietly let it revel in its juvenile merriment. Every moment that it deluded itself into mediocrity was another moment that the world could rest in peace. Why the sage was he allowed to come up with the talk no jutsu? XXX. I don't want to be here, Sasuke grumbled. He followed Naruto as he led the group through the hall to the examination room. They had already passed the fake examination room a floor below, and escaped the ordeal without incident. They were supposed to tip off the group about the genjutsu, but decided against it. The gods would decide how to get them to their proper place. Naruto smiled as his best friend pouted. Neither do I, but we don't really have a choice. We could blow up the town again, QB suggested. Sasuke perked up at those words. Since he was an Uchiha, this wasn't readily noticeable. I like that idea. Let's do that, Sasuke agreed. Naruto shook his head. Been there, done that. We don't need to do it again. Sasuke gritted his teeth. I wasn't there, idiot. And whose fault is that? Naruto asked. Yours. Oh right. And just like that, the two devolved into a shouting match. Their screams reverberated around the testing area until they made their way downstairs to the fake examination room. The children, and not so children, there looked around, before noticing everything that was off. Hey, this is only the 2nd floor, an observant genin shouted. All genin proceeded to march up the stairs. Back with the group, Sakura started massaging her forehead. Must you two fight at every available moment? There was a garbled response from both boys that wasn't entirely understandable. This made sense, as Naruto currently was biting Sasuke on the head and Sasuke had his mouth full of Naruto's fist. Sakura sighed. I'm never going to be able to control you two, am I? She asked. Her answer was met with a hum. No, it doesn't appear so, a lazy voice drawled. Sakura jumped when her teacher suddenly appeared behind her. After getting over her shock, she glared at the jonin. Yo, Kakashi chanted, head half buried in a book. He waved lazily, not really caring that only one of his students was paying any attention to him. Kakashi-sensei? What are you doing here? Sakura asked in lieu of her more occupied teammates. If Kakashi was concerned that the 2 stronger members of his squad, besides him of course, were currently rolling around on the ground, he didn't show it. I thought I'd stop by to give you all a little bit of encouragement, but The scarecrow stared at the two boys. He could feel the chakra building between them. I think you guys are lively enough. Sakura sighed, though this time was much more heavy. Lively is an understatement. The pink-haired girl then leaned forward, dropping her voice down to a whisper. Do I have to do this now, sensei? I don't think we're ready. Kakashi eyed his two other students. Fire and wind-natured chakra started to saturate the air in the hallway. He looked back to his last student. I think you're fine. Sensei, they're going to kill each other. Kakashi waved her off, they'll be fine. Meanwhile, behind them, the air became noticeably both thicker and hotter. Sensei, Sakura pleaded. Save me. Her response was the whistling of air that signaled her sensei's departure. She hadn't even seen him move. Why me? She whimpered as the explosion that heralded her teammates' bouts of fighting engulfed her. XXX. I hate you, Naruto mumbled. He was currently staring down Kabuto Yakushi, a leaf genin that was overall unimpressive. His silver hair reminded the young blonde of his teacher, but his charming, disarming smile and unassuming glasses made him entirely too expressive to be Kakashi. What was that, Naruto-kun? Kabuto asked, his voice gentle and inviting. He says that he hates you, Sasuke responded. His voice was toneless. Well, yes, I gathered that much, Kabuto responded. But why? Because you're a prick, Naruto said. He had folded his arms. That, and your glasses suck. Well, that's mean, Kabuto said with a frown. He looked genuinely hurt by the statement. It's also true, Sasuke picked up. And I know you're faking that frown. You don't feel any emotion besides lust. And even then it's only for Orochimaru. Kabuto turned a sharp eye to Sasuke. And how exactly would you know that? Sasuke stammered. Guessed? Well, that's a very dangerous guess, Kabuto responded, his silver eyebrows slightly furrowed. And also untrue. I have about as much love for the snake trader as you do. Tell me about it, Naruto mumbled. He was promptly elbowed by his raven-haired teammate. My idiot teammate aside, I don't think you should be giving out free information on potential test M/takers right in front of them. That's an easy way to get yourself killed. What? Kabuto asked. No way. I've done this for 7 years and no one's ever had a problem with it before. Absently, Kabuto bent over to pick up an errant card that had fallen out of his pack. In doing so he accidentally dodged a shuriken, which proceeded to fly into the chalkboard at the front of the room. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke could tell whether the traitor did that on purpose. Anyway, Kabuto said as he stood back up. I'm willing to share any information on anyone you would like. Any names in particular? Mulling it over, Naruto decided to finally give in. Fine, tell me about Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke was a little less than enthused about this. Your own teammate, eh? Kabuto asked, eyebrow raised. I would think you would know everything about him. Yeah, Naruto. He has a point, Sasuke supplied, his tone clipped. Nah. Looking around this room, I can tell that he's the biggest threat to me here. Let's see what you know. On a side note, not many other listening teams took kindly to Naruto insulting them. Well, if you say so. Kabuto ruffled through his ninja info cards to pull out one in specific. Upon finding it, the man channeled some chakra into it, revealing a picture of the child and some information under it. Here we go. Sasuke Uchiha, 12 years of age. Some D-rank missions and, what's this? An A-rank mission under your belt? Impressive. Sasuke preened under the praise, even though it was severely lacking to his actual accomplishments. It also says here that you are an exceedingly accomplished genin. Your biggest accomplishment being surviving an encounter with the rogue mist ninja Zabuza Momochi. Well, I don't mean to brag. While being a vegetable. Wait, what? No, Sasuke's facade was shattered immediately. No, it definitely says here that you were a vegetable. Care to explain? I wasn't a vegetable. Sasuke grumbled. Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder. You definitely were. It's okay. Embrace it. Sasuke brushed the blonde's hand off. I don't have to embrace anything. Then you'll never get better. I would have never been worse if it weren't for you. Sasuke-kun. If you don't want to get better then I'll just take care of you again, Sakura said. Both of her male teammates paled. I was a vegetable, Sasuke said. His voice was lifeless. Ah, that's good. I was afraid my cards were inaccurate. Anyone else? Kabuto looked around the room. Yes, I want information on Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto glared at Kiba. What? The dog boy asked. I've heard you've gotten stronger recently. It'll be good to know how strong. Kabuto clicked his teeth. Well, if you must. He then searched through his deck. Following the same procedure as he did Sasuke, Kabuto read off Naruto's card. Same mission history as the Uchiha, no surprise there as they're on the same team. It also says here that your chakra levels are through the roof. Naruto smirked. You know what they say about men with big chakra levels. It also says here you're responsible for an S-rank disaster? Sasuke glared at his teammate. What the hell did you do now? Naruto shrugged. XXX. Elsewhere, a multicolored kunai pierced the heart of Aoi, shattering his Raijin no Ken in the process. As the missing Nin fell to the ground, he could only gape at the sheer destruction that was left in the knife's wake. XXX. I bet your very birth was an S-rank disaster, Sasuke teased. Naruto stuck his tongue out in response. Apparently, that's not your worst feature though. Did you create a forbidden jutsu? Wait, what? Naruto asked. It was a question mirrored by almost everyone else in the room. Yes, yes. Kabuto exclaimed, holding up the card as if it were some holy creation. It was you. You created the famed jutsu that Master Orochimaru has been trying to recreate. What was that, now? Sasuke asked. Nothing. Kabuto covered up. His excitement wasn't abetted in the slightest by his slip-up. The famed jutsu that shakes the elemental nations to its core. Done with no hand seals and unavoidable or reversible, labeled an SS-class Jinjutsu of the highest caliber, the Talk no Jutsu. You're the one who created it? Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Heh, maybe. Every other available ninja moved away from him. Sasuke, however, moved closer. He had a hypothesis that, if already the subject to it once, one could not be affected by the technique again. He hoped it was true. Leaning in, the last loyal Uchiha whispered in his best friend's ear. How do they know about this already? Gramps said that he'd tell the gods about it. I'm guessing he actually went through with it. With the recent disaster around you, Uchiha, I'm not surprised. The Kyuubi managed to sound sleepy. So they banned it here? Naruto asked. He then shrugged his shoulder. Still gonna use it. What? Kabuto stammered. But, the Talk no Jutsu is banned in all 5 nations. Naruto shrugged again. And who exactly is going to stop me from using it? You'll be hunted down? I'll use it on the hunter ninjas. The Kages will come after you. Kabuto screamed. I'll use it on them too. But. Kabuto was at a loss for words. Yes? Naruto asked, an eyebrow raised. I don't know. I thought so. Naruto nodded, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. Now why don't you go sit down over there as you contemplate the futility of your almost meaningless existence? Kabuto nodded blankly, before slinking off into a corner. Looking at the man walk feebly away, Sasuke prepared himself to do something he'd never thought he'd ever have to do. Comfort Kabuto. There, Sasuke cooed, rubbing his hand on the traitor's back. It's okay. The first time I realized it was all pointless, I was pretty depressed too. I was also missing an arm. Kabuto took a glance at the 12-year-old's arms. They were both intact. He made a mental note to write down, insanity, on the side effects of receiving the Talk no Jutsu. He then looked at the blonde boy run over to the Tsunejin Chiriki and pat him on the back. Hard. He made a mental note to write down, insanity, on the side effects of administering the Talk no Jutsu. XXX. H here. And Naruto-kun. Why you can see Opie off my paper? A timid, almost fully withdrawn lavender-haired girl whispered. Her lightly tinted violet eyes could barely look in his direction. For it was the written part of the Chunin exams, and she was sitting next her crush, Naruto Uzumaki. Little did she know that she would be the future wife and mother of his children, but she couldn't be faulted for that. She didn't come from the future. Naruto did in fact come from the future. He still had the same difficulty looking Hinata in the eyes. It's okay, Hinata. I don't need. Naruto started. He was feeling incredibly guilty, and thus, incredibly nervous while talking to his future wife. She had harbored feelings for him since they were barely older than toddlers, which means she definitely liked him now. Naruto had experience dealing with girls with crushes on him. After he became the hero of the Fourth Shinobi World War, he had many adoring fans. He didn't, however, have any experience dealing with girls he liked back, which led him to his current situation. Also, a one-chance test was going on right now and cheating was prohibited. He was being encouraged to cheat, yes, but he couldn't be caught doing it. Looking over and blatantly copying would be the most obvious way of doing so. Hinata didn't like his refusal very much. But, if you don't copy then you'll fail. Naruto shook his head. What? No, I'll be fine Hinata, it's just a... Naruto-kun, if you don't pass this test, you can't become Chunin. Well, yes, Hinata, but still, I don't need to. If why you don't make Chunin, you can't become Jonin, and if you... Hinata, calm down. Naruto whispered as harshly as he dared. It didn't seem like any of the proctors noticed he was talking, but that was liable to change. I'll be Phi Dash. You won't become Hokage, Naruto-kun. That exclamation brought alarm. Several eyes darted in their direction, but both test takers had assumed a less suspicious posture. No one said anything, so after a while the two relaxed. Naruto spoke up first. It's fine, Hinata. Thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine. Hinata spied her crush's paper. There was absolutely nothing on it save an unsavory picture of Ibiki, their test proctor. She stared back at Naruto, disbelief evident in her eyes. I promise? Naruto resisted the urge to scratch the back of his neck. The deadpan look Hinata sent him no doubt showed her reluctance to go along with it. XXX. Marino Ibiki was a hulking monstrosity of a man. Angular in all that he was, the man was a moving mountain of muscle clad in nothing but black clothes, half of which was leather. He was a dangerous, intimidating ninja who very few had the honor of meeting. Even fewer actually wanted to do such a thing. Such a man was the proctor of the Chunin exams. Looking over the cute little future killers with a scowl, he prepared to administer the 10th question. This question would determine whether or not any of them would continue on in the exams. The behemoth smiled on the inside, but nevertheless remained stoic on the outside. Opening his mouth, he asked, well, the 10th question is dash. Hurry the hell up. Naruto yelled, irritation marring his face. Wait, what? Yeah, we don't have all day, Ibiki, the contestant Ibiki recognized as the last Uchiha followed up. He felt a vein in his forehead start to twitch. I would have started already if you two hadn't started dash. Then start already. Naruto yelled, even though he was at the front of the class and thus had no reason to. The Uchiha nodded. We've been here far too long already. Just let us go already. I'm trying to, but dash. Screw it, I'm walking out myself, Naruto said, before getting up. Sasuke quickly followed suit and, seeing her teammates walking out, Sakura had to follow as well. Noticing his chance escaping, Ibiki had to speak quickly. He couldn't fail them, they hadn't refused the question, no matter how rude they were being. You all pass. Naruto and Sasuke smiled. XXX. I forgot how skinny Anko was, Naruto whispered to his best friend. Sasuke nodded. I forgot she used to only wear a trench coat. I forgot that she existed, Kyuubi drawled as he lay spread eagle outside the forest of death. Every so often someone tripped on his tail. People have value that goes beyond being food, Kyuubi, Naruto whispered. His response was a nonchalant shrug from the fox and a kunai to the cheek from Anko. Said Snake Lady appeared behind Naruto, catching the kunai in the process. Slowly, and with a tongue far longer than it should have been, Anko licked the blood off the kunai before whispering in the young blonde's ear. You should really pay attention when someone is talking, kiddo. Naruto smiled, an act that caused both Sasuke and Kyuubi to clear out. So should you, Naruto whispered back and, before Anko could react, exploded. Anko and Sakura, who was still in the vicinity of the blast, were sent careening away. After a while the smoke from the exploding clone settled down, revealing a laughing Naruto in the center of its crater. I've always wanted to do that, Naruto cackled. But it would have been immature for the Hokage to take revenge on one of his own soldiers. Anko groaned from her new trench in the ground. Chapter 14, the late chapter. No, Sasuke stated simply, sitting down cross-legged outside the gates that led to the forest of death. The forest, aptly named, was really a training ground that the ninja of Konoha used occasionally. Except not really. It was exceedingly dangerous, bordering on suicidal to enter with its deadly creatures and somehow even deadlier plant life. Its trees, while normally a staple of the Fire Nation, were unusually high. If you slipped while traversing them you were basically dead to fall damage. None of these reasons were why Sasuke refused to enter the forest though. Stop being a coward, Naruto yelled. He pulled on the Uchiha's wrist as he tried to force him into the forest. Get your evil hiki and be done with it. No, Sasuke restated. He said it as if it was an answer as obvious as the weather. I'm not going through that again. If the trend thus far holds, nothing can be changed about this world. I'm not getting the cursed seal again. Do you know what that's like? At Naruto's dumbfounded expression Sasuke continued. Imagine a pedophile who just loves to stretch his s, continually whispering into your ear. That's what it's like. I'm not doing it. Naruto pouted. But it's only gonna be for a little bit. Sasuke's face paled. You call 3 years a little bit? Compared to the rest of our lives? Yes. Sasuke's eye twitched. That's easy for you to say, you spent those 3 years running around with a good sensei perving on girls. I had to protect my chastity every night. Kyuubi opened an eyelid. He was dozing off while leaning against the gate surrounding the forest of death. I thought you said that Orochimaru didn't try to mess with you. You stay out of this. Sasuke snapped. Good? Naruto asked. Jiraiya, I loved him, but he was a terrible sensei. Half the time he was off peeping on women. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Oh, how terrible. I don't need your sarcasm right now. And I don't need your bullshit. Neither of us are happy. I'm kind of happy, Kurama said from the sidelines. The glare he earned was legendary. You stay out of this, Naruto growled. Kurama threw his hands up in resignation. Whatever. You guys can go make out in peace. I'm going to go burn the forest down. A burst of crimson chakra later, and the fox was gone. Not 5 seconds later did the forest start to go up in smoke. Of course neither boy cared much, still enthralled in their argument. You can't honestly be telling me that Jiraiya peeping on girls was any worse than Orochimaru trying to see how much of his snake he could make you handle the. Naruto paled. He was talking about his summons, right? Sasuke shuddered. I sure hope he was. Well, regardless, at least he was actually training you through all of that. I came back from my 3-year training with a bigger Rasengan. Sasuke quirked his eyebrow. He did all of that for you? I'm surprised you had enough control to get out of bed in the morning. Truly, Jiraiya was a genius among men. And apparently Orochimaru was too. He was able to see something attractive about a sculpture like you. Sasuke smirked. You're just jealous of my Uchiha genes. Naruto smirked himself. The same genes that gave you those girly eyelashes? They're not girly. Sasuke screamed immediately. Apparently a nerve had been struck. Oh, no. Of course not, Naruto said soothingly, his wicked smirk still in place. But quick question, which tools do you use to get them so curly? Naruto then had to dodge a kunai wreathed in black flames. Yeah, this is going about as well as I thought having you in the past would be. They're not girly. Sasuke screamed once more, another pure black kunai in hand. You know, with all of your training with Orochimaru, I'm not surprised most of your attacks are either flaming or positively electric. Once again Naruto had to dodge more attacks, with Chidori-powered Sanban joining the artillery list. Not minding the deadly onslaught in the slightest, the future Hokage simply laughed as he fled his way into the forest of death, his male teammate in hot pursuit. Well, you've convinced me, Sasuke. I don't think Jiraiya is so bad anymore. Naruto called over his shoulder. I will murder you one day, Naruto. Naruto just laughed even harder. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, Sakura could only gape at the wanton destruction and hostility. She hadn't paid the two boys' interaction any heed before because, come on, they were always arguing. And then the weapons started flying, and were they on fire? Black fire? Again, Sakura could only gape as the two raced off into the forest, effectively leaving her behind. Why am I surrounded by maniacs? She asked herself before running off after them. XXX. Naruto dumped the body of a Chunin hopeful at his feet. Sasuke and Sakura looked at the boy with alarm. What's that? Sakura asked. Naruto shrugged. Some guy trying to impersonate me, I guess. He tried to blindside me while I was peeing. How's the search for the other scroll? Not well, Sasuke answered. His eyes, Sharingan active, were scanning the forest. Nothing came up. All I see are the teammates of the guy you just beat up, and I'm pretty sure they don't have the scroll we need. They don't. Naruto then dropped the scroll he found on the body of the ninja who ambushed him. Though this may be a fake. My clones are going to search the other two. Sasuke winced when he saw how exactly the other two were being handled with his Sharingan. Apparently the fox had joined the clones in torturing the poor ninja. Did you have to send Kurama? I didn't send Kurama. Oh, Sasuke said. Then that's just his own personal touch. Wait, who's Kurama? Sakura asked. She noticed she was starting to be left out of the conversation a lot recently. You don't want to know, the two boys answered simultaneously. And why not? Sakura couldn't fathom why she wouldn't want to know about this mysterious fourth member of their team. Besides Kakashi. He wasn't really actually on the team anyway. Not like he helped them unless he had to. I don't think you could handle him just yet. Naruto was the one to reply. He did so around poking at the unconscious body before him. Somewhere out in the forest Sakura could hear faint screams, or rather, lots of faint screams. She dismissed them rather easily as there had been quite a few screams. XXX. Elsewhere Gaara had the sense to be slightly guilty. Only slightly though. This guilt had him hesitate, and the person he was currently suspending in the air in a coffin of sand became hopeful. Are you not going to kill me after all? The poor genin asked. Turning his attention back to the ninja, a child no older than he was, Gaara casually closed his extended hand, in turn making the sand contract as well. The poor boy died instantly. No, Gaara responded, before turning away to leave. Neither of his siblings had the courage to tell him that it was probably more productive to answer before killing his prey. XXX. No, Sasuke said, arms folded and indignant. The snake Sannin, Orochimaru, stood before him with a bemused smile on his face. "Whatever are you talking about, Sasuke?" said Genin, shuddered upon hearing the older man's speech tick. In later years Orochimaru would drop this thing, but by then Sasuke had adopted a healthy policy of never being within speaking distance of the man. "I'm talking about you," Sasuke said. If possible, his scowl deepened. "Just no. To you, your plans, and just in general. No to you. No to me." The way the snake Sannin said it was mocking and somehow sultry. Memories of unpleasant conversations were suddenly flowing back to the boy. "And everything you stand for, yes." "So, yes to everything I stand for?" Sasuke sputtered. "What? No. No to you. No to me's. You're intentionally fucking with me." Sasuke pointed at the man conspiratorially. "No, not yet, but I plan to," Orochimaru hissed. Again, his words were both sultry and threatening. Sasuke paled. Somehow he felt that the Sannin took his words differently from the way he meant them. "I'm not going anywhere near you. Somehow I don't think you have the choice. That doesn't even have an S," Sasuke screamed, before dodging a barrage of weaponry. Jumping backward, Sasuke activated his base-level Sharingan before engaging the older man in a fight. Sakura, of course, could only stand and stare. "That's Orochimaru?" she asked. Sasuke, even though he was in the middle of a fight, had the Uchiha wherewithal to sneer. "I think that's been established." Sasuke then dodged an open palm strike. Unfortunately, that open palm turned into a snake attack. "No, I know, but, I mean. Spit it out, Sakura," Sasuke yelled, before trying to strike out at Orochimaru. The man dodged it by bending in an impossible way, before smiling. "Only quitters spit," he said, earning him a glare from Sasuke. "Stop that. Never." "I mean," Sakura said, getting annoyed at being ignored in conversations, "that he doesn't really seem like the Orochimaru we've been taught about." "Oh?" Orochimaru started, looking genuinely amused. "What did they teach you about me?" "Oh, I dunno. Lots of small things, but mainly they gave me the idea that you were a lot. I dunno. Movie theater evil? Movie theater evil?" Orochimaru repeated. "Yeah, kinda like those stereotypical movie villains. Excuse me." Sasuke screamed around, dodging a kunai strike from his snake-like opponent. Unfortunately, Orochimaru then threw the kunai. Sasuke dodged that too, but the kunai then turned into more snakes. Narrowly escaping even those, Sasuke turned to look at his pink-haired teammate. She hadn't really moved since the fight started. "Why are you conversing with the enemy instead of, I dunno, helping me?" Sakura tilted her head. "Do you think that I could do much?" Sasuke turned over the thought in his head before concluding that, no, she couldn't. He relayed as much. "Then what do you want me to do?" Having a friendly conversation with him wasn't at the top of the things I could think of. Sakura shrugged. "At this point I can't see any reason not to. First Zabuza, now Orochimaru. I think my plan of engagement is just fine." "Shesh has a point. I haven't attacked her once since we started fighting." "No one asked you," Sasuke hissed, before realizing that his hissing attracted more snakes. With a quick-fire jutsu he burned those, only for more to replace them. "I know how you're summoning so many, and it still annoys me." Orochimaru quirked an eyebrow. "And how do you know that?" "I'm from the future," Sasuke deadpanned. Orochimaru stopped for a second, obviously not expecting that, before continuing his attack. "I'm okay with the crazy honest," he hissed. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Of course you are. XXX. You have an entire repertoire of deadly techniques, and you choose to blow up the snake the same way a second time." Sitting in the remains of a giant summoned snake, Naruto just sighed as he wiped the guts out of his hair. "You don't fix what isn't broken." "Well, yes, but I'm pretty sure this was one of the things the gods would have let you get away with changing. Did you have to blow it up by flooding it with clones again? I thought you more creative." "Oh, I am. I had dozens of ways of getting out." "Then why didn't you use one of those?" Kyuubi asked. Naruto looked around at the snake viscera around him. Sighing once more, he got up, before stretching. "Because this way's a lot simpler. I don't remember which way I was thrown, so I would have had to make clones to find Orochimaru anyway. This way, I don't have to make more clones." Kyuubi nodded, seeing the logic behind his charge's reasoning. Then, he turned to the boy. "I see your point. Very smart reasoning indeed." Done stretching, he then took off to where a clone had recently popped, courtesy of, believe it or not, Sasuke. Kyuubi caught up with the boy easily. "Yes, smart reasoning. Unfortunately, it's exactly because it's smart reasoning that I'm reluctant to believe that you thought of it. What was the real reason you used clones?" Naruto deadpanned. "I told you. Convenience. Oh really? Yes, really. Naruto, who could run through trees asleep, refused to make eye contact. Boy, I have never known you to do things for convenience's sake. In fact, I'm pretty sure that doing things efficiently is actually harder for you. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've seen you open cans of soup by coming up with a way to spin a kunai using a raisin gun and applying it to the foodstuffs. Truly an engineering masterpiece on my end. Quite, Kyubi responded. However, when introduced to a can opener by your meatbag of a wife, you almost destroyed the kitchen. Naruto, who still hadn't turned around, had the decency to at least sound indignant. Those things are confusing and stupid. It's not my fault. Naruto, you put the can under the blade and press a button. It's not that easy. Naruto. I can do it. In my fox form. Where I don't have thumbs. Why the hell do you know you could do that? Because I tried it. Why? Naruto wailed. For this exact reason. To prove how utterly backwards you are. Well, congratulations. Naruto screamed. The sarcasm was almost literally dripping from his voice. You're successfully the biggest pain in my butt? Are you sure? The reason you have so much pain down there might be because you're so full of shit. Now what is the real reason you used clones on the snake? Naruto sputtered, before doubling his pace. Is that the snake's signature? We better hurry on ahead. Kyubi rolled his eyes. I'll have you tell me eventually, you know I will. There's nothing to tell. The two then traveled in silence. Kyubi hummed the last bit of way. After a minute, Naruto coughed, before speaking his next words in less than a whisper. And my decision on clones had nothing to do with the fact that the inside of that snake was incredibly gross, and I just used the first thought that came to my mind. Kyubi smiled at the confession, but didn't press the issue further. XXX. Back in the clearing, Orochimaru was still standing on a tree trunk, stunned. True, he had Sasuke pinned to a tree by a rather vicious chokehold, but that was a lesser point. Staring the boy in his red eyes, Orochimaru asked, "Did you really just throw a knife at your own teammate?" Sasuke, who didn't seem too uncomfortable in his situation, nodded. Seems about right. Why? Sasuke shrugged. I've thrown worse things at him. What if it wasn't a clone? Orochimaru asked. Then he would have been hit. Sasuke answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Well, yes. And are you not alarmed at all by that? He's survived worse. Can you believe he lost his arm once? Survived all throughout the night until sunrise while bleeding out. Amazing boy, that man. It was around here that Naruto made his grand re-entrance into the part of forest his teammates were in. Seeing the conversation going on, he picked up from what he heard. You survived that arm loss, blood loss too, bastard. Don't sell yourself short. Orochimaru looked between the two boys. They had fully intact arms. Took you long enough to get back, Sasuke said around shallow breaths. He could barely breathe for the situation he was in, and yet taunting Naruto still seemed to take priority. I'm sorry, a giant snake ate me. You should try it sometime. Really fun. Sasuke smirked. I have tried it. It was part of my training. It's not so bad once you get used to it. Ugh, Naruto retched. I'd rather stick with toads. Oh? And they're better? Immensely, Naruto said. He had taken to twirling a kunai around his finger. They don't eat meat, so you usually just hang out in their mouths and chill on their tongues. Once you get over the swampy smell, it's actually pretty comfortable. Sasuke stared. I'm sure. Orochimaru, however, wasn't so enthralled. Are they ignoring me? Sakura patted the older man on his shoulder. As she was quite a bit shorter than he was, she had to stretch to do so. Welcome to my world, the pink-haired genin said, attempting to console the man. They'll be done soon. But I'm currently choking him. Don't try to fight it. Anyway, Naruto said, finally quitting his twirl. How about we get this started? Oh, sure. And just like that, Sasuke exploded in a miasma of purple chakra. Rubbing his neck, Sasuke looked fully at home with his Susanoo finally covering him. That's better. It sure is, Orochimaru hissed, a manic expression on his face. Sasuke paled once more, suddenly uncomfortable again. Wait, what? No. You're supposed to be intimidated. For whatever reason would I be intimidated, Sasuke-kun? Rather, I'm excited. Why? Sasuke asked, his voice nearly a whisper. Because, when I'm inside you, that beautiful technique will be mine. Sasuke couldn't hide the utter horror on his face. Kami, Sage and all deities above. This is what you dealt with. You build up a tolerance, Sasuke replied after his initial shock wore off. Then why are you still whiter than a sheet? Apparently the tolerance wears off. And wear off it did, because it didn't take Orochimaru a second thought before he lunged forward, his sword of Kusanagi extending from his open mouth. Diving in head first, Orochimaru attempted to impale the young shinobi on the top of his blade. The Kusanagi managed to pierce the armor, but it didn't get much farther than the tip. Sasuke was still a little too unnerved to do anything about it. Interesting, Orochimaru hissed. Even my blade, which can cut anything, can't quite make it through your chakra armor. You, no touchy! Naruto yelled while grabbing the Sanin's shoulder. Stunned at how the boy had gotten to him so fast, he wasn't prepared for the surprisingly strong preteen to suddenly spin him. After several rotations, the boy finally deemed Orochimaru sufficiently dizzy, before releasing him and letting him indent into a tree. Only I can touchy. Sasuke grimaced. You no touchy either. We'll see about that. Sasuke scowled. Only Sarada touchy. And only once a year. During her birthday. You mean that stupid forehead poke you do? It's not stupid. It's symbolic. Of what? Fondness and a bond that transcends time and space. Naruto stared at his best friend. Bullshit. Sasuke stared back, face impassive. Well, more impassive than normal. Not bullshit? Not bullshit, Sasuke answered. Oh. Well, does Sarada know what it's symbolic of? Of course she does. Sasuke answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Did you tell her? Sasuke's sputtering was not a good sign. Well, not exactly. She doesn't know. Yes she does. Sasuke yelled back, his Susanoo disappearing from around him. Apparently it was hard to hear in the confines of a suit of chakra armor. She's my daughter. She inherited my genius. She should know what it means. Naruto wasn't particularly listening. Holy truth-seeking balls. You've been going around all this time poking your daughter in the forehead and never told her why? The poor girl must have been so confused. I bet she made up her own reason. No she didn't. She knew. Bullshit. Then why does she always look so happy whenever I do it? Huh? Sasuke asked hysterical. Because she's probably just glad that you're talking to her at all. Sasuke was silent for a bit. That's not true. Come on, we both know she's starved for attention from her daddy. I always figured Sakura gave her enough attention. At this Sakura perked up from the side. What now? What was that? Both boys turned to look at her in alarm, having completely forgotten she was there. I mean... Sasuke stammered, not sure how to deflect the conversation, or even how much he needed to. He wasn't sure how much she'd heard. I heard you say my name, Sakura yelled. I didn't say your name. Sasuke yelled back. You sure? I heard someone say my name. No one said your name. Naruto yelled. Okay, just asking if you said my name. No one is saying any names. Oh, but you will be screaming my name. Orochimaru hissed, before lunging behind Sasuke and putting his evil hickey on the boy's neck. Hissing at the pain, Sasuke could only grunt before the snake Sannin detached himself and quickly fled. For all of the two boys' ability, they could never quite match Orochimaru's slipperiness. Hand quickly clasping the now tender spot on his neck, Sasuke could only describe the emotion he felt as pure, unbridled rage. Damn it Orochimaru! This screaming went on for a short while before Sasuke had the sense of mind to finally stop. Waiting a bit for the boy to catch his breath, Naruto then walked over to his best friend, a wicked smile on his face. You know, technically, you did just scream his name. Sasuke immediately started screaming again. Chapter 15, Squabbles. Kiba, Naruto muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He had spoken louder earlier, but the attempts just seemed so foolish now. And after we're done punching you, we're gonna start kicking you too, the dog-like boy boasted, his hands on his hips and his canine companion, Akamaru, yipping supportively along from on top of his head. Kiba, Naruto repeated, a little louder this time. His hand rubbed at the bridge of his nose to try to stop the oncoming headache, but he could tell it was a futile effort. And when we're done punching ya, Kiba continued, seemingly unaware of his former classmate's ire, we're gonna start biting ya too. Kiba, please, Naruto said, his voice now louder now that he could rein his irritation no longer. When it was apparent the dog boy had no intention to listen, however, Sasuke yelled from the sidelines. Just kick his ass, Naruto. And apparently that was all that was needed. As soon as the proctor, a man by the name of Gecko, signaled the start, the two boys sprung away from each other. The one-on-one duel between Chunin hopefuls started, and it was to be the first of many that day. Okay, Kiba howled, retrieving a pill from his pocket. It's time to rock Naruto. Are you ready, boy? Kiba asked his puppy. The little dog barked his approval, and Kiba grinned in response. Tossing the pill up above his head for Akamaru to eat, Kiba growled in challenge. We're gonna destroy you Naruto. Once Akamaru eats that soldier pill, you'll see why he's named what he's named. Naruto, his face scrunched up, just started tossing something small up and down in his right hand. A pill? You mean this one? Kiba looked up, only to catch the eyes of his still white puppy. Akamaru looked back down and, upon meeting his partner's eyes, whined in a very high pitch. Buddy? Where's your pill? Kiba asked. Akamaru whined again, before staring at their opponent. Naruto just grinned. Catching the small object he was tossing between his fingers, he held it out to the two. Kiba's eyes widened. Is that your pill? Naruto asked. He looked at it almost wistfully, before crushing it into dust. Well, it was anyway. I'm sorry Kiba, but I'm not letting you use that. Kiba stared silently at his opponent for a bit, before reaching into his pack and retrieving another pill. Carefully this time, Kiba threw his pill up to his dog companion, watching as it sailed through the air. Akamaru, jaws agape, tried once more to snatch it out the air, only for it to vanish once again. Deadpan, the dog boy stared at his old classmate, sure that he had the pill again. Sure enough, Naruto had it between his fingers. Why are you doing this? He asked. Naruto chuckled, before crushing the pill. It's funny. You can't do that forever, Kiba growled, pulling out yet another pill. Before he even tossed it, Naruto had it in his hand. We'll see, dog breath, Naruto said, before crushing the pill once more. Now both Kiba and Akamaru were growling and, seeing what the challenge was now, pulled out his entire bag of pills. Apparently he was prepared for this outcome. Bring it on, Ramen boy. XXX. Up in the balcony, the other Chunin hopefuls couldn't believe what they were seeing. Are they really doing this? Choji asked around a mouthful of chips. Sakura nodded, a solemn look on her face. You get used to it. You should see him when he's serious. Shikamaru glanced at the girl, an impressive feat seeing as a full-scale invasion probably couldn't rouse the boy from his sleep. I'm pretty sure that Naruto is moving fast enough down there to snatch the pill from midair and get back to where he was standing before anyone can notice. Sure enough, Naruto was doing just that. Kiba's bag of pills was just getting smaller, but the dog boy was not giving up. He had resorted to tossing multiple pills at once, but that wasn't helping. Why Naruto didn't just take the bag of pills was anyone's guess. That's not him when he's serious? Shikamaru asked. I've seen him open a rations bar with wind chakra. Shikamaru's was surprised. This wasn't readily apparent however, as a Nara's rendition of surprise is a slightly less sleepy look. Isn't utilization of wind chakra a Chunin level skill? He asked. Sakura shrugged. I'm starting to debate that idea. He also used it to scratch his nose. His hands weren't even full, he just didn't feel like moving his arms. If nature manipulation is that easy, I'm starting to doubt our village's system. MRGH, Shikamaru said. His eyes started to droop again. Sakura stared at him. How are you tired again already? MRGHGH, Shikamaru grunted. What? Sakura asked. He said he uses a lot more brainpower, so it makes sense he'd be a lot more tired. The answer came from Choji. Sakura stared at him. You understood that? Yeah, can't you? Sakura stared at him. XXX. Back down in the stadium, Kiba was on his last couple of pills. Aren't you getting tired of crushing these? They cost quite a lot, and you've set me back, a lot. Naruto, with pill dust up to his ankles surrounding him, shrugged his shoulders. I have nothing better to do. Honestly, I'm surprised you kept going as long as you did. Kiba smirked. A true Inuzuka never backs down from a challenge. To accentuate this point, he tossed another pill to Akamaru. The puppy bit at it, only for it to disappear right before his mouth closed. Dude, you literally snatched that from my dog's mouth. Yeah, I know. There's some literary irony in there somewhere, Naruto said while crushing the pill. XXX. You said there's a what? A living, sentient kunai made of rainbows following us around, yes, Sakura said, her voice even and her face straight. If she weren't the kind of straight-laced person she was, the looks they had thrown her way would have been more incredulous than they already were. You're lying, Ino said, arms folded. The platinum blonde wore some very fashionable purple clothes, and was tempted to use her family's techniques to see into her former best friend's head to find out what was wrong with it. I assure you that I am not. Just last week it came to check up on us as we were coming back from our C-rank mission. Naruto waved at it. I'm sorry, Sakura, but I don't believe you. How could a kunai have sentience? Choji asked. The idea was somehow alien to him, a boy who could grow to the size of a house. Fine, ask Sasuke-kun. He was there. Sasuke? Sakura asked. Said Uchiha turned at the mention of his name. He raised a finely cared for eyebrow. Isn't a magical sentient kunai following us around? I wouldn't say it was following us, no. But it is checking up on us every so often. See? Sakura said, face smug. MRFGL, Shikamaru yawned. Sakura turned to Choji. He said, but Sasuke isn't known to be the most mentally stable. His word doesn't mean much. Sakura turned back to the lazy genius. Shikamaru, Sakura yelled, before turning to Sasuke. Did you hear what he said about you? Sasuke grunted. I can't exactly argue that logic, really. Spot on as usual, Nara. Said Nara grunted. HN. Sasuke nodded his approval of Shikamaru's response. Changing tactics, Sakura turned to her other teammate. Naruto. Isn't there a magical kunai following us around? Naruto, who was in the middle of crushing another pill, looked up from what he was doing to answer his female teammate. Well, he yelled, I wouldn't say it was following us exactly. While he was answering, Kiba managed to get Akamaru to eat his very last pill. Damn it, look what you did, Sakura. Up in the spectators' balcony, Sakura couldn't care less about her teammates' match. See? Naruto confirmed it too. It is common knowledge that Naruto is a prankster, Shino added from the sidelines. Sasuke, who was half listening, found it hard to recall the boy's name. His word doesn't mean much either. To this, Sakura was forced to turn to her teacher, who was reading smut in the corner. She made to call him, then thought of his reputation as well, and stopped. I can't really ask anyone to validate this for me, Sakura whimpered. Ino placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry your team is full of untrustworthy people. At least you have that hunk Sasuke. Sakura sighed. Yeah, I guess. It only kind of makes up for all the weirdos I keep running into. If I encounter another high-ranked ninja disaster because of them, I'm going to cry. XXX. Gaara sneezed. Since his sand usually kept dust out of his nose, he took the unfamiliar action as an attack on his person. Since he was using the bathroom at the time, everyone in that bathroom died. XXX. Back down in the arena, Naruto was sidestepping wave after wave of spinning dog tornadoes. You can't dodge forever, screamed Kiba from his dog tornado. My Getsuga is invincible. Naruto yawned. Oh really? Yeah. Kiba yelled as he was sidestepped once more. It's only a matter of time. Time is exactly the thing I have too much of. What was that? Kiba asked. Nothing. XXX. So, Kakashi? Sasuke asked, uncertain. The Hatake looked up from his book, but seemed pained to do so. Yes, my cute little student? Are you going to do anything about this? Sasuke pointed to the curse mark prominently spinning on his neck. Kakashi shrugged. Do you think I need to? Yes, do you think he needs to Sasasukuin? A snake-like voice in his head whispered. Sasuke winced. Maybe? Then maybe later, Kakashi grunted, before turning another page in his book. I don't remember you being this lazy last time. Kakashi looked back up from his book. What was that? Nothing, Sasuke stammered, before going back to watching the arena fight. Naruto was still sidestepping the duo of dog and boy as they spun into him in literal tornadoes of power. They left gouges in the ground around him, making the task difficult, but possible. XXX. When are you going to give this up? Never, shouted Kiba in response. You're going to get dizzy. Not before we beat you. Kiba yelled back. Somehow his voice was being heard clearly through the tornado. Also through the fact that they were ricocheting off the walls of the arena. Are you sure? Naruto asked. He sidestepped Akamaru's tornado once more. You haven't hit me yet. Those were lucky dodges. Naruto counted the amount of dodges he had done since they started attacking. As he was doing so, he dodged twice more, and had to count those as well. All 48, 49. Of those dodges were lucky? Naruto asked, mid-dodge. He supposed that he should be annoyed by now, but Bolt had much more bull-headed strategies and much less sense, so he was used to fighting like this. Why yes, Kiba stammered. Naruto smirked. Kiba was getting dizzy. Oh, Naruto said. His voice was knowing, and that pissed Kiba off, which was exactly the blonde Hokage's intention. The tornadoes, which were dying down, seemed to increase in intensity. All right, Akamaru. Let's hit him with a pincer attack. Kiba yelled. Naruto chuckled. You shouldn't discuss your plans where your enemy can hear you. Shut up, Naruto. Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru came from opposite sides of the blonde. Naruto looked back and forth between the two, judging the attack for what it was. To an untrained and uninformed eye, the attack would be sudden and hard to avoid. He was not untrained nor uninformed, so with practiced ease, Naruto stepped back, allowing the two to hit and knock each other out. Match done. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, the proctor, a man with what seemed to be a terminal cough announced. With a large grin, Naruto walked over to the two unconscious canines and congratulated them, before lifting them both and walking off to the infirmary. XXX. Sasuke and, surprisingly, Sakura were unsurprised by the outcome of that fight. When Naruto arrived on the balcony, they just nodded to him. "Nice one, Naruto," Sakura said, a slight smile on her face. Sasuke mirrored the expression. "I bet my fight is shorter." "You wanna know what isn't short?" "Shut up, snake bastard." Everyone on the balcony looked at the Uchiha as if he was crazy. "It's none of your business." "Is he still whispering into your ear?" Naruto asked, uncaring of who was around him. "He is. I told you he was annoying." "Wait, who's annoying?" Shikamaru asked. His eyes were, for once, both open and focused. Naruto, who had the great pleasure of having this man as his aide in the future, saw the look on the young genius' face many times before, and quickly deflected the dangerous situation. The voice of his brother, mocking him. "Yeah." Shikamaru was not convinced. "What reason would I have to lie?" Shikamaru looked as if he were coming up with many such reasons. That was a rhetorical question. "Then why do I have answers?" "Moving on," Naruto said, quickly guiding Sasuke to a corner of the balcony away from the rest of the children. The next match, ironically, called Shikamaru and some sound genin to the arena. Shikamaru, before heading down the stairs, glared at the two boys. "Troublesome," he muttered, then was gone. Sasuke cuffed his arm around his blonde friend's head and brought him close. This brought quite a few stares his way, but they were all ignored. "He's being annoying. Like, more annoying than he was last time." Naruto's eyes widened. "How so?" "Forgive me, I'm not too well versed in the matter of cursed seals." "Oh right, you studied seals back in the future. Do you have any idea how to get rid of this one?" Sasuke bared his neck to show his best friend the cursed sigil there. The skin was red around 3 black teardrops that were seared into his skin. Naruto looked at it, before tentatively touching it. Sasuke hissed at the contact, but remained otherwise calm. "Sorry, nothing doing." "What do you mean, nothing doing? Aren't you an Uzumaki? Don't you guys whisper to seals?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, before stepping back and folding his arms. "First off, no. Second off, even if we did, do you really think a seal made by Orochimaru would listen to whatever we said?" "I dunno, maybe? You don't even listen to what I say." "That's not the point," the Uchiha hissed. "Why, exactly, can't you get this thing off me?" "Well, to put it as simply as I can, the seal employs natural chakra and a little bit of Orochimaru's own in order to bind a specific chakra matrix to your own, letting you utilize and absorb both." "Wait," Sasuke interrupted, a hand to his nose to staunch the upcoming headache. "Use smaller words. It scares me whenever you use more than one syllable to speak." Naruto glared at him. "Glad I'm not the only one," Kyuubi said. Naruto glared at him as well. Seeing as Kyuubi was currently inside of the blonde, this was a confusing action, but one Naruto managed to do nonetheless. "Ignoring your rude comments? Basically Orochimaru has wrapped his soul around yours and anchored himself there with some sort of special natural chakra. Due to the nature of nature-oriented chakra, I cannot remove it without destroying your own chakra system in the process. Now, if you really want it gone that badly, I suppose I can, otherwise." "Do it," Sasuke said. His face was set in stone. "Excuse me? You can do it, so do it," the ex-Avenger said. He pulled down the collar of his shirt once more and sat on his knees, making himself comfortable for what would no doubt be an intensive procedure. "Did you not hear what I just said about this?" Naruto gestured wildly at Sasuke's neck with both of his hands. It would be a strange sight had not everyone else be focused on what was happening down in the arena. "I did, and I've decided the rewards are well worth the risks." Naruto's eyes widened. "Risks? There are no risks. Your chakra system will be shredded beyond repair if I did this, guaranteed. It is a 100% certainty, no going back." "That's fine," Sasuke said, voice even. "I don't need chakra to be a ninja. If Lee could do it, so can I. Besides, you made it this far without a brain, how hard could being a ninja really be?" "He's got you there, Kit. You stay out of this, Fox." Naruto then turned back to his apparently insane friend. "As for you, this issue can easily be resolved with the evil suppression seal until a more permanent solution is found." "The what?" "The evil suppression seal. It's that one where people put seals all over the room and then suck them into you." Both children looked up to see Neji make his way over to them. Sasuke spoke up first. "Oh right. That one." The Uchiha then shook his head. "No thanks. That one took forever and hurt like a bitch. I'd rather you just remove the curse." Naruto stared at his rival. "Removing it would hurt more." "Don't care, just do it." Sasuke then turned his head, ending the conversation while also exposing the mark. Naruto sighed, before going through hand seals. "If I weren't sure time would reset I would never do this." Chakra then started to build around the young Hokage. Starting off small, the blue power roiled and twisted until it was visible to the naked eye. Moving and spinning with enough power to affect the air, everyone in the stadium had little choice but to look at the blonde boy. What are you doing, Naruto? Kakashi asked, his Sharingan eye exposed. The Jonin had tried to keep track of what was happening with his transplanted eye, but the power eventually became so concentrated that it began to blind him. Just giving the bastard what he wants, Naruto answered. His hands had started to blur. And what exactly is that? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage asked. He had arrived amidst a trio of ANBU. Two of such ANBU were immediately repelled from the sheer force of the Jinchuruki's power. Sakura, who refused to be surprised by this, just watched as they tumbled to the stadium floor. He wants the seal gone, so I'm making it gone. He can deal with the aftermath himself. Niji, who was so used to the antics of his time-traveling partners, just stared, before turning to his military leader. His face was stoic as he spoke. It's best to just let them do this. If you don't, they'll just be annoying for the next few days. If possible, the eyes of everyone on the balcony widened even further. Niji. Tenten, his female weapons specialist teammate, started. She opened her mouth to say more, but the force of Naruto's chakra literally blew her away. Niji glared behind him. Can you restrain that? A little? Nope, Naruto answered. Sasuke rustled. Shut the hell up, Hyuga. I'm getting this thing off. Niji turned back around, eyes half-lidded. Forget it, I'm just going to wait until time resets. The Hokage's eyebrow lifted. Until time wadash. And then the world went black and white. The sudden shift in reality disturbed the chakra that Naruto was building, and he was almost shocked when it all disappeared. And there it is, Niji commented stoically. He waved his hand in front of the confused Hokage's face, noting exactly how frozen he was. Time has reset. Sasuke looked up at the Hyuga, enraged. What the hell? He was almost done. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I was nowhere near done. Just a few more seconds and Orochimaru would have been gone. Naruto's other eyebrow rose. It would have taken a half hour more, easily. Now I'm stuck with this thing on me. Niji smirked. It was probably better than the alternative. Sasuke looked to his shoulder. Straining it, he was able to catch a glance of the seal that was definitely still there. In true Uchiha fashion, he glared at it, then glared at Niji. Is a broken chakra network really worth it? Sasuke continued glaring. Niji didn't know what to make of it. He means yes, Naruto murmured, walking back over to Sasuke after having pulled a towel from somewhere. You can interpret his glares? He's glared at me a lot. Naruto then placed the towel, slightly wet, over Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke visibly relaxed at the contact, though he continued to glare as an afterthought. It was much less potent, but Naruto slapped the boy in the back of the head anyway. The glare returned full power. What was that for? You don't look right if you're not pissed off. Of course, Sasuke's response to that was to glare. It contented Naruto. Anyway, Niji said, officially having enough of the bromance he was subject to, what is the towel for? Well, it has seals in it, Naruto said, pointing at the various seals scribbled across it. They dampen the effects of any seals they encounter. And why would you need to do that? Niji asked. Naruto looked at him as if he were stupid. Because Orochimaru is in there? The blonde looked honestly surprised that he had to explain something to someone else. Niji raised an eyebrow. Is he? Well, no. Not particularly. Not anymore at least. Sasuke's head shot up. Who said that? You know exactly who said that. Slowly, all three boys turned to see a taller man standing behind them. His face was soft and feminine, but most of all pale. His eyes were slit, like a snake's, not that you could tell fully as one of them was hidden behind a river of long, oily black hair. He wore a modest kimono that covered the rest of his body, including both his arms and his legs. Why you? It seems we're in the past. I knew it felt odd when my soul appeared somewhere I couldn't recognize. The man then looked over to the onyx-eyed boy on the ground. That towel has Uzumaki restraining seals on it. I'm guessing that it's covering up my old sealing mark. Allow me to help you with that then. The man then walked over to the Uchiha. Naruto and Niji attempted to stop him, but were immediately dispatched. Naruto, you've become much stronger than I can possibly hope to be, but you're not in your old body. Please don't interfere. The man then looked at Niji. Aren't you dead? Aren't you? Niji shot back. The man chuckled. It was somehow both melodic and highly disturbing. I'm hard to kill. He really is, both Naruto and Sasuke intoned. The latter quickly shut up as the man continued his stroll towards him. The Uchiha attempted to activate his Sharingan, but a quick flick in the forehead stopped that. How dash? I revived Itachi and asked him. Apparently the forehead thing deactivates the Sharingan. It puzzled the hell out of me that I couldn't tell why he did that. Naruto shouted from where he was thrown. Ha! I knew it didn't mean whatever bullshit you said. Shut the hell up, Naruto! Sasuke yelled. He looked back at the man. You! What that hell do you want? Why, to help you, Sasuke-kun. Bullshit. Why is that? The man asked. You never want to help me unless it benefits you. The man chuckled. I can be benevolent. Yeah, and I can be homosexual. Both the man and Neji looked at Naruto. Naruto, in turn, looked at himself, before looking at Sasuke. Dude, you walked into that one, the blonde said. Sasuke rolled his eyes. He doesn't count. Listen, just get what you want over with and get out of here. The man looked around. Everyone around him was frozen in a black and white canvas. And where do you want me to go? He asked. When Sasuke growled, the man just chuckled and pulled the towel off. He stared at the curse mark, before clicking his tongue in annoyance. I was so drab back then. This is so sloppy. Remove it, please? Oh fine, the man drawled. He put his hand, palm covering the mark, on Sasuke's neck. Now you may feel a little pain. Sasuke didn't know what to say to that. He attempted to stop the man so he could prepare himself, but the man didn't seem too keen on that plan. He immediately channeled chakra to his hand, then pulled it back. Immediately the black chakra started to unravel, and an inky black and purple substance started to be pulled from the Uchiha. Sasuke howled. Orochimaru. The snake Sannin started laughing uncontrollably. I knew I'd get you to scream my name someday. Eventually the blackness was pulled completely from Sasuke. With its removal, the cursed mark was removed from Sasuke as well. The Uchiha collapsed on the ground from the unbearable pain, while the blackness that was pulled from him roiled on the ground until it formed into the shape of a man. And from it, another Orochimaru appeared. Where am I? The man hissed. And who are? The new Orochimaru then noticed Sasuke on the ground. His face lit up in unrestrained glee. Sasuke-kun, the man hissed happily. Sasuke propped himself on his elbows to see what was going on, only to regret it immediately. There are two of you, he stammered, before fainting. Naruto and Neji promptly fell over laughing. Ignoring the two boys and the world frozen around him, the man attempted to lunge himself at the unconscious Uchiha heir, only to be restrained by the man who looked suspiciously like him. Who are you? The new Orochimaru finished his question from before. The first Orochimaru snickered, before removing his hand from his past self's shoulder. A seal was left there that began to glow. I'm you, but better, the future Orochimaru said, before cackling as his past self burst into unholy black flames. He bent down as his past self rolled on the ground in agony, unable to shed his own skin for some reason. And trust me, you don't want any part of that boy. Think of this as a mercy killing. Eventually the screams died down as Orochimaru's past self was reduced to cinders. Orochimaru resealed the flames, then turned back to the two boys behind him who weren't unconscious. Their laughter, only slightly abated from watching the man kill his past self, stopped when the Sannin focused his attention on them. Now, are you going to tell me why I'm in the past? The snake sage asked. Are you going to tell me if you're Mitsuki's mom or dad? Naruto asked imperiously, his eyebrow raised. Are you going to tell me how to use the talk no jutsu? Orochimaru shot back, his own eyebrow raised in an amused challenge. Neji blanched. I don't think these secrets carry the same weight. Both of the other two conscious members of the time freeze glared at him. They both said. Neji promised himself to stay hands-off from now on. Chapter 16, The Training Begins. The first thing Orochimaru noticed when he opened his eyes was that the world wasn't black and white anymore. No, instead it was black and silver, as the darkness around him lent no aid to sight save for the silver hair of his subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi. The very same Kabuto Yakushi that Naruto and Sasuke met in the Chunin exams. Orochimaru's sneer widened. He had been sneering from before he regained control of his past self, and only saw fit to do more so now. The man kneeling before him, while loyal, was an absolute madman. Kabuto was cunning and devious, and Orochimaru was sure that the man would do everything in his power to meddle in his plans, if for no other reason than to prove himself more and more useful through necessity. The man was loyal, but only in so that being loyal was beneficial to him. However devoted Kabuto was, he was simply a pain to deal with and even harder to get rid of. So it was with great glee that Orochimaru dispatched of him immediately. A quick swipe of Kusanagi, his famous sword, and Kabuto was beheaded before he could even react. Kabuto's reaction to the attack was to reattach his head. Now, what was that for Lord Orochimaru? The man asked, the wet, slop sound of his skin and blood colliding filling the void of the empty, and rather dark, room. Nothing, Orochimaru stammered, clearing not expecting that. The boys had told him that word would quickly become his response to everything, and it had seemed to be for a reason. Kabuto, the slick, inexpressive bastard that he was, seemed to take the explanation without complaint, and rose to his feet. I see, well then. Like I was saying before, a Konoha Jounin had overheard me and the Sand Rat talking about the plan, but he was quickly dispatched. The invasion is going along smoothly and all of our troops are preparing for the attack in a month. Ah? I see, Orochimaru hissed. He was uncomfortable with the proceedings, as his want to destroy his old village disappeared ages ago, but he was nothing if not a good actor. And a confirmed shifty freak. The Snake Sannin played his part of an overwhelming and frightening lord, and Kabuto nodded, apparently pleased with his demeanor. By your leave, Lord Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin dismissed him, and Kabuto bowed deeply before leaving. As soon as the door closed, Orochimaru shuddered. There was something not right with that boy. XXX. Kakashi looked at Sasuke. The Uchiha glared back. Kakashi moved the boy's collar, only to see that the mark was gone. Sasuke continued to glare. Kakashi coughed. So, what happened to the dash? I fell down some stairs, Sasuke replied, obviously not in the mood. I see, Kakashi mumbled. He wasn't sure how to take the obvious lie. All parties present could easily tell that it was a lie, including the Uchiha himself, but the boldness of it was so daring that he wasn't sure if he should call his student out on it. At a loss of anything else to do, he said the first thing that came to his mind. Training? Sure, Sasuke grunted, and the two disappeared. Well, that was a thing. Naruto's smile, while ever present, was still blinding even if he had nothing to smile about. Yeah, Sakura mumbled. She looked back and forth between her teammate and Neji, who decided to stick around for some reason, before nodding and proceeding to walk off. Where are you going? Neji asked. To spy on them, the Kunoichi replied without even turning around. Why? 'Cause they're both hot. Neither ninja had the proper words to respond to that. Seeing they had nothing else to say, Sakura slinked off, disappearing almost immediately. Neji turned to Naruto. And what about you? Me? Naruto asked. Neji rolled his eyes. No, the Kyuubi. Neji responded sarcastically. The Kyuubi answered anyway. I'm going to go burn down the surrounding forests. A puff of chakra later and a small three-tailed fox took off through the village. Small was a relative term, as it was still the size of a small house, but that was a small detail. The big detail was the horde people screaming as the Kyuubi burned the houses on his way to the forest. Should we be? Neji started. Naruto held up a hand. Give it a minute, he said. After a minute the panicked people suddenly stopped screaming, before going back to what they were doing beforehand. There we go. It should be noted that the houses, while slowly going out, were still burning. Ah, of course. I don't know why I bothered. The Hyuga's tone was decidedly dry. He turned back to Naruto. So, we're alone. Naruto's eyes snapped to his Hyuga friend. His eyes were wide as he said, this better not be your opportunity to confess. What? No. Neji sputtered. I just wanted to ask you some stuff. Like what? Naruto asked. He sat on the ground. As there were people walking in the busy village street, this was an unwise decision. Like how this time travel stuff works. The rules seem to be switching all the time. I don't see what you mean. Well, Neji began, are things supposed to stay the same, or change? They're supposed to stay the same. Naruto tilted his head. Then why are they changing? Naruto tilted his head even more. Because we want them to? Why? Neji practically screamed. These are gods you're playing with. Why are you purposefully trying to make them angry? Naruto shrugged. How are you even doing this? Oh, that's an easy one, Naruto said, the smile on his face replacing the confused one. It turns out, if we annoy them enough, they'll compromise in order to push things along. So, the curse mark thing? They're compromising. And the Sakura thing? Naruto tilted his head again. What Sakura thing? Sakura's changing too. Have you not noticed that? Naruto shook his head. Not really. She just seems like herself. Like herself when she was this age, or like herself when she was an adult kunoichi? Naruto refused to answer. You don't think she's... No, Naruto answered, conviction in his voice. His panicked expression didn't mirror the statement. Are you okay? Neji wasn't sure if he should be afraid, given the scared look on his friend's face. I sure hope we'll be. Wait, we... Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he stood up and walked off in a random direction in the village. Where are you going? Neji asked. A slight panic ran up his spine at Naruto's sudden lack of answers. To go find Pervy Sage. I haven't seen him in forever, and if Sakura really is going to be the next person to return due to our shenanigans, then I need to talk to someone who can relax correctly. Wait, then what am I going to do? Neji reached out to stop the boy, but Naruto slipped around his grip. Anything you want. We are supposed to do what we did last time around, but if you haven't noticed, literally none of us actually are. Have some fun. This is a vacation. And like that, Naruto disappeared. Neji looked at the spot where his future Hokage last was, a dazed look on his face. After finally getting over the shock, Neji gathered himself and stalked off. Maybe he should cut loose. XXX. No, Sasuke said, his arms folded. Eyes lidded, he glared at his teacher as he tried to teach him his one original technique. Why not? Kakashi asked, the Chidori sparking in his hand. You need your other hand to stabilize it. No I don't, Sasuke said. Though he wouldn't admit it, he was pouting like a child. If he could, he would activate his Sharingan just to put the man in a Jinjutsu that made him believe that they already did this lesson. He could totally do it, but he wouldn't be able to explain the Sharingan's full maturity. Which would mean that time would reset. Then all of the half progress he made would be lost. So Sasuke grit his teeth and persevered. You do, Kakashi drawled. He sounded as if he would fall asleep from boredom. You're new to the technique, so your chakra can flare and accidentally electrocute you. Stabilize it with your other hand or we're not going any farther. Sasuke almost scoffed. He held it in as to not offend the man with the legendary assassination technique currently active. You already showed me how to make it. How much more do I need to know? If I don't teach you how to attack with it, in the process of moving your hand, it's entirely possible for you to dislocate your own arm. Kakashi's bored voice sounded completely out of place with the severity of his own words. That doesn't sound too bad, Sasuke responded, his voice not nearly as sure as he intended. He had learned the jutsu so long ago, and had become so proficient with it, that he had completely forgotten about its possible drawbacks. He wasn't so nearly in tune with the technique as Naruto was with his Rasengan. Dear sage, that boy had learned to breathe with that technique, but he was skilled enough with it that turning it on was as simple as a thought for him. So it was with that proficiency that he absolutely refused to use more than one hand for the technique. It would be downright insulting to his skill. True, it was skill he wasn't supposed to have yet, but an Uchiha's pride ran deep, damn it. Also, it meant he would have to use his other hand, the one he wasn't supposed to have. So Kakashi's plan was already doomed to fail. Please? Just try it to start out with once? Kakashi pleaded. Sasuke snorted. No. Then I'm not teaching you my technique, Kakashi said, a note of finality to his voice. Sasuke actually chuckled a bit. If Naruto were here, the boy would swear the world was ending. Oh, you mean this technique? Sasuke asked, before holding up his hand and using the base version of the Chidori. It paled in comparison to what he would eventually make, but damn if it wasn't enough to put a shocked look on his teacher's face. You got it on your first try? Kakashi stammered. He obviously wasn't expecting that. Sasuke nodded, the smile on his face surely signaling some sort of apocalypse. It seems so. How does it feel? Kakashi asked. Sasuke wasn't expecting that question. How was he to answer it? He had been using this technique for so long, it didn't really feel like anything anymore. I don't know? It feels like using a jutsu. Sasuke answered. He hoped it was enough to satisfy his teacher's question. It wasn't. It's supposed to feel like a rush of chakra and energy, Kakashi said. His eyes were now lidded, showing how pensive his teacher suddenly was. The Chidori is mostly unstable, so you should be feeling even a little apprehensive about holding it in your hands. Sasuke didn't know what to say to that, so he just shrugged. It appears that Naruto isn't the only one on your team I should be looking out for. Sasuke didn't like the sound of that. While he wasn't there for a lot of Team 7's formation in this time rewind, he was still holding the same brain, even if the memories were different. He was getting the memories from before he came back in bits and pieces, and one of the things he remembered was how Kakashi treated Naruto when he was suspicious of the boy. He did not need that kind of scrutiny. Any sort of breakthrough Kakashi, the genius that he was, made towards figuring out the time rewind they were in would immediately cause the universe to reset, and that would mean they would lose all sorts of progress. And that would mean they would be delaying his reunion with his precious daughter. So Sasuke did the only thing he could. He looked for a way to deflect the conversation. While he wasn't as good at sensing chakra as his rival, he could still do it. Expanding his senses, he quickly sensed a presence in the trees and pointed it out. Oh, hey look. Sakura is here. Do you want to teach her too? Sasuke asked, pointing directly at where Sakura was hiding amongst the branches. Kakashi turned to her, obviously not checking the surroundings, blinded as he was at figuring out the enigma that his Uchiha student was. "Didn't I tell you not to try to spy on us?" Kakashi asked, a hint of steel in his voice. Sakura, to her credit, merely swallowed her fear. Maybe all those interactions with high-class murderers really did do her good. "No, you didn't," Sakura nervously answered. Kakashi was prepared to call her out on her lie, before he caught himself. Technically, she wasn't lying. "Oh," Kakashi drawled, before pulling out his book. "Well, you really shouldn't." Neither Sasuke nor Sakura knew what to say to that. "Why are you here?" Sasuke asked in lieu of his teacher that seemed just too nonchalant to do the honors. "Well," Sakura started. "I figured, hey, two hot men are going to be training. Might as well watch." Neither Sasuke nor Kakashi knew what to say to that. XXX. "Well, that takes care of that," Naruto said, obviously pleased. He was standing on the red bridge in the village that led over a small stream. The stream was incredibly shallow, and really only useful for water walking training or letting kids play in. It was such a docile stream that parents could reliably allow toddlers to go unsupervised in it without fear of trouble. Throughout the entire history of the Hidden Leaf, there had only ever been one death related to the body of water. And people had written it off as a bogus folktale. "Well, now we have another tale to add to your village's lore," the Kyuubi cackled. His glee was made frightening by the fact that he was currently holding Ebisu, the jonin that was supposed to be teaching Naruto, under the peaceful stream. The man struggled, but those struggles were weakening. "Why do I let you go on these murder sprees?" Naruto asked. The question was as blasé as one about breakfast. Combined with the fact that Naruto was simply leaning on the bridge's railing with his chin resting in the palm of one hand made the question almost rhetorical. "That's a good question," Kyuubi said. "I should really stop them." The Kyuubi did not stop suffocating Ebisu. "I fear for my mental health," Naruto said in reply. "You're a terrible influence on me." The Kyuubi barked out a laugh in response. "The day someone can purposefully influence you is the day I bow down to the Nibi and proclaim her my superior." "Speaking of that, what is the deal with you and the two tails?" Naruto had started to clean his nails. "You go on about her a lot." The Kyuubi seemed to ponder the answer a bit, though he switched which hand he used to hold Ebisu's head under the admittedly shallow water. "We have a sordid history." Ebisu managed to break above the water while Kyuubi lost focus on him. What are you doing?" "Enough of that." Ebisu was pushed back underwater. "Sordid history how?" Naruto asked, uncaring about Ebisu's plight. He wouldn't let Kyuubi actually drown the man. He just didn't want to use the sexy jutsu on him like he did last time. Using it for non-combat reasons felt dirty. "We dated," Kyuubi stated. It was so blunt and quick Naruto almost missed it. Naruto had a feeling that the demon probably wouldn't have said anything about it at all, but now that he was asking knew that there was no way around it. Once Naruto wanted to know something, he would get the information out eventually. It was a matter of when, not if. "You do remember that you used to be the same being, right?" Naruto was surprisingly not laughing. "So?" Kyuubi had snapped back regardless. "All of your puny existences sprouted from the same being at some point." "Ha, I guess you're right," was all Naruto said, before the two faded back into silence. Silence that was pervaded by Ebisu's still struggling flails. "He takes a while to drown," Naruto said. The Kyuubi moaned. "I know. This is ridiculous. I'm going to go look for the pervert while you're doing this. Remember, don't eat him." The Kyuubi just moaned again while Naruto departed. He roamed the village, eyes roving over various places and institutions that were lost to the colorful destructions that had come to visit upon his hometown. The eventual Hokage smiled at all the places he would come to frequent, and smiled at their resiliency. Admittedly, he would add to their supposed resiliency in times to come, as no single town should hold so many landscape-changing individuals at once, but that was neither here nor there. These institutions had somehow managed to survive their almost repeated destruction, and for that he was endlessly grateful. Naruto was so caught up in the nostalgia that he almost missed the fact that he was passing Konoha's most famous bathhouse. It was a frequent of the kunoichi in the village who had made it to Genin but not much farther. As such the beauties there were fit, but still mundane enough to care more about cosmetics than training. The place got lecherous peepers at least once a day, but the kunoichi there, while mediocre ninja, were still ninja. Most peepers didn't last long. Then again, most peepers weren't Jiraiya of the Sannin. "Cha doing pervy sage?" Naruto asked. He made sure his feet were light and his voice was low as he approached his godfather. Emotion welled up inside him, but he quashed it with the same resolve he used to quash his feelings for the third Hokage and his own future wife. "What's it look like, kid?" Jiraiya snapped back, his voice also low. His hair, a mane of spiky white locks, bristled with his irritation, and had Naruto not known how it could be used as a weapon he would have wanted to pet it. "It looks like you're peeping," Naruto replied. He had stopped right next to the man, and had taken in his outfit. Jiraiya, for as much of a ladies' man as he was, never saw fit to change his clothes. Ever. Not even once. Truth be told, most ninjas in the village refused to change. It was sort of an unspoken rule that everyone was expected to wear the exact same thing every day without change. For Naruto it had been his orange jumpsuit, while for Sakura it was her weird red dress thing. Kakashi wore the standard Jonin flak jacket while Guy wore what was quite possibly the one thing that people feared on anywhere near a level of his talk no jutsu. Honestly, Naruto believed that even if he were to die in battle, as long as Lee kept his line of clothing and student-rearing capability alive, the village would remain safe regardless. There was a reason why there was only ever one green beast of Konoha, and it had nothing to do with willingness. Most genin would kill for the chance to study under the best taijutsu users in the entire world. No, it was socially, and internationally, forbidden for there to be more than one student of youth at any given time, and the vote was passed unanimously. Naruto had never seen Gaara so vehement about something before. Naruto smiled at the thought of his old friend, but shook his head of the memories. His godfather, in his bright red jacket and toad green shirt and pants, was talking to him. "And that is why you should never disturb a man when he is appreciating the female human form," Jiraiya said, a faraway look of what could only be described as extreme perversion plastered over his face. Naruto smiled at the man's antics, before sitting on the ground next to him. He planted his back against the wall and closed his eyes, breathing in deeply. The atmosphere was just too perfect. Kid?" Jiraiya asked, effectively creeped out by the kid he knew to be his godson. He couldn't tell him that yet though. "What are you doing?" Naruto's eyes shot open. He looked at his godfather, before chuckling softly. He rubbed the back of his neck while a sheepish smile adorned his face. "I'm just relaxing. You can continue doing what you're doing." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Well, this was nothing like the loud, self-righteous kid he was told about. "Aren't you gonna yell or cause a scene about how I'm peeping?" "Why would I?" the blonde asked. Jiraiya found himself at a loss. He never thought that he'd have to answer that question before. "Would it change anything?" his godson continued. Jiraiya shook his head. "Then if it's not going to change anything, I have no reason to do it." The boy went back to relaxing. He leaned back into the hot spring wall that Jiraiya was currently peeping through via a hole. You never know when you're gonna lose those around you. It's best to just enjoy life while you can. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "Okay, I can see the logic in that. But why are you doing it, here, of all places?" Naruto shrugged. "The company is good." "Oh really?" Jiraiya snorted. He had went back to peeping on the hole. The girls inside were splashing each other and running around with nary a scrap of clothing on, but for once in his life they had seemed uninteresting. He had caught what his godson had said, his words and meanings disjointed just enough to not concretely give anything away, but Jiraiya was a spy master. He could catch on to phrases and hidden meanings well enough, and he had a nagging feeling the boy knew that. He conveyed through conjecture what he couldn't through straight-up words, and the sage couldn't help but to stare at the boy once again. Naruto was in the exact same position he was in when Jiraiya looked at him last. On the surface he seemed calm and collected, but Jiraiya wasn't the kind to look just on the surface. Since he had sat down, Naruto hadn't moved once to make himself more comfortable, instead choosing to sit impossibly still, as if even twitching would break whatever atmosphere he had found here, making it forever lost to him. Here, among an old pervert leering at girls half his age. "You're a weird kid," Jiraiya said. He had wanted to say more, he had wanted to ask about all those small signs that the kid had probably knowingly threw his way, but something was telling him not to. Instead, he said those words instead, hoping the boy got his meaning. "You don't know exactly how weird I am," Naruto responded, the first bit of actual calm seeping into the kid's posture. Jiraiya smiled. If nothing else, that was an invitation for him to learn more about the kid. The invitation was roundabout, like everything else the kid had shown him, but the sage had agreed to communicating with him in that way with his last comment, so he wasn't too peeved. Content with the situation, the toad sage turned back to the girls in the hot spring. They were giggling over something and he wanted to find out what. Back with Naruto, he had simply delved into his peaceful place. It was surprisingly easier with Jiraiya's perverse giggling occasionally drifting his way. Never before would the future Hokage say this, but he honestly missed the sound. When it continued long after it started, Naruto almost sighed in relief. It appeared that this time he had finally gotten his message through to Jiraiya without him prying any further. It had only taken 43 tries. XXX. Hey Gamabun dash was about as far as Naruto had gotten before the giant toad he was on quite literally roared at him. Naruto had to double-check that he was in fact standing on a toad and not some canine creature. Brat, what the fuck do you think you're doing summoning me in another goddamn pit? The boss toad, Gamabunta, asked. His voice was loud enough that Naruto was certain he would cause an earthquake and destabilize the pit they were in. By the way, they were in a ravine. Pit. Hole in the ground. Jiraiya had thrown him in there for training and Naruto had completely forgotten about that. Mostly because he didn't want to believe it actually happened. What do you mean, again? Naruto asked. He had started to use chakra to stick himself to the boss toad's forehead, but the toad's natural slime destabilized whatever effort he had thought to make. Instead he just sighed and tried to balance the natural way. You know exactly what I mean, you fucking runt. Gamabunta then shook his head, mostly to get Naruto off so he could watch the blonde fall to his death, but also to gauge something. Also, why are you so fucking small? Realization dawned on Naruto. Wait, are you Dash? And why aren't you summoning Kichi? Ain't he your familiar? Well, he is, but that's hardly the point. You see, Boss Toa Dash. Then summon him. I'm outta here. And just like that the boss summon was gone. Before he disappeared Naruto had dashed to the side of the ravine and stuck himself there. Weathering the smoke from the Great Toad's departure, Naruto made his way back up the side of the cliff. Once he reached the top, Jiraiya made his way over to the boy. With a smile on his face, he attempted to pat the kid on the shoulder, only to be winded by a surprisingly strong punch in the gut. Naruto, while not as proficient as Sakura, could utilize Tsunade's strength abilities as well. I guess I deserved that, Jiraiya wheezed. To the man's credit he recovered not long after he said that. Don't ever throw me down a damn ravine again, Naruto growled, his eyes a slightly purple tint. It worked though, you summoned Gamabunta. I heard him cursing from here. Jiraiya wiggled his eyebrows, his smile back on his face. He was obviously pleased with himself. Naruto was not. What if I didn't? Huh? Would you have jumped down and miraculously saved me? Jiraiya's face wasn't very comforting. Would you have summoned Gamabunta for me? Jiraiya's face was betraying his guilt. Would you at least try? Like, anything? Jiraiya's face was downright mutinous. I hate you, Naruto muttered. The behemoth of a man snaked his arm around the blonde's shoulder. And to think, you're going to be spending the next month training with me. Naruto wondered if it was too late to go check up on Orochimaru. He turned to his mentor with an exasperated look on his face. Hey, pervy sage? Yeah? Jiraiya asked. He was rubbing his stomach even though Naruto was sure the man was already better. What would happen if someone from, say, the past, were to use the summoning technique? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. He wasn't expecting that question. Why? Just curious, is all. Well, if I had to guess. Jiraiya grumbled, due to the nature of seals and sealing energies, the person would summon a version of the creature that existed in their time. We pull summons through both space and time when we summon them, after all. Oh, Naruto deadpanned. How marvelous. Indeed. Jiraiya grumbled once more. He scowled at his pupil one last time before shrugging and going back to what he was doing. The girly mag wasn't going to read itself. XXX. Hey Orochimaru. I'm here to check up on you. Kyuubi said as he took his place amongst the gory remains of Orochimaru's experiments. Oh, Kyuubi. It is an actual delight to see a familiar face. I hypothesized that you would return with Naruto, but I wasn't sure. Orochimaru didn't seem surprised at all by the Bijuu's entrance of fire. He made his way over to the foxy Naruto clone and shook his hand. Neither person seemed particularly concerned that Orochimaru was covered in viscera. Why are you a child? The Kyuubi huffed. I don't know. None of us know. It just is a thing. Can't you control your form? We went over that too. And what was the conclusion that you guys reached? Orochimaru asked. He had went back to carving up the man on the construction table. We hadn't actually reached a conclusion. Kyuubi said, his voice rising an octave as he realized what he was saying. Oh, Orochimaru said. His face was pensive as he cut into a man's chest. The man was decidedly not happy about that. I can't believe we never came to a conclusion. How had we glossed over this? Orochimaru hummed. He nicked an artery and blood splattered on his cheek. With his unnaturally long tongue the snake Sannin licked the gooey life substance off his face before turning to address his visitor. Well, maybe they just assumed that they didn't have an answer? If you couldn't change your form back, then they probably couldn't either. Tell me, what did it feel like when you realized you couldn't change back? The Kyuubi was silent. You never checked to see if you could change back. The way Orochimaru said it was a confident statement. It's not my fault. Kyuubi screamed. The man on the table winced at the sudden explosion of sound, and the QB took a moment to apologize. Have you ever been around the boy for extended periods of time? It's like every stupid decision he makes starts making sense. The QB then paused, visibly shaking before his sudden realization. I'm catching his stupid. Orochimaru hummed again. He used a bloody glove to rub his chin in contemplation. For some reason the blood that was smudging on his face didn't bother him at all. Then again, it apparently didn't bother anyone in the room. Oh, I know. I was in the village for a single day, and I just started dancing everywhere. Honestly, I'm surprised the leaf still stands today if Naruto has that kind of effect on people. I think it's a passive effect of the talk no jutsu. QB shivered. He drew his legs up into the chair he sat in. That it was a torture chair complete with shackles and caked in blood didn't seem to matter. You just have to follow whatever he suggests. It starts off small, but you don't realize that you're slowly acquiescing to his demands. He says something stupid and you might even say no. After a while you just go along with his stupidity. You know, you never told me how he does that jutsu. QB glared at the mad scientist. Said mad scientist chuckled in response. I kid, QB. I know you don't know it either. No one knows it except for him. It's scary. It's a good thing he's an idiot. It's a great thing he's an idiot. So, Orochimaru started. The transformation? Oh right, the QB said. His eyes lit up as the realization that he might be able to shapeshift again crossed his mind. Closing his eyes, the fox boy allowed his chakra to coalesce around him like wisps of bubbly red gas. It started off pretty sedated, but proceeded to spin faster and faster until the QB suddenly exploded. The force of QB utilizing his chakra created a concussive blast that splattered the viscera he was sitting into all parts of the room, coating the walls and ceiling in red. Somehow that tidied the place up more than it dirted it. Ah yes. It used to use a great deal of concentration to shapeshift for you. Shut the hell up, Snake. You're breaking my concentration. The QB's face scrunched up, a cute feature on Naruto's face made deadly with the QB's addition, as he attempted to use his chakra to force his will upon the world around him. As both a fox and a fragment of the chakra that once presided over the world, the QB had the ability to manipulate his surroundings in small doses to the things directly around him. When he used his ability on himself, however, the process was laughably easy. He used to be able to shapeshift all the time with just a thought, but ever since he came back in time the act had become difficult. How is it working? Orochimaru asked. He was genuinely curious as he leaned forward over the autopsy table he was using. The man, who was definitely still conscious, looked over as well. He was distinctly less awed however, as his primary concern was his exposed chest area. Better when you're not talking, Snake. The QB didn't look like he was having the best of times. He seemed to be struggling pretty hard against something. Are these gods? Yes, are they interfering with your technique? I'm not sure, QB stammered out, barely able to talk. Orochimaru was annoying him more and more as time went on, but QB knew he couldn't simply kill the man. Orochimaru had become progressively more shifty as the years went on, and as such was harder to kill than a ninja cockroach. And those guys were really hard to kill. The problem with this dilemma was that Orochimaru was cognizant of his difficulty to be put down as much as everyone else was. The only foreseeable way to kill the man seemed to be to talk no jutsu him. The problem with that plan was that it allowed the use of the infernal technique. And that was, in itself, a terrible idea. Can you feel a foreign influence? Orochimaru continued to ask. QB could already feel the madman's scientific side coming out. He would be curious and inquisitive of everything until his interest and curiosity were sated, something that might take quite a while. Yeah, QB growled. It's you. Talking to me. After I told you to shut the hell up. I see, Orochimaru said, his voice hinted with a tinge of mirth. He started the process of writing something down, only to realize he had both nothing to write on, and nothing to write with. Looking around, his eyes fell on the somehow still alive man in front of him. With a careless shrug, the Sannin took the scalpel he was holding and started carving his findings into the man's skin. Are you documenting this? QB asked. His eyes were barely open, and yet he could still tell the man was up to something he would find annoying. Indeed I am, Orochimaru answered. May I ask why? QB asked. Orochimaru smiled. He wasn't evil anymore, but the act still made all those who saw it feel greasy and wrong. Why yes, you may. You see, shapeshifting is the ultimate form of mastery and manipulation over the body, and thus, the mortal. If I can control my mortal self, my immortal soul would never have to die and I could finally reach that pinnacle I have been searching for my entire life. QB bothered to open his eyes at that. That reminds me, why do you want to be immortal anyway? Why do you want to eat everyone? Because it's fun, the QB yipped, an actual smile breaking out on his face. Well, there you go. The QB didn't really have anything to say to that answer. XXX. So, are you from the future? Tenten asked, her scroll of sealed weapons coiling around her like a very dangerous snake. Well, fuck, Niji cursed, annoyed but mostly exasperated as the world froze around him once more. Naruto was the first to teleport back to him. Niji? Yeah, Naruto? Niji already knew where his friend was going with this. What the fuck? The blonde Hokage asked, pointing at Tenten. It's not that hard. Just don't tell her we're from the future. Don't act too out of place. It's not that hard. Well, apparently it is. Niji yelled, his eye twitching. This reset is still happening and I've done this how many times now? I dunno, Naruto said. He collapsed to the ground as he shrugged. I haven't been counting. I have, Sasuke sighed as he walked into the time-frozen clearing where Team Guy was supposed to be training. 42 times. Honestly. One would think you'd learn how to do this by now. Yeah. Niji deadpanned, not wanting to lose his cool to the Uchiha. One would think. It's not even that hard. Naruto and I actually destroy stuff. The QB eats people. Orochimaru is out there and I'm pretty sure he's elbow deep in a person. And yet it's never any of us. It's always you. How are you messing up this bad? No idea, Niji ground out through gritted teeth. It's actually pretty impressive, Orochimaru said, his voice smooth like silk and none the less creepy for it. The first thing I did once I was active in this world was decapitate Kabuto, and even that wasn't enough to rewind the world. Congratulations, Hyuga child. Said Hyuga child was silent. A compliment from Orochimaru was never a good thing. Rather than insult the man who was so obviously stronger than him, however, Niji chose to ignore him. It was a valid tactic for everyone else around here. Everyone looked around for the QB, who usually arrived after Naruto. When he didn't appear, everyone looked at Naruto. He said he was busy with something stupid. Everyone looked at Orochimaru. Why does that mean me? The snake scientist asked. Because you're the next person he goes to when he wants to do something stupid, Sasuke huffed. He made to fold his arms, an action that was implanted in his young body's muscle memory, only to realize he only acknowledged the one hand. Stuffing his right hand back in his pocket, he put his hand on his hip. Orochimaru smiled. Good to see my critical analysis teaching stuck with you, Sasuke-kun. Don't call me that. Call me that again and I'm trapping you in another dimension. One without food or water. Sasuke then thought over something. Or air. Probably won't be enough to kill him, Naruto added. He had started to lie on the ground. I know, but it'll make me feel good to know he doesn't share a dimensional plane with me. You don't have your Rinnegan. Orochimaru said with a sneer. Sasuke blanched. I'll find a way. Persevering in the face of insurmountable odds? Orochimaru asked, his sneer widening. I've raised you well. Sasuke almost wretched. Back to topic? Niji said, unsure. He wasn't comfortable with the focus being on him, but he wasn't comfortable with this either. Thank you for letting that carry out, Naruto whispered. The blonde looked truly contented. Ah, yes. The QB is back at my hideout. He's trying to shapeshift. We never did figure out if he could. Quite, Orochimaru hissed. He managed to be both soothing and unnerving at the same time. It was a feat that was altogether unnerving. Also, how are you managing to mess this up? It's not very hard. I don't know. Niji screamed. Even he was getting annoyed by his constant mess-ups. It just keeps happening. Have you tried not telling her? That's the thing, Niji said, his eye twitching. I haven't been telling her. She's just been figuring it out. As soon as I enter the training ground she stops what she's doing and asks me if I'm from the future. Maybe you look different? Like you're from the future? I can't change my appearance. Niji deadpanned. It was one of the misfortunes of not really being able to change anything. Maybe it's your face? Sasuke suggested. Niji stared at him, his cold, unblinking Hyuga eyes and face chiseled out of stone not giving away a single emotion. Maybe not. Did you try killing her as soon as you walked into the area? Naruto asked. Everyone stared at him. Naruto. Why would that work? Naruto shrugged. It's worked for me. Sasuke, who was about to say something, stopped his train of thought. He has a point. I've seen him kill a lot of people without repercussions. Now that you mention it, so have I. Orochimaru hissed. Sasuke, who was standing next to him by chance, edged away. I think that's more along the lines of the gods just being too exasperated with you to go through the trouble. See? It works. Naruto chirped. Just try it. Worst case scenario, they notice something is wrong and we're back here again. So it literally can't be any worse than what you've already been doing. Niji punched the Uchiha in the shoulder. Fine, Niji admitted, more just to get the two boys off his back. I'll try it, but it won't work. XXX. Niji walked into the training ground he usually used by Team Guy and proceeded to enter his stretches. His sensei, Guy, was off currently demolishing a different part of the area with his carbon copy student Lee. Passively. They didn't mean to destroy everything, the nature of their training just demanded that outcome. Halfway through his stretches his female teammate, a girl by the name of Tenten, had finished her target practice and made her way over to greet him. Upon reaching him however, she suddenly stopped, hand rubbing her chin as she contemplated him. So, are you from the Fu Dash? She started to ask, before Niji swiftly tapped her heart with his gentle fist. The action immediately killed her. The girl collapsed to the ground, body twitching as it registered its shock. There, that should do it, Niji said. He folded his arms as he waited for the world around him to freeze. He was horrified when it didn't. Chapter 17, The Advent of Revolution. Blue, black, white and red eyes stared down on the still, unmoving body of the leaf kunoichi. Her eyes were blank, vacant and lifeless as they stared off into the horizon. Gone was the vibrancy and exuberance that Tenten once held, replaced now only by the cold, unfeeling stillness of death. Sasuke made it about 3 more seconds before he turned and walked away. Where the hell do you think you're going? Niji asked. His face was twisted into a snarl. The Uchiha stared back at his time-traveling companion, none worse for the wear despite the hostile nature of his companion. Why, away from here, of course. Sasuke spoke, his voice laden with apparent superiority. I would have thought that obvious. Niji rose, obviously miffed at the Uchiha's words. He was soon stopped, however, as Naruto laid a hand on his shoulder. With a stern shaking of his head, Naruto waved his Hyuga friend off. Grudgingly, Niji let Sasuke go. You're a prick, the Hyuga called out, still staring at Sasuke. Said boy just smiled, before shimmering away. As soon as he was definitively gone, Niji jerked his arm away from Naruto. Glaring at the future Hokage, Niji moved back to the body of his teammate, resting her unmoving head on his lap once more. Why did you protect him? Naruto chuckled. Protect him? He's way stronger than you, you know. I was protecting you from him. You should have let me slug him. At least once. He was being a dick. At this point, I'm pretty sure that an Uchiha's default state of being is being a dick. Naruto took Tenten's hand into his own. It was still slightly warm, proving nothing if not but the recentness of her death. But this time, at least, he's being productive with his dick qualities. What do you mean? Naruto inclined his head, gesturing to behind the boy. Niji turned, looking over to the forested area outside the clearing they were in. The grunts and explosions that signaled the two green beasts of Konoha's combat was ringing out from the direction. It was constant, so Niji had started to drown it out. Soon, however, an explosion louder than the previous ones rang out, and a gust of warm, dry air blew the leaves off the trees. What was that? Niji asked. Naruto shook his head. That was Sasuke. He went off to distract the bushy brows. And the, whatever that was? He likes to distract people with explosions. Lots of fire and sharp things everywhere. That should keep the bushy brows on their toes and away from here for a bit. Why would you need them away from here? Isn't it obvious? Kyubi asked. We don't want them seeing this. He gestured wildly down at the dead body before them. Tenten's wide, brown eyes stared at the sky, empty and faded. Why not? Niji asked. The worst that would happen would be. The boy trailed off. He went silent for a few seconds, eyes darting around wildly as he contemplated things. Then, without warning, the Hyuga boy darted to his feet, turning and sprinting towards the ever-increasing explosions. He made one bound, then two, before a small orange blur bowled him over. Niji tumbled on the ground a fair way before finally stopping. What's your problem? He screamed at the young Hokage who shoulder-checked him. Naruto shook his head. My problem? What's yours? What do you? Niji trailed off. I'm going to get Gai-sensei and Lee. If they see what has happened here, they'll notice something's off and time will reset. Naruto's stare was hard. His eyes were focused as they bore into the Hyugas. So intense was his gaze that Niji had to look away. How do you know? Niji turned back around. What do you mean? How do you know that it will reset time? Isn't that what always happens? Niji's voice was unsure. Naruto seemed to be going somewhere with his thoughts. Yes, but obviously the gods aren't being consistent with their time-altering whims. Some changes to the past are being allowed, while others aren't. You said as much yourself. Niji was silent, intent on seeing where the Hokage was going with this. If the gods let Tenten die, what makes you think that showing the bushy brows is going to change that? They obviously don't care to revive her. They don't care about the repercussions. We have to at least try. And then they come here, shocked and angry. Naruto's eyes were full of fire, challenging the young Hyuga to oppose him. Then what? What's your brilliant plan, Niji? Niji was silent. He glared at the orange genin in front of him, all too aware of the sudden change in demeanor despite his flared emotions. The boy was calm, but his stance was firm. He was sure of himself in a way that made him seem dependable, and Niji was forced to almost cow before him. It wasn't always obvious, with the childlike body and immature personality, but Niji was now aware that he was in the presence of a future Hokage. Well? Naruto asked again. What then? I don't have a plan, Niji mumbled. Naruto raised a golden eyebrow. What was that? I said I don't have a plan. Niji shouted. His fists were clenched at his sides, holding in his anger that he knew was now mostly misplaced. I don't know what to do right now, okay? Is that what you want me to say? Is this what you want to hear? Naruto stared at his time-traveling counterpart, eyes hard and stern, for a few more seconds, before clasping the Hyuga on the shoulder. The action shocked the man out of most of his temper, even for a few seconds. With the following smile, calm and gentle unlike most of his smiles, Naruto effectively disarmed the 17-year-old. Yes, Naruto said. His voice was soft, a vast contrast to what it was before. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. There's nothing wrong with not knowing what to do. The sooner you admit that, the sooner you can start working on a solution. Wait, what? Niji asked. He was effectively confused. There were many times when I was clueless about what to do. Being Hokage was a difficult start for me. It was? Niji asked. He was meaning to ask some questions about the future, but life was hectic right now for his time-traveling companions. Oh, totally, Naruto said. He sat on the grass, before gesturing Niji to take a place next to him. The Hyuga was hesitant, but he took a seat on the surprisingly soft grass in the training ground. Did you know I didn't even attend my inauguration? What? Why? Niji was confused, but also amused. His voice rose in octaves only someone used to talking to a Hyuga could hear. Naruto chuckled. Promise you won't laugh? I make no promises when you're involved. Probability and sense don't survive very long when exposed to you. Naruto laughed at that. It was a curious thing, booming while soft, like velvet. I suppose I deserve that. Makes sense too. On the day that I was supposed to be sworn in as Hokage, I, the strongest ninja in the Leaf Village, was taken out by my 4-year-old daughter. Niji, to his credit, managed to not laugh. Instead, he simply gaped. Truthfully, it was a more fitting reaction. You were what? Niji asked after he managed to get over his surprise. Yup. Hinata found me knocked out after I was crowned. Konohamaru transformed into me and took my place in the ceremony. But, how? I've seen you get punched through a building. Naruto chuckled. You don't know your niece then. What did she do? Niji asked. He was a little afraid to ask. His supposed niece had managed to take out a man who could casually slice mountains in two and supply power to an entire army. An entire army that was, in fact, composed of entire armies. Niji's sanity shivered at the thought of his beloved niece inheriting any of Naruto's qualities. It downright whimpered at the thought of her inheriting his unpredictability. She inherited the Byakugan, Naruto said, an act so simple it was almost nonchalant. She used the gentle fist on me. You can force open your chakra points. Niji screamed. How did she manage to? My dick, Niji. She used the gentle fist on my dick. The clearing was silent, save for the machinations of the Kyuubi, who was still looking over Tenten with a stern eye. Though he was looking at the girl, his gaze seemed much farther off, as if he were looking at something completely different than what was in front of him. Why did? She was aiming for Bolt. Why was she aiming for Bolt? Don't know, Naruto said. Don't care. Why did you teach her the gentle fist at 4 years old? Niji asked. Was she a genius or? No. She wasn't a genius? Niji asked, honestly curious. No, we didn't teach her the gentle fist. The clearing was once again silent. What? We didn't teach her the gentle fist. Then how did she use it on you? Listen Niji, we don't know. Naruto growled, though there was no real anger behind it. She just did. When we asked her about it the next week, she refused to answer us. All we know is that whatever happened to her on that day was enough to traumatize Boltan. Wait, Niji said, holding a hand up. Why did you wait a week to ask her? Because that was how long it took for me to get out of my coma. She put you in a coma? Niji screamed, incredulous. How? I thought I established that I didn't know. It was better than what she did to Bolt. He was in therapy for months after she was through with him. What the hell did she do to Bolt? Niji. Naruto growled. We don't know. How many times do I have to say this? How do you not know what's happening to your own daughter? None of us know what's up with Himawari. We just let her do her thing, and she doesn't murder us. What? Niji screamed. Naruto fought the urge to cover his ears. I think you're making a bigger deal out of this than necessary. No, I think I'm making the exact right amount of deal. Niji was starting to turn a little red. Why is my niece a murderer? She's not. Naruto said, trying to placate his time-traveling partner. She hasn't murdered anyone, yet. What do you mean, yet? I don't know what Anko has her doing down in the interrogation department, but she assures me that Himawari has yet to take a life. By the way, did we tell you about Anko? She has changed so much Why? Niji started. It was obvious that he was starting to break down by now. Why is Himawari in? Have you ever seen Hinata angry? Like, pissed off? Yeah? She got that and Kurama's bloodlust. Oh, Niji responded. He was back to normal. I understand now. The clearing was silent once more. You do realize she's going to kill all of you when she becomes a ninja, right? Oh, totally, Naruto responded, without a care in the world. That's why we're making her a ramen chef. Is she allowing that? Niji, I don't think Himawari cares about anything as long as she's happy. That's why we buy her a sunflower every day and let her cook whatever she wants for dinner. Naruto rubbed his nose as he considered his next words. Though, to be fair, the estimated death toll for even that profession is higher than we're comfortable with. Niji stared at his companion, completely at a loss for words. Are you joking? He finally asked. Naruto continued to stare at the sky. After a few moments, he turned to Niji and smiled a megawatt smile. Of course I am, the blonde Hokage said. Niji gaped once more. What? You were joking this whole time? About all of that? Yeah, Naruto said, his voice enthusiastic. Mostly. That's great. Wait, mostly. The point is, I distracted you from what you were concerned about. Wait, back up. What do you mean by mostly? Are you done yet, Kurama? Naruto asked his foxy counterpart, completely ignoring Niji. Kurama snorted. I was done, like, 5 minutes ago. Wait, done with what? How's it looking? Naruto was ignoring Niji. Kyuubi appeared to be doing the same. Grandpa is coming in a bit. The sage? Why is the sage coming? Will he be able to do anything? Naruto's voice was just the tiny bit hopeful. The Kyuubi shrugged. I don't know. He didn't say anything other than that he was on his way. And on my way I was. What do you want, children? The sage, Hagoromo, asked. His tone was curt, his words listing a bit as they left his mouth. Bags hung heavily under his eyes, made all the more prominent by his chalk-white skin. Gramps, what's going on here? Naruto yelled. He held up Tenten's hand to indicate her lifeless form. Why are we still here if Tenten is dead? Hagoromo looked at the blonde with an upturned eyebrow. I didn't realize the life of that young girl dictated what you did. Should I call her Lord Tenten now? Clearly she has more value to you than, well, everything else you've encountered since we sent her back here. The vein slowly growing on Naruto's temple was as much an indicator to his rising ire as his eerie silence, so Kurama took over the explanation. What the idiot meant to ask was, why are we still here, and time not reset, if a pivotal person that hadn't died before is dead now? I loathe these creatures as much as the next guy, but even I know this human child was alive. Oh? Hagoromo asked, his voice rising an octave. Now you guys care about what happens to the timeline? When it suits you. Cut the crap, Grandpa. Naruto's voice was close to a growl. Just tell us why Tenten isn't coming back. The same reason why Mizuki isn't coming back. She wasn't needed. What do you mean? She's my friend. Of course she's needed. Naruto was now on his feet, having flew to the position rather fast in Niji's opinion. And you believe that to be a good enough reason? Mizuki was your teacher. I don't see you in a huff about him. Mizuki was a bastard and a traitor. He deserved to die. Oh? And now the great Naruto Uzumaki gets to decide who may live and who may die. Perhaps it is you who I should be calling Lord now. What's your problem? Naruto screamed, and it took everything Niji had to hold the boy back. Even then, the Hyuga was sure that Naruto was letting himself be restrained. You are, the sage said. He leveled a stare, nonchalant and passive, at the blonde Hokage, completely uncaring of the boy's ire. You and your friends have been running around deliberately changing things for a while now. Do you have any idea the amount of work it takes to reset an entire universe? Energies and complex techniques you couldn't even begin to imagine need to be utilized, and I'm the one that's forced to do them. Do you have any idea how hard it is to make someone wish for more hours in a day, when that person lives in a timeless wonder zone? I'll bet it's pretty damn hard, Niji said. Hagoromo nodded. Right, indeed. It's pretty damn hard. So the gods and I decided to come up with a pretty nifty solution. Remember when they said that they were actively going to fuck with you? Naruto, Niji and the fox nodded, though slowly. Well, we're going to implement that strategy now. We're only going to fix things that absolutely need to be fixed. For every one of your fuck-ups that could reliably be ignored, we're going to let them be. Regardless of whether or not it affects you. But Tenten is important, damn it. She did a lot in the coming years. Oh? Hagoromo asked. Like what? She? Naruto trailed off, mouth hanging open as he contemplated his next words. Naruto? Niji asked. He was concerned about his friend. Are you alright? Tell the sage about Tenten's accomplishments. Give me a moment. Naruto's face was screwed up. He stared at the ground hard, as if it would give him the answers he sought. Naruto? Niji asked again. You can answer him, right? Naruto's answer was silence. He stood there, fingers cupping his chin as he contemplated something to contribute to Tenten's case. Seconds, then minutes ticked by as Naruto tried, and failed, to produce something substantial. Naruto? Niji asked. His voice was pathetic, almost begging. I can't think of anything. Niji was silent. Why not? You think of something. Naruto screamed in his defense. Niji huffed. Fine. She's necessary because... The Hyuga boy silenced. His eyes roamed as he searched his mind for a suitable answer. Seconds, then minutes ticked by as both Hokage and Sage awaited the Hyuga's answer. Finally, after what seemed like an hour, the Hyuga boy spoke. She's really good with weapons. And I'm done here, Hagoromo stated, before turning. A hole in reality ripped open in front of him. Just as he was about to float through, Naruto called out to him. Wait, Gramps, don't you think you're being a little unfair? As unfair as an entire group of people purposefully making my life hard, or as unfair as that same group of people shifting the blame of those very same actions that makes my life hard onto me? Either one works. Both have been pissing me off. Naruto blanched, his face going as white as sheet. I didn't know you were being blamed for our actions. Ah, yes, Hagoromo stroked his beard. I believe the god summed up my involvement in your chicanery as, your species, your problem. Wait, Niji said, too shocked by recent revelations to remember his grief. By that logic, aren't we their creations? Aren't we inherently their problem as well? Hagoromo sighed. It was a deep one, laden with the woes of a man burdened with an impossible load. Technically, yes. Bringing that point up to them in conversation, however, doesn't have as obvious an outcome. The sage then rubbed his temples. The repercussions for that were monumental. Never oppose the gods, children. Niji pointedly looked at Naruto and Kurama, then behind himself at the explosions that rang throughout the training field they were in. Somehow, the sage's statement seemed directed at certain people more than others. Regardless, I'm not inclined to care about your problems, nor how fair our decision is regarding your problems. Simply put, I'm too stressed, Naruto. Our decision is final, and you have to live with it. I wouldn't have to live with it if you let me go back to my own time. Naruto pouted like a petulant child, which, technically, he was at the moment. That is also a decision you have to live with. The sage seemed to drag far too much enjoyment from that statement. He didn't outwardly show it, but his staff waved through the air in a way reminiscent to an excited puppy's tail. He has a point, Naruto, Kurama growled. A mischievous smirk adorned his face, showing far too much teeth and more than enough fox-like canines. Naruto caught onto his companion's tone immediately. Yeah, I suppose you're right. It's far better if we just stay here. What are you two doing? Hagoromo asked. He didn't like where this was going. We're just doing what you wanted, Gramps. We're staying here. Living here. And doing what comes naturally to us when we live. May I take my leave, Naruto? You may, Naruto nodded. Before his head even fully rose again, Kyuubi was gone, vanishing in a miasma of fire and sulfur that scorched the grass where he stood. Where did he go? Oh, you know, Naruto answered. As he finished, another explosion, this time much bigger than the Uchihas, sounded from somewhere within the village. Screams of terror could be heard as the village hidden in the leaves cried out as one. Places. Naruto, this isn't funny. Where is he? Why is he there? Indeed, Kurama was currently rampaging through the hidden leaf village in his full, nine-tailed glory. Houses were stomped underfoot with every step he took, and fires erupted from his mere presence. What is he doing? Hagoromo cried. Kurama was doing too much. There is no way he could simply wipe the memories of the entire village. The Kyuubi incident was too much of an impact on their lives. It appears he is trashing the village. Naruto eyed a house as it flew over their heads, casting a shadow over them all. It landed slightly behind them, causing a thunderous, deafening boom. Yes, I'm almost certain that is what he is up to. Why? Boys will be boys. Foxes will be foxes. I doubt any other foxes act like this, Niji said. He was a little shaken up by the casual way the Jinchuriki pair discarded so many lives, but he saw their plan. It was a gamble, but there was no way for him to exactly stop their gamble either, so he went along with it. I suppose, Naruto mused, his hand cupping his chin again. But I can't think of any other reason why foxes went extinct. Foxes aren't extinct, Niji said. They still exist. Oh really? Naruto's tone was challenging, but still playful. Altogether, it was an out-of-place tone considering the wreckage and flames that constantly flew their way. Seeing as they were several miles away from the village, this was more impressive than not. Really, Niji responded. He was grasping onto the conversation with everything he had. If he wavered, even a little, he feared he might drown in the ridiculousness of the situation. There are tons of them out there. No reported extinctions. Then when was the last time you've seen a fox? Niji turned. His gaze fell on the several hundred-foot-tall monster that was currently destroying everything they loved. Besides him. I haven't met any other foxes besides him. Me either. Face it, Niji, they don't exist anymore. Niji looked like he wanted to argue, but he decided against it. The sage was looking pretty annoyed by now, and somewhere deep down inside himself, Niji was sure this was Naruto's intention. Is this supposed to be proving anything? Hagoromo said through clenched teeth. It seemed he really hated to be ignored. Because no matter how much Kurama destroys, nothing will bring Tenten back. She wasn't necessary to your futures, so she won't be revived. We'll just reset until just after your friend murdered her. Niji's jaw tightened, and he felt the respect he had for the sage wane, just a little. He was willing to let an innocent girl die just to prove a point to Naruto? That was an incredibly petty and childish thing to do, though he supposed that to a god, a single human life didn't mean as much as it did to them. No, the insult to everything was that Naruto was a blockhead. If he didn't want something done, then it wouldn't happen, or if it did, Naruto would simply not believe it happened out of pure spite. Tenten's death would be for nothing. Niji stepped forward, ready to throttle the man he revered not seconds ago when Naruto put a restraining hand on his shoulder. The Hyuga stopped, but only for the knowledge that Naruto was truly stronger than him. The Uzumaki looked him in the eye, before smiling. So much genuine emotion was reflected in the action that even Niji was affected. Reluctantly, he stood down. Yeah, Gramps. You can do that, Naruto chirped. His grin was downright malicious now. Though he wouldn't show it, the sage started to feel a bit of fear. And it would probably hammer home the fact that Tenten wasn't coming back. Where are you going with this? Oh, nothing, nothing. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It's just. I was wondering, how many useless lives are you willing to give up before you have to start reviving people? Hagoromo's stare went from slightly fearful to shocked, then settled on enraged. You wouldn't. I wouldn't. Naruto parroted, before whistling. The tune was high-pitched and shrill, and Niji almost had to cover his ears to block it out. Not a single second after he was done, however, did Sasuke land in the clearing, left hand tucked away in his pocket and right hand in a fist touching the ground. Bended knee and head bowed, Sasuke responded to his call. Yes, Lord Hokage? Cut the shit, Sasuke, Naruto growled, the first signs of real irritation in his voice. Apparently, Gramps and his bosses don't believe us when we say that we can change landscapes. Remember what we planned to do when we first got here? Sasuke smiled. It was a vicious thing, promising only dark and painful things. Destroy everything and anything we can until the very gods themselves give up. Yup. But, of course, I would never allow you to do that, Sasuke. I'm the responsible Hokage, who must keep all of his ninja in check. Oh no! Sasuke cried, his hand over his heart in shock. Whatever will I do? Yeah, Naruto said, a chuckle seeping in somewhere. That's why you're banished. War crimes. You allowed Sakura's pink-haired genes to continue in another generation. Inside Sarada sleeps the genes of a fashion disaster. Ino said it herself. I'm sorry, but you're no longer a Konoha ninja. You can't do this. Sasuke cried in mock horror. I can, Naruto responded, his face stern, though it was a quickly fading facade. I'm Hokage. I can do what I want. Begone, Sasuke Uchiha. I don't want to see you until you're a Konoha ninja again. Naruto then tapped his chin, although the only way that could happen is if someone somehow turned back time until before I banished you. Oh well. Give me your headband. Sasuke, in response, tore the headband off his head and tossed it to his blonde counterpart. Naruto caught it, before staring at it. It was just a standard issue, but it was one that would survive Sasuke his entire ninja career. Seeing the metal once again pristine and without a scratch, and the cloth perfectly blue and not in tatters, was almost surreal. I can't believe this, Sasuke droned. The acting and pretending to show emotion had already run its course for the Uchiha. I'm so angry, I'm going to go on a rampage and kill everything I see. Well, if that's the case, then you can start that way. Naruto pointed in a general direction that led to the land of lightning. Konoha is already being torn down by the fox. Good idea, Captain. I mean, not Captain. Sasuke mock saluted Naruto, before turning in the direction Naruto indicated for him and dashing away. Hey, while you're at it, take out the bushy brows. They're gonna be a problem. Naruto didn't get an answer, but the telltale sound of 1,000 birds struggling to be released was a good indicator of the boy's response. Satisfied, Naruto turned to Hagoromo, his smug grin answered by a furious scowl on the sage's face. What the hell do you think you're doing? The sage asked. He was close to bursting, Naruto could feel it. I like to think of it as, making an investment, duh. You've sent 2 of the strongest creatures this world has ever known on genocidal quests. 2 cities, wiped off the face of the planet just, for what? What are you trying to accomplish with this? Naruto yawned, stretching his arms behind his head. Why, we're trying to prove a point to you, here, Gramps. And what point is that? The sage had his hands clenched until they were white around his staff. Naruto's earlier mirth disappeared as well. With a face chiseled from stone and a voice tempered in war, the young Hokage stepped forward until he was just inches away from his ancestor. His head crested just above the sage's folded legs as said man floated in midair. We're not playing by your rules, old man. Naruto's voice was hard and cold. For the first time since they returned to the past, Neji was able to see the real scope of the man in front of him. This wasn't Naruto, the hyperactive prankster child. This was Naruto, war hero and leader of a militaristic nation of murderers and assassins. An iron will and loads of power was needed to keep such a thing in line, and Naruto had both in spades. We played along with your terms until now, mostly out of respect for you. Neji resisted the urge to snort as Naruto said those words while never breaking eye contact with the sage. That either boy, Naruto or Sasuke, could regard their complete and total dismissal of the Six Paths sage and the gods that governed even him as respectful was laughable. But we did so out of benevolence, not obedience. If you want us to stay here, to play nice with all the machinations that you have planned out for us, you're going to have to make some concessions for us too. Understand? Hagoromo, to his credit, didn't even flinch under the blonde Hokage's ire. And what exactly makes you think that you're in the proper position to dictate these terms? So what? You can destroy and kill and take as many lives as you want, but that means nothing in the end. It's a headache for me, but I can just reset the world, restoring their lives, over and over again. Hagoromo then stroked his beard, a condescending smile adorning his face. You have lived one life, boy. I have lived many, and I will live many more. I have been immortal far longer than you have. You will tire of your games long before I do. Perhaps, Naruto mused. But you're overlooking something. Something wholly crucial. And what is that? Hagoromo asked. He leaned down from his spot in midair to come face to face, ringed eyes to blue, with Naruto. They held this stare for what seemed to be a tense eternity, until suddenly Naruto smiled. Well, you're forgetting 3 things, actually. Naruto then held up 3 fingers, his index, middle and thumb. Then, he put down his thumb. 1. That I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the world's most unpredictable ninja. Almost theatrically, Kyuubi destroyed the Hokage mountain at the end of that declaration, adding a cinematic flair to it. Naruto then put down his index finger. 2. That I have a forbidden technique that I was being really good about not using. It seems that you nor the gods can counteract its effects. From behind the group, in the opposite direction of the village, distinctly Uchiha-like explosions rocked the very world. It wasn't visible, but the village hidden in the clouds was being wiped from the map. Finally, Naruto was on his 3rd point, but he didn't put down his sole remaining finger, essentially flipping the sage off. And 3, no one ever fucks with me. And like that, Hagoromo had finally had enough. Twirling his staff, the sage abused his gifted power over reality and froze time, this time including all of the time travelers in its power. Looking at the world through his powerful, ringed eyes, the man scowled at the gray expanse he was now looking at. Insufferable brat. To think himself so highly as to speak like that to me. Perhaps he really does take after my sons. The sage then looked around. Kurama had done an amazing job in the work that he had done. With another twirl of his staff, the sage was directly above the hidden leaf. Able to fully survey the damage, he sighed, releasing all of his pent of rage. This is going to take me forever to fix. And that wasn't even the beginning of it. He couldn't see it, but he could feel the inconsistencies that Sasuke had wreaked by destroying the hidden cloud village, and though he had much less time, the Uchiha had done just as much damage. The very thought of it increased the headache he was feeling twofold, and the sage wished desperately for a break or a vacation. Neither of those things were likely to be coming his way for quite some time, as the gods were slave drivers. Either way, he would have some sort of break, so he used what limited freedom he had to get something he hadn't gotten in forever. A good conversation. "Wake up, Kurama. I'm bored. Talk to me," said Fox. Yawned, a loud, earth-shaking thing that it was, and casually ate the handful of ninjas he had in his hand as rich, fiery orange color returned to his fur and scarlet anger returned to his eyes. He was teeming with untold rage, but such an existence was his default state. His focus then centered on his much smaller grandpa floating above him, and the demon fox sneered. "Judging by the looks of things, you finally got sick of the brats and decided to just freeze everything." Hagoromo smirked. The Kyuubi always did have a knack for somehow figuring things out. Accurate, as usual. Your intelligence has always been fascinating. The Kyuubi cackled in response. "Yes. You know what they say about foxes. We are the most cunning of creatures." "Quite," Hagoromo said. A small smile graced his lips. "It makes me wonder why you choose to act like such a simpleton when around those mortals. They're not all bad. If you reduce yourselves to their level, they're actually quite fun." Kyuubi sat on its haunches. It scrutinized its paws for a bit, before finding them wanting. Grimacing, it set to cleaning them by licking, but soon lost interest in that as well. Besides, once you hang around Naruto enough, you'll find that you can't help but stoop to his level. It's practically mandatory. Hagoromo snorted, an act that seemed to dismiss the claim. "I don't see the hype about him. He's an outstanding individual, but that so many of you regard him with almost deific reverence is baffling." "Oh, I don't revere him," Kyuubi said, shaking his head vehemently. Hagoromo eyed the Kyuubi warily for a second, before smiling. "Then what do you call your acquiescence to his leadership and whims?" "Survival instincts." "What?" "I call it a need to survive. I've been in direct contact with Naruto for a lot longer than you have, Gramps, so I know a thing or two. I've seen this boy survive things he shouldn't, in ways that couldn't, in any probability, be possible. He's a complete monster, but not in the way you think." "Then in what way?" "His luck, Gramps. He's lucky in ways that no one can ever predict. You may think it's nothing big. You and the gods looked over his life from outside, all at once. Like some sort of anime. We've lived his life. It's a lot worse from our point of view. So trust me when I say this, whatever you think it is that you've done to win, you haven't. Something, somewhere, is coming to turn this conflict around. And it will definitely be in his favor." "Bullshit," Hagoromo cursed. He had listened quietly to his surrogate son's claims, but had enough of the ridiculousness. "He's frozen in time. He literally cannot do a thing to change anything until I say that he can. He's lost, this time for sure." "Okay, Gramps. If you say so." The Kyuubi looked wholly unconvinced, and the sage picked up on it. "Why are you so loyal to his cause?" Hagoromo legitimately couldn't wrap his head around it. "It's not that I'm loyal, it's that statistically, I cannot afford to go against him. Isn't that why you guys brought him back in time? To make him experience his life without his luck." When Hagoromo confirmed this, Kyuubi continued. "And that plan has failed horribly. Luck is the one technique that will never abandon him. Even against you. Even against your gods." "Then where is it now?" Hagoromo asked bitterly. His arms were folded, and he turned his back on his giant, foxy child. In the distance, his powerful eyes could see the Uzumaki still frozen where he was, defiant eyes glaring up at where the sage was floating before time was frozen. "His luck has failed him. He is powerless before me. And to think, he went through that whole tirade of 3 things I should remember." "Oh, he told you those?" Kyuubi asked. His ears pointed straight up in the air as his tail swished erratically behind him. "Yes," Hagoromo answered. "Then you're fucked. Just wait for it. Something ridiculously stupid is about to happen to bail him out of this situation." "Wah! Do you know what that speech is?" Kyuubi asked. A grin, small and cautious, appeared on his face. "It's a combination technique. It fuses his talk no jutsu with his propensity for luck. It has a higher than 100% success rate. Just watch. Something stupid is coming." "Impossible," Hagoromo dismissed the claim immediately. "I control this world. There is nothing that can move here without my permission. Not even you could, Kurama. Wait for it. Wait for what? It. What is it? I don't know yet. But it's coming. Nothing is coming. I only let you move. It doesn't care. And I'm done with talking to you, Hagoromo growled. He didn't know why he thought that reviving the Kyuubi was a good idea. Twirling his staff, the sage prepared to freeze the Kyuubi again when he heard something, a noise of some kind, echoing its way through the silent void of the time-frozen world. What is that sound? He asked, more to himself than anything. It, Kyuubi said, earning him a shush from his grandfather. Enough of that. Quiet. Hagoromo then focused. The sound was constant, an undulating, almost satisfying thing. It was faint, but every second that passed allowed it to grow steadily louder, until it was fairly obvious what it was. Is that tearing? Hagoromo asked. Kyuubi snickered. Prepare yourself. XXX. It was here. Back again. Something or someone had once more sapped the color from the world, bathing it in blacks and whites and grays. Around it, the wind stopped blowing, the sun stopped warming its being, and the people who would either marvel or cower from it were now frozen in infuriating indifference. For a being of constant, changing, beautiful colors and hues, such a thing was an immense affront to its existence. Whatever it was that had done this atrocity was not given permission to do so. It would rue the day that it had offended a being of this magnitude. Whoever it was that stopped time would rue the day it wronged the kunai. XXX. What the hell is that? Hagoromo screamed in unashamed awe. How the hell is that thing still flying around? Kyuubi asked in response. That rainbow kunai was an ever-present thing now, and it had proven to retain its thrower's knack for defying the expected. You know what that is? The sage asked, his eyes wide. I don't think anyone truly knows what that is. What I do know is that Naruto threw that kunai after infusing it with the power of all 9 bijou when we first got here. I don't know why it's still flying around. Oh? You don't know why it's flying around? Nope, Kyuubi responded, carefree. Oh, Hagoromo said. Do you know why it's somehow tearing the time stop apart? Sure enough, the rainbow-hued kunai was flying through frozen air, tearing it apart with the sound of ripping fabric. It bled rainbow gas off its blade as it flew, and behind it the time-stop gray was torn apart to reveal a renewed world, functioning normally and in color once more. I guess that's it, then. Kyuubi muttered. Well, whatever it is, I'm putting a stop to it. Hagoromo then disappeared, teleporting directly in front of the blade. Under my powers given to me by the gods, I command you to STO. The sage was roughly tossed to the side, as if he were a piece of crumbled-up paper. The kunai continued on, as if completely undeterred by the man of almost deific ability that was so rudely dismissed. With eyes it definitely did not have, the kunai saw the frozen form of Naruto glaring up at seeming nothing. On a whim, it decided that its progenitor didn't deserve such a fate. In an explosion of power it made a beeline for the boy, stopping just short of him. Then it rested itself in his hand, left conveniently open though he was still flipping off the sage. Kurama, though laughing shortly before at the sage's bad luck, immediately fell silent at the spectacle. I have never been more afraid. Now in possession of the kunai that apparently existed outside of time, Naruto apparently gained its capabilities. Slightly confused, he looked around himself to see that not only was the sage not in front of him anymore, as he should have been, but that the entire world save for a straight line that led to himself was frozen in gray. So, the sage had finally gotten tired of me and froze everything, Naruto mused. He then looked at the kunai, still glowing with an untold amount of energy in his hand, and smiled. Enough of that then. Then Naruto stabbed the ground with the kunai, releasing all of the pent-up energy in it. Then the world exploded. XXX. 1. Then 2. Then 3. Then 4. For seconds was all it took to notice that impossible forces had collided with each other and torn the reality of the world they had created apart. Displeased, the gods attempted to notify Hagoromo, their sage, of the event so he could fix it. Then they realized that the last vestiges of the man was in fact in that shattered world. Even more displeased, they exerted their will and put the world back together. Though, in reality, it took them far more effort than they cared to admit. XXX. What did you do? Hagoromo asked. All he could remember was an explosion of truly overwhelming rainbow-hued power before everything was pain. He suffered from it for what seemed like an eternity, before finally everything went black for him. He was an immortal, but even he could see what death was like, and honestly, he was quite content. Then he was here, staring at the boy he was quickly coming to hate once more. I'm not sure, Naruto stated. The kunai was still in his hand, but the rainbow hues bleeding off of it and the overwhelming power therein was now absent. I kinda just went with the flow. Naruto then looked around. Color effused the world as it sprung forward in its most natural of states. But whatever it was, it seems to have worked. Time is going again. Ignoring the fact that this insane boy had done something that had potentially killed an immortal on what seemed to be a whim, the sage glared at Naruto, before righting himself in the air once more. Don't get too attached to it. Once I find my staff, I'm freezing it once more. Whatever you did with that odd blade you have there was apparently a one-time thing. Naruto chuckled. Oh? Have fun with that. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Literally thousands of Narutos popped into existence. While you're doing that, I'm going to be doing something too. And what's that? I'm using talk no jutsu on literally everyone I meet. If you had trouble turning back time with just Sasuke under its influence, wait until you have to do it with everyone in the elemental nations. Hagoromo then stared at the boy. XXX. Neji stared at Naruto. What did you do? I'm getting that question a lot nowadays, Naruto responded. He sat with Neji in the middle of Team Guy's training ground as Tenten used the green beasts of Konoha as practice dummies. She never once hit them, but then again it was hard to tell if such a thing was due to her poor aim, their incredible evasion tactics, or the weapon's refusal to touch such horrid creatures. What matters is that I got her back. Neji grew silent. For once he agreed with his time-traveling counterpart. Leaning back, the boy rested as his weight sat against his palms. Letting out a sigh, Neji closed his eyes and let the rhythmic cries of battle that Tenten shouted as she threw her wide assortment of weapons comfort him. By the way, the only way that Grandpa Sage could bring Tenten back was to use her future self. Have fun. Naruto then disappeared, having been a shadow clone the entire time. Wait, what? He asked, before he was glomped by his female teammate. Neji. You're back. Tenten squealed, joy evident in every bit of her being. Neji was caught up in her reverie, until he felt a familiar pinprick on the back of his neck. He soon lost all control of his body as it fell back. Did you forget that I used to coat my weapons in paralyzing poisons while you were dead, Neji? The kunoichi asked innocently. She twirled a senbon in her fingers, probably the one she used to paralyze Neji with, around her fingers. Oh well, it's okay. You'll get reacquainted with all of them, both my poisons and weapons, in due time. After all, Neji felt dread like he had never felt before, pool in his stomach. Then again, it could just be Tenten as that was where she chose to straddle him. You're going to be feeling all of them soon, Tenten continued, in return for the emotional abuse you caused me when you died. Prepare yourself, Neji. As he was paralyzed from head to toe, there was no feasible way the boy could have prepared himself for this. The Hyuga whimpered as he struggled to decide whether he was relieved his best female friend was back to life, or terrified. We'll start with your, little Hyuga. Neji decided he was terrified. Chapter 18, Calm Before the Storm. This seems like a terrible idea, Neji said as he stared at his opponent across the stadium. Said opponent just smiled, a radiant thing that seemed to be almost blinding. Chill out, Neji. Just think of it as a spar. Naruto screamed. He had his hands on his hips and seemed almost nonchalant about the whole thing. Although, to be fair, there wasn't much that Neji supposed Naruto would take notice of. He had faced down demons, gods, immortals and monsters and come out on top every time. Naruto could demolish mountains and make current maps obsolete with just a passing whim. Sasuke, a legend in his own right and a man who, based on his own bragging, had eradicated an entire hidden village in this reset on Naruto's suggestion, even feared and deferred to this boy in front of him. No, Neji supposed that Naruto had very little to fear. Neji, on the other hand, had a lot to fear. The third round of the Chunin exams was a tournament-styled knockout competition, and the first match had pitted the unlucky Hyuga against such a fearsome man. While Neji knew that he wasn't supposed to win this match either way, as he had lost it the first time around, that last time Naruto was just a mediocre ninja with the only thing going for him being an insane amount of pluck. This time around? Naruto could decapitate the entire audience with wind chakra and a thought. I don't suppose you could pretend to punch me and I go down, right? Neji asked. Around this time in the past he would be spouting off some nonsense about fate and how it predicted everyone's lives, but such a thing just seemed so futile now. How could such a puny thing as fate ever possibly affect a monumental disaster like Uzumaki Naruto? Nah, Naruto hummed. He was rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet. One of the things I had to agree to the sage with in order to get Tenten back was that I would at least try to keep things consistent. If it gets him off my back, who am I to argue? Neji sighed, such a thing was to be expected. Looking up in the stands of the arena, he could see his female teammate practically jumping out of her seat to root for him. He couldn't make out her words in the roar of the people, but a smile came to his face regardless at her enthusiasm. That smile was immediately crushed under the fear that recently started to be associated with her. Pulling his attention away from the kunoichi, lest his knees go weak, he focused on his opponent once more. Naruto had his hands behind his head now, looking for all the world like the kid he currently was, and not the supremely powerful Hokage he was supposed to be. It was a little disconcerting. I want a good, clean fight, the proctor said, a man whose name escaped the Hyuga at the moment. Since when did ninja fight clean? Naruto asked, a chuckle accompanying his words. The proctor smiled. To be honest, we didn't even have a concept of dirty fighting until recently. You want to know what changed that? Sure, Naruto said. A plucky little ninja created a double S-class forbidden technique, the proctor said, the smile on his face truly wicked. It can't be dodged, reversed, or resisted. It always works and currently only one ninja can use it. Truly terrifying. I wonder what kind of person could make such a horrid technique. Neji stared at Naruto. Naruto stared back, not looking guilty in the slightest. It's not my fault you guys can't handle a simple conversation, the orange boy said. The proctor sneered. First off, that you think that we, as trained killers from infancy, would have any skill in social decorum beyond what we would need to efficiently kill someone is truly baffling. Secondly, what you do does not qualify as simply conversation. That you think it does says a lot about your twisted psyche. Huh, Naruto said. I have trained killers criticizing my psyche. I feel that's a life milestone. I can feel it, the proctor said. I can feel my sanity draining with every word I exchange with you. Really, it's your own fault for continuing this as long as you have. Neji found himself slowly tuning out of the conversation. Keeping his attention on any verbal engagement involving Naruto was a battle of endurance, and Neji learned long ago that Naruto could outlast anyone and everyone. Naruto had proven he could outlast death itself. Now that was a harrowing thought. So with a lazy eye Neji looked to see where the other time travelers were. Sasuke was, of course, finding a place to sulk by himself. To his dismay Sakura didn't want to let him have that right. XXX. I can't even stand next to you, the pink-haired girl asked. Sasuke grunted. No, you're creepy. How am I creepy, Sasuke? Okay, Sasuke grunted. Answer this honestly. Do you or do you not have a doll somewhere in your house that looks suspiciously like me? Sakura was silent. And, by the way, do you not have its features made of things that, at some point, actually came from me? Sakura looked away. I rest my case. You know, Sasuke, it's not polite to sneak into other people's shrines, Sakura whispered. Sasuke paled, as he had guessed all that stuff about the doll. Using all of his ninja training, he tried to sneak away while Sakura was looking elsewhere. He did not succeed. XXX. Looking elsewhere, Neji attempted to look for the other time travelers. Eyeing expertly over Tenten, Neji focused on Orochimaru, currently masquerading as the Kazekage. XXX. I'm Orochimaru, the fake Kazekage said, his words coming out through his teeth. You make the funniest jokes, Kazekage Dano, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage said. A quiet chuckle escaped the man's lips, and there was no way to describe it besides grandfatherly. But I must say, making the same joke 83 times in a row is making it rather stale, no? It is not a joke, Sarutobi-sensei. I really am your student. Orochimaru looked pained to the point of utmost aggravation. Oh? I must say, Kazekage Dano, that just simply cannot be the case. Sarutobi said while rubbing his beard. And why not, sensei? Orochimaru asked. Because Orochimaru isn't stupid enough to appear before me without some sort of trick up his sleeve. I may be old, but even that snake bastard knows the extent of my powers. If he were you, here, in this enclosed space without any sort of backup rivaling that of the former Kages, well, to put it in the most delicate and sophisticated terms I can. Around now the room started to chill to an insane degree, the very air itself frosting over as unnatural shadow descended over the aged Hokage. Leaning forward slowly, Sarutobi invaded the hidden sand village leader's personal space quite easily and without care, his face coming dangerously close to the other man's. Well, I would say that the very best lesson I ever taught my students was to truly fear what I could do to them should they betray either me or the leaf. You, not being one of my students, don't know that lesson. But if you were one of my students? I guess it would be time for another lesson, no? Orochimaru, as the Sand's leader, shook his head violently as repressed memories suddenly came to the forefront of his mind. All too soon he remembered why exactly he had immediately summoned two Hokages to fight this rather ancient man. Quickly, as if it were never there, the oppressive aura that had gathered had fled the viewing balcony the two leaders were sitting in. Hiruzen was sitting comfortably in his chair, his aged back rested against the back of the cushioned chair and his eyes closed in contentment. Great. So now that we have established that you are, in fact, not my wayward student, shall we enjoy the proceedings? Orochimaru nodded vigorously, not confident in the state of his voice. XXX. Niji wasn't too sure what had happened up there, but he knew that he probably wanted no part of it. Tuning back into the conversation happening within his earshot, Niji managed to catch on to the tail end of it. For the last time, no, it doesn't make it legal if your shadow clones perform the technique, the proctor said through gritted teeth. To this, Naruto just pouted, before kicking at the dirt. It was worth a shot? He whispered, folding his arms like a child. Niji smirked at the older man's actions, a glimmer of hope appearing in his heart. At the end of the day Naruto, while being insanely powerful, was still just a boy at heart. The fight would be long, and no doubt painful, but at the very least Naruto wouldn't do anything drastic. He was a childish man, if nothing else, and that usually equated to some sort of mercy. Begin, the proctor said, before jumping away to safety. Niji got into a fighting stance, an advanced form of the Hyuga's gentle fist style that he shouldn't have known yet. Sure, he was breaking some rules, but he needed at least this much if he was going to survive the storm that was Naruto. Try to take it easy on me, Niji shouted, his hope from before spreading throughout his bones. Naruto simply smiled back, his arms still folded. Of course, Niji. I normally would never be serious fighting against anyone that wasn't Sasuke. Niji smiled, relief filling his entire being. That's great. For a second there I actually feared you were going to. Then dread filled his entire being. What do you mean by normally? Well, Naruto started. The boy started to walk around, his hand rubbing at his chin. Normally, I would understand that there was no possible way that anyone in the entire world would be able to stand up to me, and I would go easy on them, using as little of my power as possible to subdue them, because it is just so easy to kill people when you can cut through them like paper. Niji unconsciously stepped back. He didn't like the way this was going. But, the blonde continued, sometimes, when I'm just so pissed off, I forget that my Rasengan has cut through a tree as wide as our entire village and shifted the tectonic plates beneath us, resulting in earthquakes so far away from where I used it that I couldn't fathom visiting those places. Niji leapt backwards. The situation was degrading fast. Thinking on his feet, he tried to imagine what he could have done to piss off the boy that was now slowly stalking towards him, the chakra emitting from his body so thick that it was visible even without his Byakugan active. Did you know I took on a team of genin, Niji? Naruto asked. Niji shook his head, not trusting his voice to answer for him. Well, I did. And do you want to guess what I think is the best lesson I had ever taught them? Niji shook his head violently. He had a feeling that he did not want to guess. Go on, try. Well, that was a decision that was taken from him. Stammering out his reply, Niji stated that he didn't know. Well, I guess it can't be helped then. Naruto's voice was monotone, and there was a hint of danger there that was wholly apparent. I would say that the very best lesson I had ever taught my students was to truly fear what I could do to them if they should ever betray either me or the leaf. Sasuke inspired it. Up in the stand Sasuke stood behind Kakashi. He would deny it if anyone ever said he was cowering. You're not one of my students, Niji, but I think you'll benefit from that lesson, and with that, the blonde Hokage exploded from his position in a flurry of blue chakra. Niji had less than a second to react before he was subject to what he would refer to later on in his life as the worst experience he had ever had. XXX. Orochimaru looked at the complete massacre that was happening below him in the arena with wide eyes. Long had it been since he had felt for another person, but the events down there made it certainly hard for him to keep that lack of empathy. Dear sage, Orochimaru whispered, horror evident in his voice as it reluctantly left his mouth. What brutality? Oh? Hiruzen asked, his eyes only now leaving the spectacle before him. I wouldn't go that far. The boy still has a long way to go. He has the makings of a fine Hokage, though. Orochimaru just gaped at his former sensei, unsure as to whether or not the old man was serious. If the gentle, almost uncaring smile he had on his face was any indicator, the old man absolutely was. All at once, Orochimaru retracted his bitterness over not being chosen for the next Hokage. XXX. Naruto. You promised the sage you would try to keep things the same. Niji half whimpered, half cried as Naruto stalked towards him. He was currently battered into the wall of the stadium. Far more bones than he believed he started with were broken. Did I? I don't remember. All I remember was that you had beaten Hinata to an inch of her life. Niji suddenly found out how he had pissed off Naruto. That? I did that to keep time the same, Naruto. And I'm doing this to keep time the same as well. This didn't happen last time. It didn't? Naruto asked. I don't remember. And the punishment continued. XXX. Sasuke, both Sharingan active, stared at the scene below him. Though the Mangekyo spun in eerie red silence, the Uchiha's stare was vacant, almost lifeless. That's terrible. Sakura whispered. Sasuke shook his head. If you let it affect you, he'll just dominate you forever. It's best if you just don't let it get to you. Shikamaru stared at the Uchiha, his face in shock for once. How do you not let that get to you? You just don't. What are you talking about? Sasuke rounded on the boy. You just don't. XXX. Down in the stadium, Niji lie in a broken, messed up heap in a crater in the floor of the stadium. Or what once was a stadium. Right now it was more of a pockmarked hell on earth. The proctor made his way back out onto the stadium floor, carefully stepping around fluids that he was sure could incapacitate him immediately. It had been 5 minutes now since the match had ended, and he had not gotten very far. Cutting his losses, he simply called the match from where he was. Neat, Naruto said, his hands once more on his hips. Besides a bit of goo that stained his cheeks, slashing through the horizontal lines vertically, the boy looked none worse for the wear. Was all this necessary? The proctor asked. Absolutely, Naruto answered. Without another word, the boy turned and walked from the stadium, expertly maneuvering around his own wanton destruction in a way that was almost elegant. Upon reaching the demolished exit, Naruto turned around, nodded, and then continued on his way as if the last 5 minutes hadn't happened. Dear gods, Asuma whispered from his place in the stands. Beside him Tenten just laughed. She was the only person in the entire stadium able to do so, however, so her voice echoed around the entire thing unabated. You know, besides the Hokage's laughter. Ah, the good old prank god of Konoha, the young Kunoichi bellowed. I forgot how masterful he was. There's just something about it that far outstrips anything Bolt had ever done. Down in the stadium Niji simply twitched in response, though not from any sort of voluntary action. No, Niji had twitched from the itching powder currently filling every inch of his clothes and the burn marks lining everywhere not covered by said garments. For when you upset the prank god of Konoha, you don't get off easy. XXX. So, who do we root for? Tenten asked. She sat beside Naruto and an unconscious Niji as they watched Temari and Shikamaru fight in the stadium below. Dunno, Naruto said. He scratched his head, a frown marring his usually excited face. It's not nice to get between couples. Hinata told me that doing that was bad. Well, technically they're not a couple yet, unless. Tenten stared harder at the two as they fought below. Shikamaru was currently hiding amongst the trees, trying to outsmart his better-equipped opponent. Are they back in time too? Naruto sighed. No, Tenten. I told you, the only people back in time with us are Sasuke, Niji, and Orochimaru. Tenten glanced up at the viewer balcony hosting both the Hokage and the Sannin disguised as the leader of the Sand Village. Yeah, about that, why is he here? I don't know, Tenten. He's hard to get rid of. The Sandaime looks like he's doing a good job. Indeed, Orochimaru appeared to be shaking in his robes. I'm sure it's nothing, Naruto muttered, never once even glancing up at the two leaders. For a while after the two fell into a comfortable silence, looking out over the battle that was effectively Shikamaru toying with his future wife. After a couple minutes, however, Tenten finally spoke up. So, you want to show me? Naruto sighed. No, Tenten. Oh? Tenten cooed. Why not, Naru-chan? You know exactly why I won't, Tenten. Tenten started poking at the blonde powerhouse. Come on, Naru-chan. I just want to see what all the fuss is about. No, Tenten. Stop being so mean, Naru-chan. I'm not being mean, I just don't want to do it. Don't want to do what? Niji asked. He squinted, fingers pinching the bridge of his nose as he attempted to staunch the headache following his monumental headache beatdown. Finally quelling the pounding in his head, the Hyuga cautiously opened his eyes, only to see his new top two scariest people looking back down at him. I'm going back to sleep. Oh, don't be that way, Niji. Is that any way to treat your best friend after not seeing her for so long? The bun-haired girl then pouted. And you didn't even write. I was dead, Niji said. That makes it pretty hard to write. Naruto died and he still keeps in touch. Tenten whined. Niji looked at the blonde boy, who smiled back at him, albeit a little forcefully. Naruto isn't normal. Well, maybe you should just stop being normal, Tenten responded, as if such a thing was a feasible answer. She folded her arms and turned her back on him as she pouted. The action would have been incredibly cute, if Niji didn't have the foreknowledge that his friend was actually in her late 20s/early 30s. Deciding to divert the conversation, he turned to Naruto. You died? Oh, yeah, Naruto responded. He did it so nonchalantly that Niji wondered if anything surprised his friends anymore. Kyuubi was drained from me during the war. It killed me. I met Grandpa Sage in limbo afterwards. Niji wanted to ask how Naruto was alive if he had died but thought better of it. If no one else was getting surprised by anything then he resolved not to be the only one that was. Ah, I see, Niji said. Naruto smiled. Yeah, I hear Sasuke died around the same time too. Gai-sensei died for a bit after he used the 8 gates as well, but they all got better. Niji, who was doing a great job of keeping his composure, guffawed. Oh come on. Did everyone come back to life except me? I understand Sasuke, he pretty much shares the propensity for common sense that you do, but there is no way that Gai-sensei survived opening all 8 gates. It literally breaks your body and burns out your very soul. Oh yeah, Tenten chirped. Apparently she had stopped being angry. I heard about that. Didn't you grow his soul back? Niji's eyes were as wide as saucers as he looked back and forth between his two companions. Yeah, I did do that, didn't I? Naruto said while scratching the back of his neck. His smile was so wide it stretched his cheeks and closed his eyes. Wha, how? Niji stammered, trying to establish some sense of normalcy. For a while, the three were silent, until Naruto finally spoke up. You know? I don't really know. You don't know how you regrew someone's soul? Nope. Naruto chirped, his smile as bright as ever. Still don't. To be honest, I kinda forgot that I could. Niji gaped at the man he was sitting beside. Covertly, he switched seats with Tenten. Oh, Naru-chan. I get to sit next to you. Show me now. Tenten was absolutely beaming as she latched onto her future Hokage, her arms locking into place around the currently much smaller boy's ribs. Naruto's smile dimmed a bit as it became forced once more. No, Tenten. Stop asking me. Wait, Niji asked. What is she talking about? Naru-chan doesn't want to show me his special little thing, Tenten whined. The content of the statement, along with the way she hung off of Naruto and the way she said it implied something far dirtier in nature. Instantly Niji's Byakugan activated. Naruto, what is she talking about? Regardless of the downright brutal beating he just suffered, he would not tolerate infidelity from any man towards his cousin, no matter who he was. Naruto noticed the sudden hostility, and raised his hands to ward off any ill intent. It's not what you're thinking, Niji. Naruto screamed. Tenten is just being an ass. Tell him, Tenten. Tenten pouted, holding onto the blonde ninja for just a bit longer before ruffling his hair. She enjoyed the younger boy's grunts of indignation for a bit before releasing him, plopping back down in the seat between Niji and Naruto. Niji, once more, covertly switched seats with her. You're no fun, Naruto, Tenten said, a small smile on her face. At least you're nice and mini-sized now. You're not as cute when you're all grown up. Naruto rolled his eyes, a more natural smile peeking through once more. Don't get used to it. I'm still the hard-ass 7th Hokage you all fear. Tenten put a finger to her chin, pretending to stare off into the distance while she contemplated things. Oh? Did I fear you? I dunno. It's pretty hard to fear a man who wants me to save him from the wrath of a 15-year-old boy. Naruto laughed. I don't need any saving from this Hyuga. I just don't want your little boyfriend to get the wrong idea about us. Niji blushed a little at this, but said nothing as the two continued to ignore him. Niji? My boyfriend? Tenten giggled. She reached over and snagged a bit of his long, ebony locks, twirling them around her index finger. Nah. He's too young for me now. They don't age once they die, right? He's like 16 right now. I don't need to be dating boys. Niji felt a bit of relief at Tenten's statement, though a hollow, empty feeling rose up from his gut to take its place. Though, Tenten mused, a mischievous smile on her face. When he grows up, maybe? Niji felt his embarrassment return tenfold as he did an impressive rendition of his younger female cousin. Both of his time-traveling compatriots shared a laugh at how red he had gotten, and Niji was forced to endure the situation as best he could. Too bad it only got worse. Are we laughing at the Hyuga? 'Cause I really need this right now, Sasuke said, his usual arrogant smile on his face as he landed from a high-speed movement in the row of seats behind the three. He took a seat in the vacant chair, though, to be honest, he could have sat anywhere. There was no one seated for several rows around where Naruto sat. You don't sit near someone easily able to commit that kind of brutality. What did he do this was all the Uchiha was able to get out before Tenten hooked her arm around the young boy's neck and pulled him into a rather vicious headlock. The raven-haired boy tried to free himself, he really did, but as soon as he showed the slightest resistance he felt a prick on the nape of his neck and his entire body went slack. To his credit, Sasuke showed no alarm at being paralyzed. Damn it, let me go, Tenten. And why should I? The bun-haired girl asked. I've been back in the past for like 3 whole days and I haven't even seen you once. How are you doing? Oh, you know, Sasuke grunted. Burning villages, killing civilians, being paralyzed from the neck down. The usual. Neat. Tenten chirped. Sounds like a normal Saturday night. About, Sasuke admitted. Neji stared. Is this normal for you? It's so weird seeing you guys without your wives. Am I really the only woman here? Tenten asked. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, before shrugging. It's still up in the air on what Orochimaru is. You could be the only woman here, or you could not be. Tenten shivered. Don't lump me in any category that snake bastard is in. I don't even want to know what he considers himself to be. Really? Sasuke asked in a moment of amazing social engagement. Not even a little bit? Tenten looked away. No. You're lying, Naruto said, smiling. Tenten sighed. I both do and I don't, okay? It's curious to me but it also disgusts me in a way that I cannot properly convey. Don't worry, a familiar, baritone voice said. I understand the sentiment. In the row in front of the assembled time travelers a miasma of flame and foul chakra burst forth from nowhere, engulfing a single seat. Roiling and shifting, the fire, ash and smoke contorted itself to the form of a rather tall man, before cooling and showing an adult Naruto. He wore a red suit jacket, inlaid with gold buttons and black around the handcuffs and along the zipper. His pants were a nice, solitary black, meshing well with the color of his suede shoes whose laces were tipped with gold. On his head he wore a black top hat with a red Uzumaki swirl, his whole ensemble complemented by a monocle. Sitting with one leg crossed and his arms draped over the backs of the seats next to him, the fox turned, an action that seemed rather smooth had he been in the company of anyone else. With a graceful smile, the man sneered at the kids behind him, his canines showing through the action. How are you brats? Toda dash was as far as he got before he was scooped into another headlock by Tenten using her free arm. Foxy, the girl squealed. Oh, you're back, Kyuubi sighed. Good to see you again, Tenten. It's good to see you too, Foxy. How have you been? Oh, you know, the fox replied. Destroying villages, killing innocent civilians, eating people. The usual. Sounds like a Wednesday night. Tenten chirped. About, Kyuubi admitted. He stared over at the Uchiha that was sharing his fate and noticed how the boy was limp. You tried to struggle, didn't you? I didn't think she had those poisons in the past. Fair enough. Anyway, Neji said. It appeared that he would always be the person to keep the conversation, and the sanity, on track. What were you saying about Naruto showing you something? Instantly both headlocked boys' eyes widened, and despite their predicaments tried to escape. Somehow, without using her hands, the weapon's mistress pricked the two boys with poison and ended their futile attempts at escape. You're crazy, woman! Sasuke screamed. Why are you still trying to get him to show you that? Tenten looked at the Uchiha as if he were stupid. 'Cause it's fun? It looked fun. You enjoy playing with fire, don't you girl? The Kyuubi asked. And knives. Fire and sharp things are my favorites. Though, to be fair, it's the same for the both of you as well. Sasuke and Kyuubi had the decency to look even slightly ashamed. Wait, I don't understand. What is she talking about? Sasuke grunted. Tenten wants to see something of which she has no comprehension. You make it sound so much more terrible than it is, Tenten pouted. Yeah, Naruto said. It's not that bad. It is, Kyuubi said, it's the worst thing ever and she's crazy for wanting to see it. Wait, Neji said. From the way you guys are talking, it sounds like she wants to see. Yup. Tenten chirped. I want to see the talk no jutsu. Neji stared at her. He stared at the woman and knew, finally, for the first time what true insanity was like. Dear gods, Kyuubi muttered. Why do all of you boys get attached to the crazies? Hey, Hinata's not that bad. Naruto defended his wife, even though he knew that even now his future wife was probably stalking him. I didn't know how crazy Sakura was until recently, Sasuke said. He looked up at his own future wife sitting with her family some rows away. She was staring intensely at the match but, as if feeling his gaze, looked away to meet his eyes. They locked gazes for what seemed like an eternity to Sasuke, before the pink-haired girl smiled, before waving slightly. Overall, she seemed impossibly adorable. And nothing at all like the girl who owned a secret shrine in her home dedicated to him. I didn't know. The boy whimpered. Tenten patted his head through the headlock, somehow. I didn't know Tenten was crazy at all. Neji defended himself, before realizing what he had said. He turned red once more as all those in earshot shot a knowing grin his way. Tenten's eyebrow raised. And is that a problem, Neji? Neji, to his credit, didn't back down. Surprisingly, no. Good, Tenten smiled. 'Cause it only gets worse from here. Does that insanity translate to the bedroom? Niji asked, the words coming out before he could stop them. All those in attendance stared at the boy, before the once girl laughed uproariously. Oh, you are gonna be fun. I missed you, Niji. Niji smiled. I missed you too, Tenten. XXX. Feathers fell upon the stadium, covering both the audience and the arena in a genjutsu meant to induce sleep. One by one both ninjas and civilians fell to the advanced technique, with only the hardiest and most experienced of warriors maintaining consciousness. This, of course, included the 6-time traveling ninja. Oh, this already? Sasuke asked. A smirk adorned his face as he deactivated the Chidori that was blazing in his palm. I wanted to have a little more fun with you, Sand Rat. Said Sand Rat, just scowled at the raven-haired boy. He had been beaten around mercilessly, even more mercilessly than that time he fought that weird spandex-wearing kid. How badly did Gaara want to release his mother here and now, and lay waste to the fool who dared to hurt him? But not now. It was not time yet. He relented when his so-called siblings came to retrieve him. It's time to go, Gaara. Temari yelled to her youngest brother. Gaara paid her no heed, instead choosing to stare down the boy who had harmed him. Said boy simply stared back, that same infuriating smile on his face that haunted him during their entire fight plastered on his face. I will be back for you. Mother will taste your blood, Gaara said, his voice low and dangerous. Please, Jinchuruki, Sasuke replied. I have faced true demons, and your little sand puppy is far too small to scare me anymore. Lick your wounds, he said while placing his other hand in his pocket. For no matter how bad you think I am. Sasuke looked up in the stands. Naruto had made a beeline for Tenten, taking out every ninja in his path, be they friend or foe. He did so without a second thought, and seemingly without effort. There is something much worse coming for you. Gaara stared at the boy some more, trying to understand what the boy in front of him was trying to say. The Uchiha didn't seem like the type of person to admit anyone his equal, let alone his better. Relishing the thought of someone even stronger than the Uchiha to feed to his mother, Gaara simply smiled as he let his siblings drag him away. Sasuke stared at the trio as they fled the quickly forming battlefield that was once a stadium, before rushing to his future wife's side. She may be insane, but she makes a wonderful heir. He wouldn't admit, even out loud, that he still found that he loved her. XXX. Get him, Hokages. Keep him away from me. Orochimaru shouted, summoning the first 2 Hokages almost as soon as the barrier came up. Sarutobi did not look impressed. I see you need remedial lessons, my foolish student, the old man grunted. Orochimaru whimpered. XXX. Get fucked, you sand and sound fucks. Tenten shouted. She opened 2 scrolls? And a literal ocean of weaponry flooded out from them. Ahahahahahahaha. Tenten cackled. She had buried both friend and foe underneath her onslaught. Where did you even get all of those weapons? Naruto asked. He landed next to her before she unleashed spiky, pointy hell on those below her. I brought it from the past with me, the weapon's mistress chirped. You can't bring anything from the past, Naruto said, tilting his head. Ah, was Tenten's sole response. The two then watched in silence as still more weapons came spewing out of the 2 scrolls. Those who weren't dead from Tenten's initial onslaught would find death hurtling their way now. So anyway, Naruto continued, completely ignoring the impossible thing that Tenten was currently doing. I need you to look at something for me. What is it, Narukuin? Tenten asked. She tilted her head when Naruto pulled out a kunai, a rather dull one at that, from his pocket. What's this? A special thing, Naruto said. I need you to look it over for me. What's so special about it? Tenten asked. She reached out to retrieve the weapon from her future leader. It looks like a normal knife to M-. Tenten stared at the kunai she let fall to the floor almost as soon as it touched her skin. I'm not touching that. What the hell is that? I'm not too sure, Naruto admitted. But you are going to help me forge it back to its former glory. Naruto, Tenten whispered. What is that? I don't know, Naruto repeated. He too looked down at the kunai that lay on the floor between them, although his face was much fonder as he did so. But I do know that me and the guys agreed on what to call it. And what is that? Tenten asked. She was a little creeped out as Naruto leaned forward, as if the name itself was something to be kept secret. The kunai, Naruto whispered once he was close enough. All at once the skies darkened, and thunder boomed overhead to herald the naming of the one weapon that should never have been given such a thing. Tenten, however, just looked at Naruto incredulously, before breaking out into laughter, regardless of the ominous weather that miraculously happened. How original. Chapter 19, The End in Sight. Sasuke landed, his kunai crackling with unspent electricity in his hand. Before him, a loud thump could be heard as several hundred pounds of sand fell to the ground. It was lifeless now that it was cut off from its controller. Gaara hissed as his arm of sand was hacked off. Now partially transformed, half of his body was encased in the sediments. Overlaid with black and blue symbols, the red-haired boy's partially transformed state served as his penultimate trump card, and was meant to be able to take down almost any threat. Any threat, of course, did not include Sasuke Uchiha. How? Gaara snarled. His eyes, one teal and one sandy gold, were as hot as a desert's heat as he stared down his opponent. How are you so strong? What manner of being proves your existence? Sasuke, not expecting the question, lifted his eyebrow. Excuse me? How are you so strong? Gaara screamed, unable to deal with being ignored. He wasn't used to the apathy the Uchiha was showing him. He was used to being feared. Well, Sasuke started, sheathing his blade. It was obvious that a weapon was overkill in this matchup. For starters, I did 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and lunges every day for 2 years. Sasuke immediately had to jump in order to avoid the sand wave that shot his way. It eroded the ground where he was standing, the pressure propelling the wave enough to leave a gouge in the dirt. Landing on a tree branch some distance away, Sasuke grunted at the sand ninja. Well, that's just rude. Quit messing with me, Uchiha! Gaara screamed. I want to know how you're so strong. Do you really want to know? Sasuke asked. Gaara nodded vehemently. Jumping back to the ground, Sasuke made his way back over to the unstable Jinchuriki. Leaning in close, an act that any onlooker not acquainted with the boy would call suicidal, Sasuke whispered into the boy's ear. Lots of juice. Sasuke laughed as he was forced to jump away once more. XXX. Kankuro stared down the bug boy before him, an impressively smug smirk on his face. You're going down. No tree hugger is going to beat me, he yelled. With a twitch of his fingers his puppets, Karasu and Crow, emerged from the foliage around them, clacking and clicking as their robotic parts moved erratically. Shino, his face mostly hidden by the overly large hem of his jacket and pitch-black sunglasses, seemed to be staring at his foe, devoid of emotion or want. Though, he could also be staring completely past the sand ninja and not paying any attention at all. It was hard to tell with an aburame. Nothing to say? Kankuro asked, his smirk widening. Have I scared you so badly that you've already given up? Again, Shino said nothing to the verbal taunts, instead opting to stand impassively and watch as things turned out. Well, Kankuro started, his voice not as confident as before. The boy was unnerving, and that sentiment came from a person who used mechanized dolls as weapons. If you're not gonna say anything, I think I'll just take care of you myself. And with a flick of his wrist his doll weapon sprung forth, as though carried by invisible strings. They made it pretty far, to be honest. Blades splayed out before them, they came mere inches from skewering the bug child before losing all momentum and falling to the forest floor below. What? Kankuro asked, surprised. Shino, who had by this point remained completely silent, decided now was his time to speak. You've already lost, were his only words. Kankuro only had a moment to dissect them before a cloud of tiny black bugs swallowed him. His screams lasted but a few seconds before the insects drained him of his chakra completely. Having had their lunch, they receded from their prey before flowing like a large, creepy river into the arms of Shino's outstretched coat. Once they were reclaimed, Shino simply adjusted his glasses. Need more, were his only words to assess his rather cannibalistic deconstruction of his enemy. Looking around for the nearest chakra source, he sensed an enormous one in the direction his fellow leaf ninja fled to. His bugs warned him away from that source, as it seemed to taste decidedly insane. Turning, Shino sensed another source of chakra barreling his way at high speeds. This one was more familiar, seeming to belong to another one of his fellow leaf ninja. Bright, burning, and full of energy, Naruto Uzumaki's chakra was as visible as a sun. His bugs also warned him away from that source, as it seemed to taste decidedly insane. So, obviously, the only course of action available to the boy was to go join in the war efforts. Because a full-scale war was probably the safest of the 3 bets. Shino wouldn't know it, but he had made the best possible choice. XXX. Tenten stared at the giant purple barrier that encased the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru in what was no doubt an epic brawl. Translucent and almost ethereal, the barrier roiled as if it were made of glass and inlaid with gas. A thing of beauty, Tenten almost felt bad at her need to tear the thing down. Then she remembered it was a barrier created by Orochimaru, and suddenly all of her reservations had fled. Time to get to work, she sighed. Pulling out a scroll, Tenten reared back, before using all of her strength to toss the rolled-up parchment into the air. In response to a hand sign, the scroll unfurled, showing an intricate array of seals and designs. That promptly exploded, showering the barrier with countless projectiles. The ANBU that stood outside the barrier recoiled in shock, their emotions apparent on their faces, even through their full face mask somehow. What? How? A cat-masked ANBU intelligently asked, breaking the facade of stoicness that they were known for. Tenten turned to said ANBU and smiled, putting up a peace sign. Honestly? I'm really not quite sure. I'd never had that many weapons when I was this age. What? A different ANBU asked, as apparently they only had enough time between them for one person to be out of shock at a time. An endless downpour of metal was still falling from the tiny scroll, making a veritable curtain of death above the barrier as thick as the purple construct was wide. Hammering into the top of it, the hail of weapons contacted the barrier and then disintegrated, before making way for the weapons just behind them. What did you say? Tenten asked, barely breaking eye contact with her beautiful technique. Really, there was nothing that excited her more than seeing weapons fly. It was really such a shame that the barrier destroyed them as soon as they hit. Any weapon, no matter how unremarkable, deserved a chance to be used. Tenten then shrugged. Oh well, at least she had no idea where these weapons came from. GUH, another ANBU sputtered. Apparently they were too mesmerized by her display to really care about her lackadaisical response to their question. Tenten smiled. Everything was going to plan. Hey! Fucker, a loud, and rather obnoxious voice called out. Initially Tenten ignored it, but after a couple of seconds of being addressed as a rather colorful amount of swears, Tenten finally gave in. What? Tenten asked. The voice seemed to be coming from inside the barrier, so that is where she looked. For a while, she saw nothing. Then the cursing continued. I'm over here, you bun-haired bimbo, a girl called from one of the corners of the barrier. Arms outstretched and palms facing outwards, the kunoichi appeared to be supplying the purple construct with chakra. Overall, she looked rather tomboyish, if not exceedingly young. Her glare, however, was completely matured. If it's not too much trouble, would you mind fucking off? Tenten tilted her head. Well, you're a delightful one. Oh really? Ha, the redhead asked. The sneer on her face actually hurt Tenten physically. Well, I'll be certain to forward that to our HR department. You have an HR department? Tenten asked. We don't even have an HR department. Oh, yeah, the kunoichi said, drawing out her words. Expansive thing really. It's a shame their responses are always the same. And what are their responses? Well, usually it consists of the phrases, go fuck, and yourself. Knock it off you leaf bimbo. Tenten, in response, simply stared at the girl. The girl too, was surrounded in the purple glassy mist of the barrier, so Tenten doubted that she could just hurt the girl. That didn't mean she couldn't try though. Hey! What the fuck are you doing? The girl asked. The part of the barrier that surrounded her had pinged, but soon returned to normal. Tenten shrugged while carelessly tossing the mace she was holding up and down in the air. What's it look like? I'm throwing stuff at you. No shit, Sherlock, the girl snarled. Why? 'Cause it's fun? Tenten asked. It's stupid. Like you. That don't do shit to this Bari, GAH. Stop it you leaf bimbo. Tenten had thrown the mace at the girl while she was talking. It was sudden and unexpected, but like the girl said, completely ineffectual. First off, Tenten started, pulling another weapon from somewhere. This time it was a scythe. My name isn't Leaf Bimbo, or Bun-Haired Bimbo, or any variation of the word. I'm Tenten, and I'm the future weapon mistress of Konoha? Oh yeah? Well I'm Tayuya, the future mistress of sticking my flute up your fuck. Tenten had thrown the scythe, hitting the barrier suddenly. Tayuya didn't even see the weapon fly through the air. 1 second it was in the bun-haired girl's hands, and in the next her barrier was pinging and distorting, a clear sign of a massive impact to the thing. Bad sound ninja. I know you're not very smart, but you're going to have to work with me here. Tenten's voice was almost a coo, soft and slow and like one would use when talking to a baby. Now, say it with me. Tenten. It's not hard. Go fuck your dash, Tenten grimaced as 2 pings went off, one on either side of her. Would you stop that? It's pissing me off. Say my name then, Tenten cooed. I know you can. You'll be the first to die, Tayuya snarled, before pings blared around her. XXX. Sakura had been having a weird day. Well, a weird couple of months, really. But when things this weird start happening to you all at once, you tend to allow the time in between the weird occurrences to just blur together. So really, for her, this was all just a really, really long day. And it culminated in a gigantic sand rat over 3 times the size of her house staring down at her. I'm gonna fuck you all, the giant sand rat screamed. Sasuke, her Sasuke, just stared up at it as if it were a bird. Or a leaf. Something inconsequential. I somehow doubt that you meant, fuck us all up, her Sasuke drawled, sounding every bit as bored as he looked. The sneer the giant sand rat sent her way seemed to confirm his suspicions. Glorious. And how exactly are you going to do that? With my giant sand dick, the creature roared. Sakura could see no such appendage on it, but decided that discretion was the better part of valor. I think that it's a little big, Sasuke said, apparently not fussed by the conversation he was having. Why don't we start a little smaller? That might kill us. That's the entire point, the sand creature roared. Lovely, Sasuke drawled. He was paying attention to his nails now. More specifically, he was paying attention to the nails on his right hand and only his right hand. He had taken to stuffing his other hand in his pocket and all but ignoring it, as if its very existence somehow insulted him. Speaking of which, that wasn't the weirdest thing about him either. Sasuke had also taken to using techniques she was almost sure he didn't know. From terrifying, unholy black fire, to surges of encompassing, blinding electricity, the Uchiha was an elemental powerhouse with no signs of slowing down. If anything, he seemed to be getting stronger with every passing day, to the point that Sakura was sure that the only thing keeping him back from challenging Kakashi was Naruto of all people. And that Sasuke deferred to Naruto of all people was another terrifying thing. Really, the amount of terrifying things happening to her was way more prevalent than the amount of weird things happening to her, and that in itself was terrifying. In the last 3 months Sakura had faced down no less than 3 S-class psychopaths, trained with 2 other psychopaths she had called her teammates, one of which was in a coma for some time for some reason, and been in the center of more hypercharged explosions than some war veterans. And now she was here, pinned to a tree, and watching as her coma-recovered psychopath love interest stared down one of the 9 most terrifying things to ever grace their world as if it were a worm. Said worm was doing its best to follow through on sodomizing them with an appendage it did not have. Sakura didn't even note the gigantic wave of sand as it rushed its way towards her. She simply closed her eyes and let the light breeze float over her. She didn't need to see in order to know that Sasuke had cut the sand with a lightning-covered hand. Even if her eyes were open she wouldn't have seen him do it. He was simply that fast. Speaking of which, he was simply that fast. Seriously, how the hell had he gotten so much stronger without her realizing it? Sure, he was always stronger than her by some margin back in the academy, but it was a gap she was aware of. Now, he was so far ahead of her that Sakura couldn't even fathom the distance between their skill levels. The boy had been in a freaking coma the instant they left the academy. He didn't have the time to reach that level of strength without her knowledge. And trust her, nothing Sasuke ever did escaped her knowledge. Nothing. Watching Sasuke's subconscious shiver brought a shameful glee to Sakura's heart, which was good, cause the sand was squeezing that part of her anatomy rather hard into the tree. Speaking of, not that I'm not. Sakura was forced to stop here as Sasuke had shot a fireball bigger than the hulking sand monster at said sand monster, positively wooed at your attempts at protecting me, but... She stopped again as lightning fused sand into glass and the one-tailed beast's arm fell to the ground, sending tons of dust, dirt, sand and debris everywhere. The ground shook with the impact of the appendage, and the skies themselves parted with the pained howls of the great beast. Sasuke looked slightly less bored. Would you mind, saving me from this sand? Sakura asked. Her Uchiha future baby daddy simply raised an eyebrow, but did not turn to look at her. Nope, sorry, can't, was all that he said. Sakura, for her part, didn't even blink at the blasé answer. And why can't you, she asked. Naruto's supposed to, was his answer. Sakura still did not give in. And why can you not, she asked again. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. Cause reasons. And then the conversation died. They stood there in silence as they waited. Shikaku roared in the distance, the very action uprooting trees and blasting away layers of dirt. And then silence once more. Silence reigned as the two rested in their differing resting places. It was not the scene Naruto was expecting to return to. Hey guys. Naruto was confused. What's going on here? Sasuke pointed to the one-tailed beast. Kill it. Naruto looked up at the hulking beast. Quite simply, it laid in pieces. Even as he arrived Sasuke had cut off more and more of its body to the point it was more or less just a giant sand head. That was the size of a house. I think you got this? Naruto said. Sasuke just sucked his teeth. No, I don't. You're supposed to have this. I learned my lesson. Now go do whatever it is that you did last time. Naruto looked at the one-tailed beast's head. It was trying to reassemble its body, but the ridiculous amounts of ambient lightning chakra made it difficult for it to control itself. I think Gamabunta is a bit of an overkill, Naruto said offhandedly. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Listen, bring out your stupid toad thing and get this over with. Naruto bristled. My stupid toad thing is the best summon in the land right now, so I'd appreciate it if you learned proper respect. Sasuke scoffed. Toads? Better than snakes? Get real. What are you gonna do? Lick me to death? I just might. Naruto screamed. Jumping back, he started to gather an insane amount of chakra. Only problem was that he was facing Sasuke, not the one-tailed beast. Just what I was hoping for. Sasuke screamed in retaliation. He jumped back as well, going through the same motions. Chakra positively saturated the air as the two young powerhouses prepared to summon their strongest allies. I'm gonna hate this, Sakura groaned. She wasn't wrong. X. I'm so sorry, sensei. Orochimaru screamed as he dodged several dozen elemental attacks of varying natures. Ducking with snake-like agility honed years in the making, Orochimaru successfully allowed a wave of water, not wind, to cut into the tree bark behind his head. Oh, you will be, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The aged Hokage sat where he was on a slightly elevated part of a branch. Rubbing at his back, the third seemed to almost not be taking the battle seriously. His several shadow clones, however, were. I've learned my lesson, sensei. Call off your shadow clones. I will as soon as you call off my former teachers. Hiruzen then turned to said teachers, both of which were encased in domes of ash. How are you, by the way? How is the afterlife treating you? Can't complain. The women are simply heavenly, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju replied. Only his face was visible as the rest of his body was covered completely in ash that moved in very specific ceiling arrays. Regardless, his facial features were more than what was necessary to convey his mirthful expression. His eyebrows wiggled rapidly. That pun was terrible, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, snapped. He was in a similar situation to his brother, up to his neck in sealing ash. Unlike his brother, however, his face was set in a scowl. We weren't even in heaven. So? There were girls there. Hashirama retorted, his smile splitting his cracked face. Even though his eyes were darkened with the effects of the reanimation technique he was currently being controlled by, they still relayed the endless glee the man found at every passing moment. Tobirama, the more sensible of the two brothers, just sighed, already weary of his siblings' way too happy expression. And what if I told Mito of this? Instantly the first Hokage's smile vanished, replaced with a concerned, and almost fearful, frown. Don't tell Mito. You won't get off the hook either. Tobirama sputtered, his stoic face faltering immediately. Why am I at fault as well? I have committed no crime. You know how Mito is, Hashirama deadpanned. You were there, so you're also at fault. Or do you think you can overpower her? Tobirama wore a look that very clearly said, yes, I could. It was really too bad that Hashirama wore a look that said, you better not. No, Tobirama relented with a sigh. No, I don't think I could. Very nice. Hashirama all but shouted. So we're not telling anyone anything? Everyone in the clearing shook their heads, with the exception of Orochimaru, who had to completely bend his head backwards to avoid it being severed by a wave of rock. Rock isn't even the element for cutting. Orochimaru yelled, his scientific, fact-driven mind managed to scream through panicked screams. The third Hokage sucked his teeth. You always lacked imagination, my dear student. It appears I have to teach you that as well. Wait, how do you teach imagine a dash? Orochimaru was really happy he slipped on that leaf as the wave of mud sailed over his face and cut a tree behind him into ribbons. X. So, nothing about this is normal, Asuma said, the statement coming out more as a question. As the older and more experienced of the two surviving ninja in the immediate area, such was his shock that he was asking his own student for confirmation. An explosion sounded somewhere in the general direction they were looking. Apparently more was happening than they could see. What they could see, however, was a giant snake and a giant frog battling each other to the death. No, Shikamaru sighed, the words falling out of his mouth as if there was no better way for them to come. Unless they learned the ability to summon in the month or so since the tournament, then I highly doubt this is normal for them. But, then, Asuma started, only to stop as an altercation from the two giant combatants nearly knocked him off his feet. The giant snake dodged a sword slash from the frog, only to attempt to coil around the frog, binding its arms together. Unhinging its jaw, the snake attempted to swallow the frog whole, only for a gigantic ball of roiling chakra to appear from nowhere and wrench its jaw even further open. Apparently not ready for the counter, the snake could only fall back, stunned. But, then, Asuma tried to start again, only to be interrupted when the frog stomped its foot on the downed snake's body, creating another earthquake that upset the balance. Lifting its sword in the air, the frog attempted to cut down its purple enemy, only to be engulfed in black flames. What dash? No, sensei. Shikamaru drawled. There's no sense in even trying to make sense of this. Asuma could only gape. If Inara said that there was no making sense of this, then there probably wasn't. X. Naruto and Sasuke fell, their summons disappearing in gigantic plumes of smoke. Both touching down on tree branches, the two young warriors glared at each other across the gap between their perches. "See?" Naruto asked. "I told you that toads were better." In return, Sasuke glared. His Sharingan eyes flared, the kaleidoscope pattern spinning ominously. Not for the first time had the raven-haired Neo-boy wanted nothing more than to trap Naruto in his Tsukiyomi for the rest of time. He'd probably die doing it, but it was worth it in the long run. But then Sasuke realized something. He literally couldn't use his Sharingan on Naruto anymore. Even foregoing the fact that Sasuke doubted that even he'd survive spending that much time with Naruto, and he could mute the blonde in his Tsukiyomi world, but even before that, the damned Uzumaki had that technique. Sasuke wasn't sure how talk no jutsu worked when the man couldn't even talk, but he'd personally seen the boy stare down an enemy, before convincing said enemy to his side. With his mouth shut. By a jutsu. So like every other time he was tempted to, Sasuke did the most effective thing he could. He grunted on turned around, before walking away. This had the profound effect of pissing Naruto off. "Hey, bastard! Get back here!" Naruto called, and for all of his profound speed, the orange-clad boy ran after the Uchiha at little more than civilian speed. Sasuke was about to ignore the boy harder, a feat that he was pretty sure an Uchiha-exclusive feat, when Gaara decided to make himself known once more. "How are you so strong?" Gaara gasped from the floor of the forest. The boy was lying in a pool of his own fallen sand, barely able to pick himself off the ground. Despite his apparent fatigue, however, he still had it in him to glare angrily at his fellow Jinchuriki. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Apparently at some point in their summon battle, either Gamabunta or the snake boss had awoken Gaara, ending the transformation. It wasn't exactly how it had gone last time, but technically Naruto had awoken Gaara using Gamabunta, so maybe that was enough? "How many people have you killed to prove your existence?" Gaara asked. Sasuke idly wondered if Naruto had killed anyone at all on purpose. "How many should I?" Naruto, in his infinite wisdom and leadership qualities, didn't even look back. Dumbass. You don't need to kill people to prove yourself. You have your family right there. You've always had them. They'll love you." And apparently that was enough, because shortly after Naruto had finished, the two Sand siblings appeared to haul their youngest brother away. At that point it was harder not to notice the look of unashamed awe on Gaara's face. It was gone as soon as it came, however, for Kankuro and Temari had the boy gone in the very next moment. What was hard to notice was the look in Naruto's eyes as he caught up to Sasuke. In the future, Naruto's hair was always cut short, almost to the scalp, so that his eyes could always show. They were strong, tempered in hardships and a burning determination to always succeed, but also impossibly gentle with the love for his own. Now, however, Naruto's hair was much longer. The spiky bangs covered the boy's eyes easily, and for someone like Sasuke, who had had so much experience reading the blonde Hokage, the hidden facets there were clear as day. The last Uchiha reached out to grasp his counterpart's shoulder. Naruto barreled past him without a word. "Let's go, Sasuke," his Hokage said. The command was evident, and long has it been since Sasuke had ignored an order. This was one such rare occasion. "Naruto, what's row dash?" "I said, let's go, Sasuke." Naruto's voice was stern, and the raven-haired Avenger was forced into silence. Shrugging, he simply followed his commander, but made a silent vow that he eventually decided to say aloud. "You'll tell me, eventually. Just because you're the only one who can use that infernal technique doesn't mean that the rest of us can't just talk." In response, Naruto just grunted. It was a cold day in hell when Naruto decided to take a cue from Sasuke for emotional responses. Up in the trees, Sakura was looking down at her two teammates in unmasked curiosity. If she needed any more confirmation on her love's deference to their blonde teammate, there it was. An outright command followed up by a stern reaffirmation. Naruto was definitely the one running the shots here. "But, why?" Sakura asked. As far as she could remember, the one leading the pack was always Naruto. What changed? Using all of the stealth that was available to her, a red dress-wearing, pink-haired young girl, Sakura followed her team via the treetops above them. Something wasn't right here, and she would have to figure out what. XXX. Hinata was never a shy person. Oh sure, she seemed shy to your average viewer, but to those particularly ninja-like observers who could look underneath the underneath, one could note that Hinata was just really socially awkward. Now, those two character traits usually melded together, as one usually induced the other, but such was not the case for Hinata Hyuga, heiress of the Hyuga clan and future matriarch of the Uzumaki clan. Hinata wanted nothing more than to make friends, be social, and pursue the one true prize that the rest of Konoha so foolishly overlooked. Hinata wanted nothing more than tackle Glomp Naruto to the ground and proclaim him hers and only hers forever. And she would do it too. If only she knew how to without seeming a social pariah. And it's not even like Naruto would even particularly be offended by it. The boy so positively radiated acceptance that Hinata was sure that she could stick a hole through his chest and he would still be adamant about being friends. And speaking of sticking things into holes, Hinata was particularly excited by the thought of them doing that activity alone together. The problem with any of that, however, was that Hinata still had an image to maintain. She couldn't very well go around making any friends if everyone thought that she was some kind of weirdo. It just wouldn't do. So Hinata settled for letting people think she was just quiet and shy. People never thought badly of the quiet and shy people. Except for Naruto, of course. Figures that the one person she needed acceptance from would find her safe social path to be weird. In the efforts of preserving that hopefully more than friendship, Hinata decided to steer well clear of Naruto for now, at least until she could properly approach him without clamming up. That plan, however, changed really quickly. A disaster of monumental proportions had struck Konoha, and Hinata wasn't entirely sure how to react. She knew that something like this would happen sometime. It was bound to happen sometime. She just didn't think it would happen so soon. Another girl had noticed Naruto. Oh, and a war was happening. But that could be handled at a later time. Wars come and go, but there was only one Naruto to sink her teeth into, and that was a treat that Hinata Hyuga wasn't willing to share. As the Hyuga heiress approached the bun-haired girl that dared attach herself to her future baby daddy, the only thought that ran through the girl's mind was, "It really is convenient that she has all these weapons around." XXX. Tenten is one of the most skilled ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village. That is an undeniable fact. Whereas most ninjas waste their time learning to shatter continents with their bare hands or other otherworldly stupid ninja magic stuff, Tenten did the one practical thing and trained with weapons. She trained with the things until her skill with the things reached a point where she could be called a weapons mistress at 14 years old. And she only improved from there. By the time she was a fully grown adult with her own shop to adult in, Tenten was so renowned with her weapons that most people put away theirs when fighting her in the fear that the tools would cower before their true master. Tenten was one of the Hidden Leaf's best ninjas, and it was for that reason that even she knew who to cow to. Naruto was an easy one. The boy was nigh invulnerable to all but the strongest attacks, and even those barely even fazed him as, with the addition of Kurama's chakra and Hashirama's cells, not to mention his ability to regrow souls, Naruto could simply recover from anything that dared harm them. And then the boy was crafty enough to come up with 8 different ways to cut down the idiot that attacked him. Sasuke was another easy one. Even not speaking on the boy's own accomplishments, the Uchiha was mad enough to be best friends with someone like Naruto, even if it was by force. You don't mess with someone who can handle that level of madness. Finally, the last easy one was Sakura Uchiha. Insanity of that level speaks for itself. Never mind that she was the third of the second generation of Sannin. Sakura Uchiha was a good friend, an even better mother, and totally, criminally, bats-hit insane. There were just some people you didn't mess with. Those were the easy ones. A not-so-easy one, however, was one Hinata Uzumaki. Hinata was an interesting one to say the least. To be honest, Tenten was never really sure why exactly she was always so afraid of the blue-haired beauty. And then it hit her, ironically, on the day of the shy girl's wedding. Up there, at the altar, as Hinata stared lovingly into the eyes of her long-sought-after almost husband, Naruto was simply rubbing his hand on the back of his head in a nervous habit that he had since he was a child. In truth, it was an action that was incredibly cute. It was cute, adorable, and every sense of the word in how it was just so. Naruto. People had gotten used to it, and no one really had it in them to tell the boy to stop. Hinata had it in her to tell him to stop. A serene smile on her face, the soon-to-be Uzumaki bride said the one word, and the strongest man in the elemental nations acceded to her order. Tenten figured out all at once why she feared Hinata. She could cow Naruto of all people, who would not back down even before a god. You bend knee before your master's master. Tenten did the very same. So you could imagine the young weapon master's fear when she heard the young heiress's voice echo through the air like a reaper's sigh. It was, horrifyingly enough, the same tone the girl would one day use to mollify her future husband in front of the most powerful people in the world. "I would like to speak with you, Miss Tenten?" Tenten, at that moment, respected Naruto more than anything else in the world. That he had managed to remain standing even when faced with a sound so chilling only cemented why he was chosen to be Hokage. Omake, how the Shikaku fight almost went. "Stop it!" Gaara snarled as Sasuke severed his gigantic arm of sand once more. With the ease of a person cutting through paper, the Uchiha used his Chidori to saw off the monstrous sand appendages that Gaara kept creating. And why would I do that? Sasuke asked, an eyebrow raised and left hand placed firmly in his pocket. Gaara tried to reform his arm in the time it took the boy to ask the question, only to have it severed once more. So I can kill you? Gaara snarled. Saliva dripped from his open mouth as his manic, heterochrome eyes glared down his opponent. Said opponent simply rolled their eyes, charcoal black as they were. That doesn't seem like something that I want. Sasuke then sliced off Gaara's tail. As no one in the clearing even saw the boy move from his place on a completely different tree branch, this was impressive. It also doesn't seem like something you can do. I will murder you, Gaara said, his left eye now fully golden and slit. Sasuke rolled his eyes once more. And I'm the fourth Hokage. Naruto, unfortunately, arrived in the clearing at that exact moment. Upon hearing the comment, he turned to his raven-haired compatriot and smiled. Oh, is that so, Sasuke? Should I be calling you Daddy now? Sasuke scowled, though it wasn't as bad as it usually was. You know that you're the reason why everyone thinks we're gay for each other, right? Naruto shrugged. I don't care what they think. No one can actually do anything to me and I've already got the girl of my dreams. If I want to flirt with my best friend then I will. Sasuke, for the third time in 5 minutes, rolled his eyes. I'd rather you didn't. Oh yeah? Naruto asked. What are you gonna do about it? Ground me, Dad? Sasuke smirked. Oh? Maybe. Bad boys do need to be punished. Sakura, who was being held to a tree by sand that even now was being severed every time it formed, promptly got a nosebleed and fainted. Both boys felt relieved. Thank the gods, Sasuke sighed. I thought we'd never get her to pass out. We were getting her to pass out? Naruto asked. Oh right. Of course. Sasuke stared at his commander. Kakashi told you to stop flirting with me all the time. It's sexual harassment. Oh shut it, you like it. Sasuke's smirk was all the answer he needed. Besides, I spent all that time hunting you down. I think I deserve a little loving. Sasuke simply rolled his eyes once more. Seeing that the Uchiha was done with the conversation, Naruto turned to the other person among them. Hey Gaara. Said Sand Ninja winced at the brightness in Naruto's smile. It took him a while to compose himself, but when he did, he snarled at the newcomer. Who are you? Will you be able to prove my existence? Naruto snorted. Nobody can do that but yourself, buddy. Not even your mother. Gaara snarled even more. You, would dare disrespect mother? Yeah, buddy. I dare. Then Naruto promptly knocked the future Kazakage out. Normally this would be a fair, even humane, tactic as far as shinobi went, but for this particular ninja such an action was a death wish. I'm free. Shikaku, the one-tailed beast hidden away inside of Gaara, roared as he gained full control of his host's body. Now that Gaara was asleep, his seal was just weak enough to allow the Shikaku the ability to roam free. The sand beast wasted no time in assembling his true form, and sand from seemingly nowhere swirled around Gaara's body until a giant raccoon-like beast towered over even the tallest of Konoha's trees. Konoha's trees were about 7 stories tall. It's dinner time. Shikaku bellowed, his golden slit eyes sizing up the adolescent children before him like particularly tasty treats. Said treats were not impressed. This was the Ichibi? This is what we were afraid of when we were little. Sasuke was disappointed, if his droopy eyes and deadpan expression was anything to go by. He seemed so much bigger. And deadlier. I remember him having more spikes. I remember several heads, Naruto added. And I don't know why, but he was on fire. I remember that too, Sasuke said, nodding his head vigorously. Why isn't this one on fire? Do you want to make it on fire? Naruto asked. Sasuke's grin was predatory. Oh please, yes. It's time to, what? Shikaku was stunned as his right arm was suddenly engulfed in white-hot flames. He hadn't seen anything alight him, nor felt a fire growing. 1 second his arm was okay, the next it was just completely engulfed in flame. Smaller than your normal fires, Naruto commented. Sasuke shrugged. I wanted to enjoy myself. Burning everything to ashes within seconds gets boring. Never thought I'd live to hear those words. Shikaku was understandably confused. Wait, what's going on here? The grains of sand in his arm were starting to fuse to make glass. Also his right arm was now on fire. No, seriously. I don't understand. What's going on here? I'm burning you to death. Sasuke yelled. Shikaku looked around for the source of the voice. He looked down at the ant-like humans before him and dismissed them from being the creature capable of burning him so thoroughly. He looked elsewhere. Did that son of a bitch just ignore me? Sasuke asked. He was puffed up, obviously annoyed. You know, I think he did, Naruto answered. I'm gonna electrocute him. Sasuke yelled, then jumped straight towards the behemoth. Naruto, the admittedly less intelligent of the two, considered telling his friend that he was trying to electrocute a giant creature made purely of non-conductive sediments, but decided to let this play out. He'd seen less probable things. I mean, there was that one time he went back in time. Well, not this time he went back in time, but that other one. Die, you sand bastard! Sasuke yelled. He leaped off the nearest, tallest tree he could find and headed straight for the sand beast's chest. A human bullet, Sasuke soared through the air, the beginnings of his Chidori blazing in his palm. The Shikaku heard the screeching of 1,000 birds, and briefly his attention turned back towards the tiny, insignificant speck currently flying towards him with some sort of death wish. Of course, the one-tailed beast paid such a thing no mind, and went back to looking for the thing that set him on fire. So it was to Shikaku's surprise that the small, insignificant speck managed to blow a hole through his gut several hundred yards bigger than it actually was. Why are things not making sense? Shikaku roared. It attempted to reform, but every time it came close, the Uchiha would pass through and somehow blow another hole in it. Stop that! Sasuke didn't respond, but his cocky smirk was visible to everyone. Chapter 20, Return to Insanity. Yellow chakra and swirling sand spun in midair around the kunai. Glowing with the blue glyphs commonly found on the one-tailed beast, the monster known as Shikaku, the blade hummed with a fraction of the power it once had at its prime. At some point, Naruto thought he would be fascinated by the phenomena going on before him. This was a weapon that had somehow gained sentience and a chakra network, and eagerly ate up tailed beast chakra as if it were its own. Now, however, Naruto just felt empty. It's not sticking, a familiar, if stoic voice said from behind him. Once more Naruto found himself sitting on the old water tank on top of some random Konoha building. His shorter legs dangled in the wind as he sat on the edge, and somehow, without looking, Naruto knew that Sasuke was sitting in the same way on the other side of the tank. Why did it stick the first time, but not this time? Naruto sighed. He turned the kunai over and over, watching as the sand swirled around the blade as the Shikaku's chakra slowly bled off of it. Had the chakra bound itself properly, the energy would be encased within. As it was now, Naruto only had enough time to steal some chakra from the residual left behind from Gaara's transformation. This wasn't right. I don't know, Naruto said finally. I think it might be because last time I had pumped all 9 chakras into it at once. Maybe they reach some sort of harmony when they're together or something. I dunno. Sasuke grunted. In true Uchiha fashion he said nothing else, and for a time the wind was the only sound between them. Usually Naruto was the one to break the silence, his hyperactive mind not comprehending the concept of silence, as if its very existence baffled him. Sasuke found himself breaking the silence this time. Isn't this why you got Tenten to help? Naruto sighed, letting out what seemed to be weeks of exhaustion. Yes, he admitted, I had a feeling that the chakras wouldn't simply bind with the blade again. The blonde twirled the blade in his hand once more. Tenten knows all about binding chakra to weapons though. She can get the chakra to work, even if just for a bit, until I can get the rest of the tailed beasts to lend me some energy. The roof then fell back into silence. Not even the streets below the two future heroes made a sound. Most villagers and ninjas were off lamenting the loss of the third Hokage, and as such most of the Hidden Leaf village was a veritable ghost town. Eventually Sasuke had enough. Okay, I'm tired of this. Naruto finally looked up when the boy behind him made to stand. Tired of what, exactly? This, Sasuke said, waving his hand at his blonde best friend. You. Everything, and all this. What you're doing. What you're not doing. I'm tired of all of this. Naruto was at a loss. Excuse me? You're moping around, Sasuke continued. That's not you. That's not who you are. Either stop doing that, or tell me what's wrong. Sasuke placed his hand on his hip. It's your choice. I'm not quite following, Naruto said slowly, golden brows furrowing. Are you concerned for me? Sasuke huffed. You know damn well that I am. Now, are you going to tell me what's wrong? In a sec, I have to process this. I never thought this day would come. I have to tell everyone. Naruto pulled out a phone. Sasuke electrocuted it. I don't even know where you got that, Sasuke said, his outstretched hand crackling with electricity. Phones aren't invented yet. Tenten, was all Naruto said. Sasuke's mouth hung open. After a minute he regained his senses. How the hell does she bring things back from the future? Naruto shrugged, before standing up. I stopped asking Tenten questions a long time ago. Was it around the time she started trying to cut Lee's hair, only to realize that the power of youth resists all forms of damage, even in body hair? Naruto shook his head. As he did so, a small aura of wind started to whip up around him. No. It was around the time that she started trying to weaponize playing cards. Didn't she succeed? Sasuke asked. The wind circulating Naruto had started to turn into veritable blades, cutting at everything within reach. Sasuke started to bat errant blades away with his charged hand. She did, Naruto responded. The blonde jumped down from the water tank, and onto the roof the container was sitting on. Turning, he stared at his raven-haired friend. I'd rather not talk about it. It'll only remind me of the toast. Did she complete the toast-throwing stars? Sasuke asked, eyebrow quirked. Last time I was in the village, it was only in beta stage. Naruto shook his head. A Rasengan started to form in his hand. The wind started to funnel into the orb, and a piercing, screeching noise started reverberate through the area. She finished the Shuri toast a while ago. I'm talking about the kunai toast. Dear gods, Sasuke whispered, sounding genuinely shocked. The madwoman. Indeed, Naruto responded. Above him, the boy could see his rival's acknowledged arm engulfed in flame, before the electricity burst through the pitch blackness once more. Hey, Sasuke. I'll be honest. I don't think you have the mental capacity to lie, Sasuke responded. He was rewarded for that comment with a particularly precise blade of wind almost gouging his eyes out. Go on. I know it was forever ago, Naruto started, his voice starting to fall into the breeze that was roiling into his attack. But now, it's going to be tomorrow as well. You know? Sasuke didn't know. To be honest, nothing Naruto usually said made any sense. The blonde liked to think that he was making a point, but more often than not Naruto would just string together words in the hopes that they would fall into a sentence eventually. Naruto literally threw words at a wall and waited to see what stuck. So it's hard to blame the little idiot for his social ineptitude. He was barely schooled, after all. That being said, it is also hard to blame Sasuke for his inability to understand. Instead, Sasuke did what he did best. Sasuke bent his legs, before pushing off the water tower with everything he had. The electricity and fire broke apart and disintegrated everything around him as he flew towards his rival. Naruto, his Rasen Shuriken finally charged, simply met his partner's advance. Pushing off the roof, Naruto let tiles and gate wire alike get torn apart on a cellular level as he flew through the air towards the raven-haired boy. Naruto, Sasuke screamed, his lungs burning with the effort of conveying all of his emotions in a single word. Focusing on his counterpart's eyes, Sasuke could see the pure emotion that lay within the sapphire orbs. Sasuke, Naruto responded. With a single scream, Naruto tried to convey everything he couldn't using words. Mirroring his rival, Naruto brought his hand forward, bringing the blue ball of destruction with it as Sasuke thrust forward his attack. The two powerhouses were so focused on each other, so single-mindedly intent on the other, that neither noticed the third, and only female, member of their team rush out from her hiding place in the roof door. Sakura's eyes were bloodshot as she used every ounce of energy she had to try and stop the two boys from killing each other. Naruto and Sasuke were moving at speeds that started to approach light. Sakura was a 13-year-old girl that was honestly out of shape for her profession. There was no way that she should have been able to reach the impact zone before the two collided. And yet she did. Somewhere, a floating old man smiled. XXX. What, the fuck, is going on here? Tayuya, the fourth member of Orochimaru's infamous Sound 4 team and resident Genjutsu master, nearly squeaked. If everything had gone according to plan, then she would have been fleeing with her master by now, and no doubt be planning an infiltration. Things were not going according to plan for her. For once it wasn't Naruto's fault. It was his wife's. Just shut the hell up and move, Tenten hissed. Sensing something off on the fringe of her awareness, Tenten ducked. A pulse of chakra impacted the tree behind where her head was, cracking it apart. Tayuya whimpered. Tenten couldn't blame the poor girl. Does she ever tire? Tayuya asked. Her eyes were wide, but also drooping. The poor girl was good, but she wasn't quite at Tenten's level in the future. She couldn't handle several days of non-stop exertion. She does, Tenten answered. The bun-haired girl threw a kunai to her far right, not quite aiming at anything in particular. The knife embedded itself into a tree. That tree promptly exploded. Just not when it comes to Naruto. Who the flying fuck is Narit dash was all Tayuya was able to get out before Tenten grabbed her by the collar and teleported away. The massive trees they were running amongst broke apart, being repelled by an ungodly force. The two kunoichi landed in a clearing. Tenten remained standing while her charge collapsed to the ground, her legs giving way to exhaustion. Despite her maintained composure, however, Tenten was still breathing heavily. I think, Tenten gasped out, that we're going to have to fight her. No, shit. Tayuya gasped. Any plans? Ten started. In the distance, several trees were felled, each fallen tree closer than the last. Don't die. You are the pinnacle of leadership. A tree on the edge of the clearing snapped, falling over slowly and ominously. When the dust from the impact finally settled, the two kunoichi were greeted to what would be known as the most terrifying thing they had ever seen. And Ten had seen the 10 tails. Tayuya had seen Orochimaru get out of the shower. Well, the most terrifying thing Ten had ever seen. Miss Ten? Hinata asked, her voice too calm and too sweet to belong to the relentless monster that had chased said girl through a forest for several days. Why do you run? I just want to talk. Ten looked behind Hinata. There was a literal path of destruction marked by the toppled trees Hinata had bowled over in her non-stop advance. If she looked hard enough, Ten could even see the ones that the Hyuga had all but disintegrated. Ten looked back at Hinata. I highly doubt that you just want to talk, duh. Yeah, you bimbo, what's your problem? Tayuya struggled to get out. Already seeing where this was going, Ten subtly inched away from the red-haired girl. Whether or not Hinata was upset at being called a bimbo wasn't perceivable. With a serene smile on her face, Hinata simply tilted her head as she slowly walked forward. Ten, in turn, slowly backed away. Nothing, really, Hinata said, her voice regal if not downright terrifying. I just want to know why Miss Ten here, Hinata gestured to Ten. The bun-haired girl resisted the urge to flee. Was messing around with my Naruto. Hinata, Ten pleaded. He's allowed to talk to other women. Of course he is, Hinata responded. Her smile looked plastered on. He can talk to any woman he likes. He's not allowed to flirt with them without my permission. Hinata's smile turned predatory. And women are definitely not allowed to flirt with him. Hinata, I wasn't flirting with High Dash. So this is about a stupid fucking quarrel with some stupid fucking boy? Tayuya tried to pick herself off the floor, but only managed to lift her upper body. You chased us through the fucking jungle for 3 fucking days because of some stupid boy? Ten didn't miss the way that Hinata twitched every time Tayuya said, stupid boy. She inched closer and closer to the tree lean in the hopes that she would be able to make a break for it. I didn't even have anything to do with your fucking boy toy. I don't have anything to do with this at all. Hinata started twitching. So if you could do me a favor, why don't you leave me alone, fuck off, and take this bun-haired bimbo with you? With any luck, she can find your stupid little Naruto. She apparently flirts with him bed dash. Ten almost jumped out of her skin when Hinata simply appeared in front of Tayuya. Like a viper, Hinata's hand darted forward and clasped firmly around Tayuya's throat. The sound ninja gasped as her oxygen supply was steadily being cut off. No, what? Tayuya gasped. This was clearly a new thing for her. You do not get to say his name, harlot. Hinata did not look pleased. Wait, what? Tayuya gasped. The weight of the situation had finally started to bear on the poor girl. Bitch, help. Tayuya looked around for her temporary companion. Only to see that Ten had evacuated while the white-eyed monster was fixated on her. You're fucking bitch. Tayuya gasped, directing all of her hate at Ten. Hinata only squeezed harder. XXX. Ten dead sprinted through the forest, appending dirt, leaves and small bushes in her wake. Tayuya was a noble, if unwitting, sacrifice. She had uttered the forbidden, and as such deserved her fate. Though, to be honest, Ten didn't remember ever telling Tayuya what exactly the forbidden was. She should have known better than to say Naruto where Hinata could hear her. It's not my fault. It's not my fault at all. Ten tried to reassure herself. I'm completely guilt-free. Really, it was more karma that clotheslined the kunoichi than Hinata's arm. Ten fell, hitting the forest floor hard. Hinata emerged from the tree she was hiding behind, her smirk gone, but replaced by the multiple splashes of red on her face. Hinata. What are you doing here? Hinata tilted her head. Chasing you, of course. We still need to talk. We do? Ten asked. Hinata's response was to crush the tree she was hiding behind. The Hyuga heiress hadn't moved. The tree simply folded beneath her ire. Of course we do. What do we need to talk about? Hinata's eyes narrowed, focusing in on the girl on the floor beneath her. Your relationship with Naruto. What's that about? Ten could tell Hinata tried to sound casual. The blood stains crisscrossing her face only made her seem more frightening. We're, just friends? Ten tried. Several trees exploded. I want the truth, Miss Ten, Hinata said, her eye twitched back. No one is just friends with Naruto. They're either completely indifferent, antagonistic like Sakura, or in love with him, like me. Ten was slightly shocked at how and Sasuke, Hinata finished. Rate that statement was. Still, that statement was only accurate in the past, and not now. Or, at least, the her of now. I'm not lying, Hinata, I really am dash. Lies, Hinata said, her voice hard like rocks. I can tell you two are closer than just friends. Now tell me the truth. Please. Tenten knew that there was no question being posed there. Shrugging, she figured that she might as well tell the truth. I know him so well because we've had years to get to know one another. I know him from the future, where we're both well into adulthood. He's the Hokage and father of your two children, and I'm a world-renowned weapons master. Now, when Tenten told her story, she expected many different scenarios to happen. She expected Hinata to scoff and threaten her harder for her obvious and outlandish lie. She expected Hinata to start following through on threats. Hell, she expected the Hyuga to grow tired and just outright kill her. She didn't expect Hinata to laugh, then accept the story. Honestly, it was the most horrifying outcome thus far. If Hinata was so far gone that she accepted something like a story about time travel, then Tenten was in a much worse situation than she thought. I see, Hinata laughed, the sound like a tinkling of bells. Then, this is fine. It is. Tenten stuttered. In all honesty, she was just waiting for the world to turn gray and time to reset. That's what was supposed to happen, right? She hadn't made time restart once since she had returned to the past, so surely she got at least one go? Yes, Hinata answered, it is. Suddenly the world seemed less cold. Birds that had gone deathly quiet started to sing once more. The wind started blowing, and the air tasted of grass and fresh dew. Somewhere, somehow, someone was being stabbed in the gut by a magical jutsu or another and, hell, Tenten's sinuses cleared. Naruto was probably fighting Sasuke over something stupid, and Hinata was a stuttering shut-in again. All was right in the world once more. Hinata. Tenten gasped, the act of saying the name like disarming a bomb. You okay? Hinata asked, her voice lighter than air and probably as stable. Oh, I'm fine, Tenten. Hinata then smiled. Tenten's spine tingled. Tenten started, unsure of what to say. Hinata seemed like, well, normal Hinata again. Tenten wasn't fooled, however. She knew that the unmatched Demoness wasn't a split personality. Hinata was a dangerous psychopath when she wanted to be. Tenten had to choose her words carefully to make sure that Hinata didn't want to be one right now. You okay? I couldn't be better, Miss Tenten, Hinata said. Her smile seemed more genuine now, a fact that would have calmed Tenten's frayed nerves if not for the fact that the girl was currently wiping blood off her face as if it were the most normal thing in the world. To be fair, in their work, wiping blood off of things was fairly common. Wiping your comrade's blood of your face after chasing them for days with the sole intent to maim and or murder them was arguably less common. I see, Tenten stuttered. She was about to continue talking, because anything was better than the awkward silence filled only by Hinata's serene smile, when the princess in question broke the silence herself. I mean, why wouldn't I be happy? I was just told that I get to marry the man of my dreams. We have not one, but two children, and he even achieves his dream of becoming the strongest man in the entire village. Technically, he's the strongest man in the entire world, Tenten added in. The weapons master regretted that action immediately as the Hyuga heiress's head whipped in her direction so fast it created gusts of air. Hinata's face was practically orgasmic. Even better, Hinata all but purred. And he's mine, right? All mine and no one else's? I think Sasuke has some dibs, Tenten murmured, her responses automatic. Her brain had started to shut down in fear. Hinata seemed crazed, and a crazed Hinata, as proven by recent circumstances, was not a good one. Well, that's to be expected, Hinata said, waving her hand as if dismissing the fact. As long as it's just with Sasuke, I don't mind sharing him. The kids might have some dibs. Tenten said, her voice still on autopilot. Hinata's laugh was hollow. They have visiting rights through me. No one has dibs besides me and Sasuke. Not Kakashi, not Konohamaru, and especially not. The world went silent once more. Somewhere in the distance Tenten could hear the faint cries of Naruto and Sasuke and nothing else. Hinata practically teleported again, but this time over to Tenten. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders, Hinata stared into her senior Kunoichi's eyes, her own burning with the rage of 1,000 suns. Miss Tenten? Hinata asked. Tenten nodded her head so quickly it hurt. What has become of Sakura? She's married, Tenten stuttered. To Sasuke. And Naruto, Hinata continued. What are his feelings towards her? They're still close, but nothing romantic. Tenten squeaked, answering to the best of her ability. She prayed that her truths were good enough. That's odd. Hinata murmured, more to herself than Tenten. I would have thought that I would have set him against her by, how old am I in the future? I think somewhere in your 30s? Tenten said, unsure of her own age at this point. How long have we been married? Hinata asked. Her grip on Tenten's shoulders was starting to get painful. About 6 years, Tenten stuttered. Why wasn't time restarting yet? You married shortly after Himawari was born. Hinata grimaced. Is that my son? Did I name him that? No, Tenten said, shaking her head. That was the name of your daughter. Himawari Uzumaki. Oh, Hinata's grimace faded. I guess that means that Niji is dead. Tenten resisted the urge to ask how the two facts were connected at all. What of my son? What is his name? Boruto, Tenten answered. Hinata's face was blank. Naruto named him. Tenten couldn't find it in her to deny that. Oh well. They can't all be winners. I'll just ask him what he was thinking when he named our children directly. Hinata then let go of Tenten. The bun-haired girl rubbed her shoulders. Are you coming along? Tenten could still hear Naruto and Sasuke yelling in the distance. As Hinata had chased them well enough away from the village, this was impressive. I think we should give Naruto some time right now. Hinata, who had started to walk away, turned around slowly. The serene smile, and dear gods was Tenten starting to re-evaluate the meaning of that word, was back. With partially lidded eyes, the Hyuga heiress spoke her next words with the same amount of certainty one would use to say that the sun would rise the next morning. Oh, he'll make time for me, Hinata said. Tenten whimpered as she followed after the 13-year-old. XXX. Gloved hands grasped the wrists of both boys and pulled. Using the momentum of the two attacks against them, Kakashi Hatake redirected both the flame style, Black Raikiri and the sage style, Raisin Shuriken into the two water silos that sat atop the roof. Both water silos disintegrated. They simply did not exist anymore. Naruto and Sasuke struggled to stand. Their high-powered attacks were taxing even in their base forms, but both boys had poured all of their energy into the techniques this time in an effort to overpower the other. Kakashi? Sasuke asked, being the first to coherently recover. What are you doing here? The masked man smiled, his eye crinkling being the only visible indicator of that action even taking place. I think the better question would be, what are all of you doing up here? Naruto, who recovered second, stuck out his tongue. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, no fair. We asked first. Well, Kakashi mused. He had pulled out a book from somewhere, and was now paying it more regard than he did the two boys throwing mountain-destroying abilities at each other. I asked better. Now answer. I think. Sakura gasped. She hadn't fully recovered from being between what basically equated as two nuclear warheads, but that she had recovered at all was summarily impressive. The better question should be, what the hell was all that? Kakashi looked up from his book. Indeed, the water silos that were nearly a staple of the Hidden Leaf village since its founding now seemed to have never been there at all. Such was the level of destruction that his two students had wrought. That is a rather pertinent question, Kakashi said, his head back in his book. Sakura stared at her teacher, wondering whether his nonchalant attitude was a coping mechanism or a technique used specifically to drive people insane. Knowing the man, it was both. Naruto stammered. He was never the most eloquent of, basically anything. Sasuke decided to throw the man a bone this one time. It was a dream. You're both dreaming, the Uchiha said. Naruto facepalmed. You're terrible at lying, Naruto said. Sasuke glared at him. Well, excuse me. You'll find that it's a skill I've never had to use when I could just as easily tell the truth, then turn into a giant purple skeleton. Sasuke then sheathed his hands in his pockets again. Besides, you weren't doing any better. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were taking cues from your wife. Hey! Naruto shouted. Don't talk about Hinata like that. She can hear you. XXX. Halfway back to the Hidden Leaf, Hinata sneezed. Tenten's mini heart attack was justified. XXX. I don't understand your fear of your wife, Sasuke started. Sure, she isn't exactly a pushover, but that you're so afraid of her doesn't really make sense. To be fair, Kakashi grunted. You weren't at the wedding. Yeah. Naruto piggybacked off of his teacher. If you heard what she was like, you'd understand my pain. Sasuke rolled his eyes. If she is so abusive, then why are you still with her? It's not like the strongest man in the elemental nations would be denied if he filed for a divorce. To this, Naruto only asked one thing. How many times have you met Himawari? Sasuke, who was about to make another point, closed his mouth. After thinking for a bit, he posed his own question. What's your point? Hinata is 10 times worse. Dear gods. Off to the side, another conversation was taking place, as wont to do whenever Naruto and Sasuke existed in the same place at the same time. What are they talking about? Sakura asked. Naruto and Hinata are married? When was the wedding? Who's Hinawari? Questions were apparently piling up in Sakura's mind. Oh, Kakashi said, his voice only a single octave higher than usual. I was sure that it was the entirety of Team 7 that came back. I guess it's just us, then. When Kakashi didn't continue, Sakura just continued for him. It was routine by this point. She would have to fill in the sanity for the whole team. It's just you, what, exactly? Kakashi mumbled. He raised an eyebrow then looked down at his charge. Oh, just us men. See, we're all from the future. Sakura was about to scoff, when she noticed the grayness start to appear on the very outskirts of the world. This wouldn't be the first time that she saw it, and in an attempt to prevent it, she did what she did best. She played it off as a joke. Haha, you're so funny Kakashi-sensei. Sakura laughed, putting her all into believing that the very serious statement that her teacher made had been a joke. She disregarded the fact that Kakashi Hatake never joked, and almost bought into her own delirium. It wouldn't be the first time she had done so. Already the grayness of the time stop had started to recede, and for a while, Sakura believed that she had once again won. You know I don't joke, Kakashi said, starting the onset of the world graying once more. Sheesh, I liked you better when you were Sakura Uchiha. To Sakura's benefit, the world stopped graying. XXX. Elsewhere, an equally disastrous event was taking place. Miss Tenten? Hinata asked. Tenten resisted the urge to wince. How did the girl make talking seem so terrifying? What was my name in the future? Hinata asked. Without looking ahead of her, the failure of the Hyuga main branch leapt between the branches of the trees with all the grace of a swan. Tenten, not seeing the harm in this, answered her tormentor. Your name in the future is Hinata Uzumaki, matriarch of the Uzumaki clan. Hinata shuddered once in mind-numbing glee before falling unconscious. Tenten debated whether or not she should catch the girl, then thought about Naruto's reaction should he find out that she chose not to. Tenten dove for the girl. XXX. And furthermore, what use could a marital band be when we have the power to literally carve the moon in Ha-dash? Sasuke's comment stopped halfway. In an unsurprising moment of duality, both godlike children stopped in their bickering to notice an irresistibly chilling spark run up their spines. As if to answer their unspoken question, a thud rang out behind them, the sound easily heard as the entire planet had gone silent. Some unspeakable evil, some unstoppable force, had been awakened. Roused from its slumber, the beast's re-emergence into this world, the simple act of it moving once more, shushed all those with a survival instinct. And to make matters worse, there were two of them. All Naruto and Sasuke saw was their teacher standing next to an unconscious Sakura. The Hatake's head was buried in his book, but even he looked jarred. His eyebrow twitched 2 whole times. Kakashi, Sasuke started. Kakashi looked up from his book. You're our Kakashi, aren't you? Kakashi nodded once. Naruto cursed under his breath. Exactly how long have you been our Kakashi? Sasuke asked, his interrogation continuing. Ever since Naruto burned all of my books. Kakashi then shrugged, as if to say whoops. Immediately Sasuke's head whipped to the side. He addressed thin air with his words. Grandpa Sage. You get your bony ass out here. The sage appeared instantly. His face was split with a shit-eating grin. You rang? Sasuke pointed at Kakashi. When exactly were you going to tell us? The sage looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked back. The two nodded at the same time, some unspoken message being conveyed between the two. Most likely, the sage responded, never. And why not? Naruto asked between clenched teeth. It was Kakashi that answered. To fuck with you, of course. Kakashi turned a page in his book. The venerable sage did say that he was going to actively mess with you. He brought me in to make sure that it happened. Naruto and Sasuke both shared a scoff. Kakashi decided to cut their glee short right there. And before you mount your high horse, no. I'm not the person he brought back to mess with you too. I'm the person he brought back to make sure you get messed with, and I've done that. Kakashi's eye smile widened. Just so you know, none of the people brought back in time after me were by accident. Kakashi then looked down at Sakura. She had begun to twitch. The Cyclops looked back up to the two horrified boys. Enjoy, Kakashi sang, and with a twirl of the Sage of Six-Path staff, the two oldest people on the building were gone. The two godlike children just looked down at Sakura. She had begun to twitch again. Naruto? Sasuke asked. His voice may or may not have cracked. Where's Hinata? She's with... Naruto paled. She's with Tenten. XXX. Tenten looked at Hinata's twitching form, and was only too glad to see Hagoromo and Kakashi appear. Thank gods you're here. I can't stand being around the little psychopath any longer. I love Hinata to death, but that's in the future, when her insanity was refined. Tenten looked at the Cyclops. You hold up your end? Kakashi gave her a thumbs up. Tenten smiled. Well then, Tenten all but purred, a Cheshire grin on her face. She held out her hands, and all three conscious ninjas in the clearing held hands. Shall we watch gods fall? The three ninjas teleported out of the area. Now alone, no one could see Hinata's twitch worsen. XXX. Orochimaru smiled. Before him, held down by the most powerful sealing array he could muster, was the nine-tailed fox. A flash of light heralded his guests, and Orochimaru turned to his three companions with glee. Kakashi, Tenten, Hagoromo. It is so good to see you all again. Orochimaru held out his arms. No one seemed to reciprocate his joy. While Kakashi branched off to poke at the trap-tailed beast, Tenten immediately vacated to the farthest part of the room from where Orochimaru currently was. She made adjustments to where exactly that was in real time. Quite, Hagoromo responded. He nodded once to his trapped fox son, who nodded back unperturbed, before floating over to a giant television screen. It took up almost an entire wall of the room, so it was hard to miss. Have you set up the cameras? Oh, yes, Orochimaru said, his every syllable sounding perverse and sinister. The cameras all over the hidden leaf, as well as its surrounding forest, should catch every moment of Naruto and Sasuke's downfall. Figures you would be all too happy to film Sasuke, Tenten not so quietly whispered. Orochimaru ignored her with practiced ease. Shall we watch the fall of gods? Orochimaru asked, unknowingly copying Tenten's earlier question. Ignoring Tenten's rather violent shudder at the thought that she could ever think similarly to the snake, Hagoromo nodded. Let's, the sage said, and the television turned on. It showed a rather panicked Naruto and Sasuke, who were currently running for dear life. I must say, Kurama started. Kakashi, who was currently poking the foxman, spoke up. Why are you speaking so deeply? If I had to imagine your voice in text, it'd be in bold. Kurama expertly ignored the silver-haired Cyclops. I must say, this is a rather smart plan, given those involved. At once, those involved glared at the smiling fox. What better way to mess with the two most powerful and cunning men in the world than with their wives? XXX. Naruto, Sasuke asked, his voice coming out hurried and frantic. Where is Kurama? Why aren't you summoning Kurama? I can't. Naruto yelled back. His voice, too, was harried, and he ran through a well-practiced set of hand seals with speed that would rival light. Fat lot of good it did him, though. It's just not working. Well, make it work, Sasuke grunted. Even now, the Uchiha could already feel it. She was already waking up, and when she did, she would want answers. His wife's two personalities would crash, much like his own did, and while Sasuke could reconcile himself relatively easy, he had the added benefit of not being certifiably insane. Over in Naruto's head, much the same dilemma was going on. Oh shit oh fuck It sounded ineloquent, but it was honestly the most appropriate thought to have in such a situation. What do we do? Sasuke asked his commander. I'm down my Rinnegan, you're down the chakra of the tailed beasts, and now you're telling me you don't even have Kurama? Naruto. Sasuke screamed. What do we do? Naruto, who was still flipping through hand seals, worked his rarely used mind into overtime. After a couple seconds, in which time thousands of thoughts went through his head, Naruto turned to his second-in-command and said the only words that stuck out. I don't know. Sasuke balked. What do you mean, you don't know? Aren't you Naruto fucking Uzumaki, the world's most unpredictable ninja? We don't pay you not to know, we pay you to pull a victory out of whatever you call a brain up there and get us out of this mess. So start doing it. Sasuke then shuddered. Naruto. My wife, she's immortal. You know that, right Naruto? I can't stop her without the Rinnegan. She will definitely kill me. Naruto. What do we do? Naruto, noticing his best friend's rapidly declining mental state, stopped his sprint and slapped him as hard as he could. The shock was so sudden, so unexpected, that Sasuke was broken from his train of thought. He was also broken through several trees, but that was honestly a lesser fact. Sasuke. I know, Naruto started. Believe me, I know. Hinata she's special. She's an evil unlike the world has ever seen when she's mad, and she will be clinically mad when she returns from the future. I don't know about you, but I think the only answer available to us is plainly obvious. Naruto then looked out, over the horizon. We run. XXX. Meanwhile, with Niji. Where the hell is everyone? Chapter 21. Konohamaru was a smart boy. He ate his vegetables with every meal and looked both ways, as well as up for the traveling ninja, before crossing the street. He, despite his rancorous reputation, actually studied very hard and knew his arithmetic as well as he was supposed to. He knew the history of the village he was from, as well as a very limited history of those he wasn't from. Konohamaru was a very smart boy, or at least as smart as he needed to be. That is why when he saw the rapidly fleeing form of his hero, one Naruto Uzumaki, he didn't call out to the boy as he usually did. For you see, Konohamaru was a smart boy, and he knew that he wanted nothing to do with the pink-haired demon chasing his hero down. XXX. Sakura was a woman of many things. Perseverance, intelligence and an untold grace were only 3 of the traits that she came to be known for in her adulthood. She was no longer a Haruno, a no-name civilian clan with exactly that much going for her. She was now the matriarch of the Uchiha clan. Sure, it was a rather lonely existence as, more often than not, her husband was away from home. It was still worth it because she had one. She had one Sasuke, and not even from Ino. She had one Sasuke from Sasuke, and the whole damn village knew it. The lonely, brooding, bastard, and wasn't it good to be mature enough to call her husband that, had lost. She had broken through his emo little heart and burrowed down there, finding a place to call home in its cavernous, unused halls. It felt good. Sure, he wasn't the strongest in the world, but he was definitely the hardest to get a hold of, and for that Sakura felt proud. Like Naruto had felt when he became the 7th Hokage, Sakura felt especially vindicated when Sasuke had awkwardly slipped the ring on her finger that fateful night. It felt good. It felt like closure. It felt like freedom and happiness and sweet, sweet victory. So you can imagine Sakura's pure, unbridled rage when she woke up in the middle of the forest with not only no ring on her finger, but no matching victory in her heart. Sadly, you can only imagine it, because Sakura's rage was so many times the greater than anything anyone could understand. This is Naruto's fault, the Kunoichi growled, her fury righteous and justified. I'm going to kill him. Him and his fox. Then Sasuke. It's his fault somehow, too. I'm going to kill them both, then bring Sasuke back, make him put the ring on my finger, then kill him again. The pink-haired ninja stomped off in the general direction of the village, her eyes blazing with untold fury. Each step caused a localized earthquake and uprooted nearby trees. Then, suddenly, she stopped. Pulling at a shirt she hadn't been able to fit in for years, Sakura took a peek down at her suddenly much flatter than usual chest. Then she roared, and the whole world felt their mortality. Good news, I'm not going to kill you two anymore, Sakura howled to the 2 soon-to-be dead men, wherever they were. I'm just going to keep you in a state of very near death for the rest of my miserable life. If my master is anything to go by, it's going to be a very long one. And then she took off, her leap absolutely destroying the area she was in. XXX. Shikamaru is the smartest existence in the elemental nations. This has always been the case. From the time he first came into understanding of the world around him at the ripe age of 2, Shikamaru had been on the forefront of understanding and knowledge. He was lazy, sure, but all that time spent doing nothing outwardly was just an excuse to riddle apart the mysteries of the world. Indeed, at 13, there were only a handful of people rivaling Shikamaru in the intellectual department. Subsequent years would make that handful shrink. So it wouldn't be a stretch to say that Shikamaru had pretty much figured out that his friends were time travelers about as soon as he came into contact with them. Their weird actions, as well as their weird conversations, were all he needed to come up with a hypothesis that quickly became fact in the young genius mind. Now, if only he weren't so damn lazy that the universe didn't think he was a threat to be corrected. So, because of his near inability to do anything more than what he was absolutely supposed to, the universe didn't find it necessary to revert the world to before Shikamaru figured out something was going on, so he pretty much was around the entire time. And true to the universe's decision, absolutely nothing changed because of it. Fuck fuck, the normally stoic Sasuke Uchiha screamed, dojutsu blazing as he ran from the normally timid Hinata Hyuga, her dojutsu also blazing. Shikamaru simply stepped to the side, letting the 2 human bullets blaze through the town. Shikamaru drawled. I'm guessing that somehow Hinata was brought back as well. She must be unhappy about this. The only reason I could see why though is if she was Naruto's wife and pissed off that she was torn from her family. Finding no one else to take her wrath out on, as Naruto is notoriously good at hiding, she decided to pursue the next best thing. Shikamaru then let out an exaggerated sigh. I'm guessing this means that Sakura is back as well, and chasing down Naruto. Shikamaru then proceeded through the village without a care in the world. I guess I better lay low, now. XXX. Naruto. That was the single, sole, all-consuming thought going through the Hyuga heiress' mind as she sat nearly unconscious under a tree. It was a nice thought, filled with longing and hope and, though she hadn't known it at the time, lust. It wasn't unusual for Hinata to dream about her crush. To think about her crush. To stalk her crush when the option was available. What was unusual was for her to think about him so often. These recent events had made so many things known to her, and for one blissful moment, her thoughts were completely obsessed with her orange-wearing, blonde admiration. Had this been allowed to continue, Hinata might have become obsessed. She might have become dangerous. Well, more dangerous than she was already. Then the universe was forced to step in, and suddenly everything was just so clear for young Hinata. The Uzumaki matriarch got a bombardment of emotions out of nowhere. Where she was once washing dishes and getting ready to prepare lunch with her beloved daughter, she was now sitting under a tree with hair far shorter than she remembered. Most importantly, she was now being hit with some very powerful emotions that she was not expecting. They bordered on obsessive. They bordered on insane. And like the mature, controllably insane woman that Hinata was, she dismissed them all. Where the Hyuga heiress was experiencing these emotions all at once in the span of a couple minutes, the older Hinata had grappled with these same emotions over the course of 3 very long, very agonizing years. She knew how to deal with them. They were the emotions of an emotionally stunted child. She was an emotionally fulfilled adult. So with a nod of her head, she swept them all away. They were compartmentalized where they needed to and sorted out with an amazing efficiency in the span of 2 seconds. With that out of the way, the young Uzumaki stood up. She wiped off her suspiciously short pants, she had taken to wearing dresses, and patted her suspiciously puffy cheeks. Her face had become slender and graceful. Then she looked to the village. "I'm in the past," she said. Immediately unbridled rage came to her. Like her previous emotions, she pounded it down and put it in its place. With a clear head, she once again regarded the 4 faces on the Hokage's mountain. Then she closed her eyes. She could feel the earthquakes. She could hear the panic screams that sounded oh so much like her son's when he was about to get a beating. So, Sakura's back too. It seems that she has already found Naruto. Goodness knows how she does it. Hinata then put a hand to her chin. She contemplated her next actions, then smiled. It was a wicked smile, born of years of being married to a sadistic troublemaker and fathering a second one. Well, if my dear Sakura is handling my husband, then it would seem that no one is handling hers. Hinata's dark smile only grew. It seems it is time for this village to experience the wrath of the prank queen of Konoha. Elsewhere, Sasuke's spine shivered to the point of almost breaking. XXX. Naruto. No, Naruto screamed. With a yell reminiscent of his now estranged son, the 7th Hokage ducked under yet another house being thrown at him. This was, the 4th? The 4th one thrown at him. When Sakura was feeling less vindictive, she only threw horses, people, and stalls. "I just want to talk to you," Sakura said, her face calm despite her thunderous pursuit. Naruto threw caution to the wind and looked over his shoulder at one of his closest friends. She had another damn house in her hand. Not hands. She had a house in just one hand and carried it over her head as if it were some kind of paperweight. Naruto turned back to his fleeing. "I doubt that." Sakura pondered. "How would you know that if you don't ever stop?" "You're throwing a boat at me," Naruto responded. "Where did you even get a boat?" "You're asking the wrong questions," Sakura said, her face in a pout. "Listen, I'm not even mad." "Sakura, where did you get the 3rd Raikage statue?" Indeed, Sakura held in her hands a piece of the 3rd Raikage statue. It was commonly found in the village hidden in the clouds and weighed well over several tons. Sakura ignored his question as she chucked the thing at the orange boy. "I just want to talk to you. I promise that is the only reason that I'm throwing these things at you. I'm not falling for that again." "Then I suppose that you will just be falling, then." At that prompt, Naruto swiftly jumped high into the air. Not a second after he had done so, had the world exploded. Fissures creaked throughout all of the village hidden in the leaves, and entire tufts of land were uprooted. It was a disaster worse than pains. Sakura looked bored. "Sakura, you're destroying the village. And you'll be next if you don't stop running." "No. So be it," Sakura responded with a sigh. She then picked up an entire chunk of upturned land and continued her pursuit. XXX. Sasuke had never before wished that he had the ability to retreat to his other dimensions as much as he did right now. The Rinnegan really was a useful ability, and had he had it, maybe he wouldn't be in the situation he was in right now. It all started when he heard the thunderous explosions. Since he didn't remember anyone attacking the village at this point in time, that could only mean one thing. His wife was back, and as usual, she beelined it to Naruto to take her anger out on him. Sasuke still wasn't sure why, but Sakura's default outlet for her anger was still her blonde teammate. So there was one monstrosity out of the way. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the first disaster was avoided. Then his breath caught in his throat as all around him a feeling of just pure wrongness pervaded the world. It seeped into his pores from everywhere he could conceive. Even the very ground felt tainted and dangerous. Oh, right. Hinata. That's right, a voice whispered into the Uchiha's ear. It was somehow both as smooth as silk and as sharp as a knife. Me. Sasuke didn't even look back. Not a second after he heard the words, he took off, bustling through the village like a bat out of hell. Not really caring about the people he knocked over in his attempt to flee, Sasuke tried his hardest to escape the pure terror that was behind him. Only to run straight into a dirt wall that wasn't in front of him less than a second ago. Ugh, Sasuke grumbled. He tried to extract himself from the wall, but his hand stuck to where he tried to push off. Behind him, Sasuke could hear laughter. You should really pay more attention to where you're going, Uchiha-san. When did you even have time to set up traps? Sasuke asked. Hinata giggled. A true prankmaster needs very little time to set up menial pranks. Sasuke couldn't see it, but Hinata's smile grew. He felt it though. It felt evil. Now, when you see my extended pranks? Oh boy. You're really gonna wonder how I did those. You've been spending too much time with Naruto, Sasuke sighed. Already he was burning through the sap on the wall with a low-powered Amaterasu. And you haven't been spending enough time with him, Hinata responded. Otherwise, you might have been able to dodge some of these. Some of was all the raven-haired boy was able to get out before a literal horde of weaponry came flying at him from literally nowhere. Thinking quickly, the last Uchiha burned away the last of the sap and simply headbutted the wall he was attached to with all of the earth-natured chakra he could muster. It wasn't a lot, so a lot of the force was from the headbutt, but Sasuke managed to break through the wall and dodge the weaponry. He rolled to safety on the outer side of the wall, his forehead bleeding but no worse for the wear. Are you insane, woman? You could have killed me. So it appears that you could dodge that just by being a competent enough ninja, Hinata pondered. Interesting. Are you ignoring me? Sasuke asked. Hinata waved her hand at him. You're still here? Hinata asked. Well, that's good, I suppose. I'm going to need you to run through the rest of the traps that I put up around the village as well. I need to see which are ninja-proof and which aren't. Go on now. Shoo. I'm not your dog. Sasuke growled. He made to move on the young Hyuga, but the smaller girl didn't budge. Instead, she pulled out a whistle. She took a deep breath before blowing into it. Sasuke's head exploded, such was the depth of the pain. Bad Sasuke. Hinata yelled as if she were talking to a dog. Go run the death gauntlet. Why you call it the death gauntlet? Why would I run through something called the death gauntlet? Hinata blew the whistle again. Sasuke collapsed from the pain. What is that? Naruto made it. He said it only works on brooding assholes that you need to train to get better. Sasuke sighed. Of course he would. Now, are you gonna run my ultra death gauntlet, or not? Sasuke glared at the Hyuga. I hate you. Hinata made to blow into the whistle, but Sasuke was already gone. Smiling, Hinata pursued the boy. XXX. The third Hokage watched as his village was being destroyed by 4 brats who had no business wielding that kind of power. He turned back to the room he was supposed to be supervising. All 4 of those children are going to be in the Chunin exams. 3 of them are on the same team. Anyone else want to submit their team for testing? When absolutely no one else stepped up, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He turned back to the wanton destruction that was happening outside his window and watched for as long as he could before the headache overwhelmed him. Then he turned back to the assembled ninja before him. Since Kakashi isn't here, I'm going to have to field my question to the one person who can answer my inquiries. Kurenai, what are you teaching these children? Kurenai, a new jonin, blinked her red eyes rapidly. She looked around the room, as if anyone else would be able to provide her with the answers that she apparently did not have. When nothing came up and no one stepped forward, the woman sighed. I haven't been teaching Hinata. She's my only student out there, by the way. Thus far I've been trying to teach her to better her confidence. Judging by her current performance, however. Kurenai had to trail off as Hinata, in pursuit of the Uchiha, barreled through a small mansion. Their passage leveled the entire building. It seems that I have succeeded. Indeed, the Hokage agreed. A tad too well it seems. They are running around the village, destroying everything that they can. This needs to stop. Excuse me, Master Hokage, a no-name jonin asked. As he stepped forward, he afforded his leader a small bow. If I could be so blunt, why don't you simply send your ANBU after them? To this, the Hokage simple gestured outside once more. The assembled Jonin looked outside to see that there were, in fact, entire squads of ANBU trying to subdue the children. They weren't doing very well. In fact, the children didn't even seem to notice them. "Oh," the no-name Jonin said. His mouth went dry as he saw the Jinchuriki Rasengan and ANBU out of the way in his mad dash away from his pink-haired teammate. Said pink-haired teammate punched that same ANBU into the sky. He was still going. "What do we do, Dad?" Asuma asked. Outside the window, the Uchiha attempted to put the Hyuga in a Genjutsu. Hinata literally smacked the attempt out of the way. The chakra, visible to normalize now, went sailing and hit a villager. That villager, initially stunned by the impact of the technique, calmly rose from his position on the ground, walked over to the nearest stall, and picked up a discarded knife. "I have seen true pain and decided that life isn't worth living anymore. This shall be my last, solemn mercy to myself. I will embrace the sweet nothingness that awaits beyond death." The lesser ninja had to turn their heads. Asuma only gaped. What did he see? Asuma turned to his father. What the hell did he see? Both the third Hokage and Kurenai, the only two in the room who could recognize a Genjutsu at a glance, stared with wide eyes at the spectacle before them. They looked to one another and concluded in an unspoken agreement. With a minute nod of the head, they turned to their son/potential love interest. "The mysteries of the Sharingan can never be fully explored," the third Hokage said, rubbing his beard. His eyes were shifty as he attempted to focus on anything but his disbelieving son. "Bull," Asuma said, his voice rising. "I saw that look on your face. You know what just happened." Asuma stopped when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Kurenai looked at him, a grave expression on her face. "The mysteries of the Sharingan can never be fully explored." Asuma decided to leave it at that. Regardless, the Hokage continued. He was looking out the window again. "We cannot allow them to continue this. I'm calling for all active duty shinobi not currently busy to help in apprehending them. If we work together, we can stop them." The Hokage then chuckled. "Maybe put them in timeout, or something." "Yes, Lord Hokage," the room of upper-level ninja chorused. With a snap of the old man's fingers, the assembled ninja disappeared, not a single sound made amongst them. The old Hokage sighed. He took a seat in his chair and swiveled it to look out his window once more. From this point, he could see all of his beloved village. He could see half of it going up in flames. "Damn kids," the old man grumbled. "If I have to go out there myself, I'm going to be very upset." XXX. "Hey, Sakura?" Naruto asked. He was running in the main street of Konoha, but suddenly increased his pace. Using his chakra to stick to the walls of the buildings, he ran halfway up one before taking off and flipping in the air. It was all he could do to avoid yet another building being thrown at him. "Yes, Naruto?" Sakura asked innocently. In the time it took her to speak, Sakura had torn the building Naruto had just jumped off from the ground. She cocked her arm back. "Don't you notice something odd?" Naruto asked. He created a shadow clone with no hand signs, then used it to springboard into the air. Naruto winced as the clone's memories of being hit with a house came back to him. Sakura pondered. She scaled the rubble of the now destroyed building and used it to follow Naruto into the sky. She had chased the boy many a time before. He was no Sasuke, he couldn't outright outrun her, or shift into another dimension. What he could do, however, was disappear once you lost sight of him for even a second. "Do you mean the ANBU that have been chasing us?" "No," Naruto responded. Coincidentally, he used an ANBU that had tried to tackle him out of the air to change his trajectory. Pushing off his back, Naruto shot towards a roof that was now below him, and dashed in a different direction. "I think we took out like half of the ANBU anyway. I'm talking about the overwhelming amounts of youth." Sakura, not one to be outdone, turned herself over in the air and punched it. She punched the air. The force of the blow rocketed her towards her blonde teammate. Using the momentum from her punch, she pursued Naruto across the rooftops. "Yeah," she said. "I have noticed quite a lot of it." "Why? You don't think?" Naruto trailed off. "Impossible," Sakura responded. "Why would they be after us? If anything, they'd be cheering on our exuberant youthfulness. Is that better or worse?" "So much worse," Sakura responded, shuddering slightly. "So for our sanity, let's hope that Lord Hokage sent him after us." There was a loud crash nearby. A building collapsed under the overwhelming amounts of youth that just barreled through it. Already seeing the green missile heading towards him, Naruto stopped, and allowed Sakura to catch up. The pink-haired girl, seeing the bigger problem for what it was, stopped in front of Naruto and held up her hand. For good measure, she braced herself as well. Sakura, who could effectively handle several tons of weight with no problem, was still nearly bowled over as she caught the foot of one Might Guy. Dynamic entry, the esteemed eccentric Jonin yelled. The mighty green beast of Konoha, Might Guy, is here to apprehend you. All of my worst nightmares. They are coalescing right here, right now, in front of my very eyes. Naruto deadpanned. He then turned around and caught the foot of yet another green missile. While I cannot match up to Guy-sensei's incredible might, I, Rock Lee, will do my best. Oh God, Sakura gasped, her voice tense. It gets worse. Indeed, Guy screamed, his voice shattering both windows and eardrums. Though your youthfulness is indeed impressive, our youthful Lord Hokage has asked you to stop destroying our village. Guy then, somehow, disengaged while still being midair and spun. His midair roundhouse kick impacted Sakura's raised arm, and came to a stop. So, will you? Ignoring the fact that Guy had just kicked through a house to get to her, Sakura just braced her arm with her other one. Guy was disabled in the future, so Sakura had almost forgotten just how powerful he was. I'm going to have to decline, Sakura hummed. She had started to push back the man who was pushing her while still in the air. I have to mete out some well-deserved punishment. I see, Guy shouted. His face was, for once, grim. Then it appears that we have the same goal in mind. Guy then flipped once more, somehow. He then kicked at Sakura's arm again. She wasn't prepared this time, so she was kicked away. Lee, can you handle young Naruto? Yes, sensei. The mini-clone screamed. And if I cannot, I will run a Thousa dash. Naruto punched the boy with a Rasengan-powered punch. He knew that Lee would shrug it off. None of that. Sakura. Naruto screamed. I'll finish up with Lee and follow up with you, okay? Right. Sakura yelled. She fell into her slug-style stance. Don't get beat up. Same. Naruto yelled. And just like that, the two duos split up. XXX. Hinata and Sasuke hadn't even noticed that there were people pursuing them. Hinata had set up very many traps. How? Kurenai gasped. She was currently being held in the air by rope that bound her BDSM style. Below her was a pool of water that contained sharks. Being a genjutsu master, she noticed the small one that made her much more afraid of the situation than she actually was, but for some reason she couldn't dispel it. Across from her, Asuma was much worse off. How? He yelled. Kurenai couldn't describe his situation very well. It was that complicated. All she knew was that it involved honey, fire, and a lot of broken light bulbs. Too many broken light bulbs. Suspended in the air, Kurenai looked over the village she was in. Hinata and Sasuke were getting farther and farther away, with the latter dodging all of the former's traps, albeit by small margins. In their wake were many other ninja who were attempting to pursue them. They had tried, and failed, to escape the ambient traps. What do we do now? Kurenai thought. She was helpless as everyone else. She just hoped someone would come get her down. XXX. This is... Tenten trailed off. Becoming a lot bigger than we thought, yes, Hagoromo hummed. I didn't expect them to start working together. Sasuke and Hinata aren't working together, Tenten protested. Orochimaru pointed to the screen. If that isn't working together, then I don't know what is. On screen Sasuke desperately tried to outrun Hinata. He tripped a different trap every other step, but managed to avoid them all. Every so often, however, the two would look off to the side, towards ninja jumping towards them. They would then jump to angle the encroaching ninja into pre-made traps. Oh, Tenten said, her voice lowering. The prank queen of Konoha is truly fearsome. Some say she surpasses her husband, Kyuubi grunted. He looked bored. He scratched at the floor where the seal was. Some of it cracked from exposure to his chakra. Kyuubi smiled. This isn't good, Tenten pondered. She approached the screen, her face scrunched up and her eyes intent on the screen. If they work together, there is no force in the world that can stop them. We must split them up, Kakashi hummed. They all stared at the screen. XXX. Two green spandex-wearing ninja collided with each other. An audible crack echoed through the area as the master and student hit. Effectively knocked out, the two fell to the ground as one. That was something, Sakura said. She was panting. Why are they so strong? Were they always this strong? Yeah, Naruto responded. He had an easier fight, but even still, he had much better endurance. Have you gotten it all out? Yeah, Sakura gasped. Now, what is going on here? It appears we were dragged to the past, a new voice said. Naruto shivered, and Sakura turned around with a smile. Hinata. You came back too? She then looked down. And you found Sasuke. Sasuke was tied up at the girl's feet. Yeah. You found Naruto? Naruto attempted to jump away. A very strong hand gripped his neck. Yeah, Sakura answered. So what do we do now? The four looked around. They came to a conclusion rather quickly. Chaos? Hinata asked. Chaos, the other three chorused. Hinata leaned down and untied Sasuke. Rubbing at his wrists, he coughed. If you find Tenten, Orochimaru, or Kakashi, kick them especially hard. They're the ones who brought you back here. Hinata and Sakura nodded. Then, as one, the four took off. XXX. They can't find us, right? QB literally exploded. The fox had finally scratched a dent in the seal holding him. His chakra radiated around the room, scaring the ones in there and essentially being a beacon for anyone with even a little bit of talent as a sensor. Naruto and Sakura were excellent sensors. Hinata and Sasuke could literally see chakra. They're on their way, aren't they? You should be worried more about me, QB chanted. Now in his human form, he took on his own chakra cloak. Please do survive until they reach here. XXX. Sarutobi sighed. He stood up from his seat and threw off his robes. I guess it's time to show these children who's boss. The god of shinobi took to the field once more. XXX. It's a shame, Naruto sighed. He parried the sword coming for him and unleashed a wave of sand from the kunai he used to do it. I wanted to go on a really long journey in order to visit each Jinchuriki, and absorb the chakra from them one by one, getting into ridiculous situations and eventually using it to tear ourselves from this time loop myself. Now, it just feels like everything is coming to a head so quickly. Is that so, Naruto? Hinata asked. It is okay, we can see our children quicker. But still, Sasuke chimed in. He put several ninja around him in a genjutsu simultaneously. It feels rushed. Like the gods were quickly getting tired of us and just wants to send us home. I don't think so, Sakura chimed in. Besides, we may be able to come back at any time. Sakura shrugged. We don't know what the future holds. I know what the future holds, an aged voice chimed from behind them. You guys. Please, go back. The children turned around, different ninja being held in their hands. Excuse me? Naruto asked. You guys are causing too much trouble in the past, Sarutobi repeated. I need you to go back to the future. Wait, Naruto asked, his voice incredulous. You knew we were from the future this entire time? Of course I did. And I need you to go back. You're causing too much trouble. But, Lord Hokage. No, Sakura, the Hokage cut her off. You're doing too much and I'm sending you home. Because, we're trouble, yes, Sasuke. Let's send you home now, okay? Elsewhere, an explosion went off. QB stepped out of a building holding 4 unconscious bodies. Stepping near the others, he dropped them on the ground, then postured on them. I am the king of everything, he yelled. Sarutobi whacked him on the head with Enma, his monkey staff. Take him too, the old Hokage muttered. Are you ready? The 4 children nodded. Then goodbye. The Hokage then went through several hand signs. Does anyone else find it ironic that we were first sent here by a crotchety old man with a staff, and now we're being sent back by one? Despite being trapped in a technique, Sarutobi still smacked Naruto over the head. You better be a better Hokage than you are a ninja. Naruto chuckled. I suppose I am. The boy then grinned. I'll make you proud. Sarutobi chuckled as well. I'm sure you will. The time travelers then faded away. Lord Hokage, a nearby trapped ninja yelled. If they're gone, why does our universe even exist anymore? Fuck. XXX. Naruto opened his eyes. Hands roving over his body, he realized that he was in his old body again. Was it all a dream? Naruto asked himself. With a sudden intensity, the boy reached over and pressed his intercom. Shizune. Naruto yelled. What was the last thing I told you? Shizune responded on the other side of the intercom. That you got away with tricking, and I quote, the god of shinobi? Naruto then leaned back in his chair. It was good to be him. This feels like a cop-out, Naruto thought, then closed his eyes. XXX. Elsewhere, someone was having a very different experience. Why am I here? Niji shouted. He then dodged yet another Rasengan. I don't remember seeing you around, a mini Naruto called. He had a cowlick in front of his face. Hyuga imposters must be dealt with. You can't have my sister. Niji looked to said sister. She looked like she was far more dangerous than the brother protecting her. As soon as you beat Big Brother, we can play Niji Nizan. Niji shivered. He contemplated the virtues of just losing to his nephew.